Chapter 441 features evidence. What on earth does he want to do? In a hotel. Two agents from Phopal were also feeling a bit overwhelmed as they zoomed in through the window with a high-definition camera to take a close-up shot of Wani, who was eating a pancake. The mission to determine the whereabouts of the umbrella instructor is really a life-threatening task. Just come if he wants. Why are you staring at him? How should I know? Just report the trajectory honestly. It's just a business mission. What's the point of playing with your life? FXX? He smiled at me. The agent, who was filming from a distance with a camera, almost dropped the equipment in his hand when he saw Wang Yi's vest showing a meaningful smile in the camera. He should be here for the hearing. Oh, it's difficult. The partner next to him also looked bitter. How many CIA people have disappeared inexplicably in Mexico? The neighbor next to him is losing control at an alarming speed. It's all those evil capitalists. They're going to reap their own benefits. But they want us to fight to the death. He shouldn't do anything to us. Say less. There are some things we can't say. While the two were observing Wang Yi's whereabouts, there was also a drone in the sky that was also following Wang Yi. After seeing him appear next to this private hospital, another group of stalkers behind the drone also felt tremendous pressure. Don't they know something? It's hard to say. They have a unique understanding of magic. They said the fluctuations have become larger. But it's hard to say whether they have detected it. Obviously, the group monitored by drones is not Phobler. Or Phobler's agents are actually specially arranged by them to be used as open targets. What is an umbrella instructor? Invincible alone. Super soldier. Only umbrella instructors can deal with instructors. Before the conflict with Gull, the blocking battle in Africa was an obvious proof. You're following this dirty thing in turn? Isn't this courting death? But after all, the other party came to the territory of Damii, under the condition that neither side broke up. Phobler maintained a certain amount of attention on the surface, but it was also within the scope of mutual testing between the two sides. And they, with the help of Phobler's surface surveillance, also used drones to conduct a second layer of surveillance. They would be discovered, but they were covered by Phobler, which was equivalent to using Phobler's name to make a certain understanding. Although this Ethan Clinic is also a very famous private hospital, the appearance of Umbrella's instructor nearby obviously made the organization feel like they were facing a great enemy. They were afraid that he would suddenly drive in with a wushuang. If they really did this, they really had no effective way. Once the experiments here were disclosed, it would be really troublesome. At that time, I am afraid that the Damii authorities would have to pinch their noses and thank them for revealing the truth. However, according to this person's trajectory, he seemed to have been wandering around for a while, not just in a hospital, and seemed to be collecting some clues. Maybe he discovered something. But it seems that the situation has not been confirmed yet. This also made them have a guess. Perhaps the other party can really find some signals, but cannot accurately determine the location, only knowing that it may be nearby. After all, Umbrella also confirmed the situation of the meteorite at the beginning, but did not find it accurately. So, their precise locking of magic power still has shortcomings? But he can't keep looking like this. Since he came here to support Neon, he will be given some opportunities to show his abilities. In the next round of hearings, give Neon a chance to provide evidence. At that time, it is likely that this instructor from Umbrella will be invited over. He can't be left wandering around. After Wang Yi strengthened the positioning depth of the Abyss Crystal several times, he completed the final anchoring here and returned to the hotel. At the same time, he also took advantage of the hotel service and directly pressed the bell to call the exclusive butler. It was a beautiful female butler in a well-dressed suit. "Excuse me. How can I help you?" The female butler asked very respectfully. "Do you already know my identity? Has anyone come to investigate?" Wang Yi said casually with an indifferent expression. The housekeeper's attitude also seemed more respectful. "It is true that there are agents from Phobler who want to understand your situation. And we have also learned your identity. But please rest assured that we will refuse any unreasonable requests, even if the other party is Phobler." Speaking of this, the housekeeper's attitude also seemed a little proud. But she was not bragging. At least Wang Yi knew that there was no surveillance or eavesdropping installed behind his room. This is quite rare. Wang Yi would not think that such a place would have the so-called absolute confidentiality in service. But at least for now, it has not reached the price of breaking their own rules. Well, then you go and notify them. Flies are always flying around my ears, which makes me irritable. When the time comes, swat the flies to death. Don't blame me for not teaching and killing. In terms of the power of this hotel, it is completely no problem to pass a message to someone with enough weight. And the housekeeper also respectfully agreed. This is indeed within their power range. At least for Umbrella, a company that suddenly appeared. They are willing to show goodwill. The interests of the authorities are the interests of the authorities. The interests of the organization are the interests of the organization. And the hotel naturally has its own interests and positions. And their energy and gossip ability are indeed very strong. After helping Wang Yi pass the message, they also politely brought back a message. Sir, the third round of hearings will be held soon. It seems that considering your presence here, an additional evidence link has been added. I see. Thank you. Your service is very good. Wang Yi made a simple evaluation. Not long after, Lin Shichin's voice came from his headset. Neon has also contacted us and wants us to come forward to testify and present the results of the investigation. It's not easy to get to a proof link. Neon of course wants to rescue it. Now the soldiers are still on the edge of their capital. No matter how disgusted or angry they are in their hearts, they must show their attitude. So if there is a chance, they will definitely prove themselves at this hearing. Otherwise, once the big stick from the Pyongyang comes down, it is really likely that everyone will push the wall down. Neon is really unable to bear the internal and external troubles. It is for this reason that they will agree to the conditions of Umbrella at the cost of their country. If they agree to Umbrella, they will at most continue to be dogs. But if the Pyongyang succeeds, they will die. Of course. I just got it, and it's not even warm yet. I have paid so much. I can't die before I get the benefits. Since the main purpose has been achieved, it doesn't matter if I play with them for the rest. I haven't been to the Pyongyang for a long time, and I have to feel the characteristics here. Right. As I said, Neon is the third largest economy in the world, and it is also an ally of the Pyongyang. And there is no doubt that it belongs to their so-called civilization in terms of the camp. So even if it has been decided to be slaughtered long ago, the procedures must not be missed. The more ugly the eating is, the more they want to maintain the so-called procedural justice. If there is no law to follow, we will temporarily compile it according to actual requirements. If the steps are wrong, we will have a few rounds of hearings. This time, many people in the Pyongyang died in the mouths of zombies. The relatives of the victims and the people affected. All the anger is directed here. Anyway, after the previous warm-up and the guidance of their internal VV, the ordinary people in the Pyongyang also regarded Neon as the culprit this time. They are just following public opinion. It's just that the instructors of Umbrella are running to their own shady laboratory and keep hanging around as a distraction of attention. It is also equivalent to a disguised compromise. So they have to add this link that was not originally there. The previous hearing has been okay for 2 rounds. Various weird questions. Various yes and no answers. It can be said that they have provided TT with a lot of jokes. However, on the VV and other online platforms run by the Pyongyang, they only focus on the issues that need to be paid attention to in their questions, and the answer of Neon representing yes. After cutting off the beginning and the end and posting it, it makes the people of the Pyongyang feel that all this is what Neon himself admits. The few elites who watched the live broadcast and knew the situation obviously would not come out to defend this. This time, the evidence provision link is almost the same. I give you a chance. But it is actually meaningless. When the third round of hearings began, the hotel's special car also sent Wang Yi to the hearing site. Carter, I didn't expect that the meeting would be in this place again. Wang Yi just got off the hotel's special car and heard a questioning voice. It should be someone who knows this best. However, Wang Yi was not surprised at all, because Lin Shichin had already discovered this person in the car and informed Wang Yi of the relevant detailed identity information. This person is called Fox, Carter's comrade in arms. After retiring, he worked for Blackwater for a period of time and did dirty work for a period of time. Because of his outstanding ability, he is now a Ferber agent. Why? Arrange you to play the emotional card? Wang Yi said in a cold tone, showing a sense of alienation. This is also the general attitude of all Umbrella instructors. No. It just happened that I also have a job here today. But you have changed so much that I can hardly recognize you. Fox stared at Wang Yi with a smile, constantly looking up and down. This is a rare opportunity to get close to Umbrella instructors without any risk. He must seize it well. Every spy you arranged to enter the company has changed a lot. Wang Yi showed a hint of sarcasm. After saying this, the expression on Fox's face disappeared, and he looked a little heavy. Umbrella's recruitment situation is naturally inevitable that spies will be mixed in. However, the validity period of spies entering Umbrella cannot exceed half a year. Without exception, they will rebel later and sell out their secrets in turn. The CIA suffered heavy losses in Mexico, and many of them came from this. Although Fobler and the CIA are still in competition, they can also understand the importance of this. Umbrella is very good at controlling people. The organization actually has its own death squads, and even Fobler has some. But even with drug cultivation, the cost is extremely high and the number is limited. Umbrella can be so powerful now, which is closely related to their airtight copper wall and iron wall. It is completely infiltrated. The other party's words are actually very obvious. Don't waste time on such meaningless things. The spies said temporarily can rebel within half a year. As an instructor of the super soldier program, how could there be loopholes? Umbrella is really terrible. Old acquaintances meet. Just a little emotional. Everyone returns to their own master. Fox sighed with emotion. But our private feelings are also private feelings. Aren't they? At the beginning, I blocked a bullet for you. Fox's face looked nostalgic. But the surveillance at the door of the hearing was staring at Wang Yi's expression. And a group of micro-expression analysis masters were staring at this seriously. At this time, Wang Yi looked up at the surveillance camera, as if he saw the people behind him through the surveillance camera, and smiled coldly. What? Are you testing whether I am still myself? Do I still have the previous memory? Naive. After saying that, Wang Yi turned around and glanced at Fox, whose face changed slightly, and said, Next time you talk nonsense, I will kill you. Fox looked at Wang Yi's departing back, feeling the murderous intent that flashed by in the previous moment, and suddenly felt that there was a bloody mouth opening in front of him. Just a moment ago, he felt that he would die soon. Just a glance. But he was well trained and sweaty. However, at this time, he didn't dare to say a word of rebuttal. It was clearly at the door of the hearing. There was a camera, and the other party had threatened him. Theoretically, he had a way to use his words to complete the characterization, arrest and question him. But he didn't dare to use this to play. Damn. You should apply for resignation as soon as possible. It's really not a human thing. It's just a job. Why play with your life? What do you think? The group of micro-expression masters behind the screen also looked solemn at this time. And a Ferber agent in charge of coordination on the scene asked. We have all been seen through. All we can see from his face is impatience and confidence. You can't see the inner heart of such a person through his expression. There is even a faint disdain. High above, looking down on mortals. Hearing the words of these micro-expression masters, Ferber agent, who was already mentally prepared, sighed. The instructors of Umbrella. It seems that they are all right. They are strong. But not only in combat. This kind of on-site response is so strong. The reaction is so fast. And it is easy to see through all the arrangements and layouts. This, letting the other party come to this kind of hearing that requires quick wits and reactions. Will it be an unwise choice? But he is just a small minion. Just do what is arranged by the above. Anyway, it is not him who is troubled. And it has little impact on him. Before the third round of hearings started, the live broadcast was open first, broadcasting the situation inside the hearing. Hearing representatives, observers, etc. began to take their seats one after another. The representatives of Neon sat in their seats early, because of the fun in the previous two sessions. There are many people watching this third live broadcast. There are both domestic and foreign live broadcast rooms. And there are also domestic nesting doll live broadcast rooms. Jiangbo's Pineapple live broadcast room also had many people coming in early, leaving many comments. This hearing is more interesting than a talk show. I don't know what weird questions will appear today. I just read the public notice. It seems that there will be a part of evidence. Is De Pyongyang having a change of heart? Conscience is a fart. According to the way they ask questions, evidence is useless. It will undoubtedly block all doubts. Various comments were discussing with each other. And Jiangbo also looked at them and smiled. He is not a popular science anchor like Sahawajia. And he does not understand some in-depth things clearly. But his own vision and judgment have always been very strong. This time he smiled and said, Actually, I think Neon should also take advantage of this rare opportunity to invite their powerful allies to come to the rescue. Jiangbo's words made the barrage stunned. Neon's powerful ally? Isn't that De Pyongyang? But soon someone reacted. You mean Umbrella? Hack. It seems to be feasible now. Amidst the many discussions, Wang Yi walked in with a strong aura. It can be said that he automatically became the focus of the scene just after entering the venue. Even looking at the many netizens in front of the live broadcast screen, they all looked at him unconsciously. At the same time, the spectators, and representatives, who had already arrived, stood up at the same time. They didn't know why they had to stand up, but they just felt that it was impolite for the other party to sit down. Standing together, the Neon representative, with an excited face, quickly stretched out his hands and held Wang Yi's hands and kept swinging them up and down. It's really great that you can come in person. Thank you very much for your support. Well, sit down. Wang Yi shook his hand perfunctorily, then pulled out his hand and wiped it on his suit in disgust. The Neon representative had no opinions or views at all, but kept bowing and apologizing. Afterwards, Wang Yi walked to the witness stand that was temporarily added and sat down directly. He treated everyone at the scene as nothing, and automatically became the core as soon as he entered. This aura, coupled with Wang Yi's original tough appearance, even if he was not very handsome, can make people feel a sense of center through the screen. Hack! Who is this guy? The representative of Umbrella. So domineering. But I like it. I feel like he can reach out and crush my head through the screen. He really treats other people as nothing. But he doesn't feel barbaric. As a professional fitness person, my future goal is to imitate him. This time, I came here to support Guzi, so Umbrella naturally has to have its own strength. From the conversation with Fox when I first entered to now, the meaning can be said to be written on his face. After Wang Yi sat down, it was obvious that the originally slightly relaxed atmosphere at the scene became a little serious. At the beginning, this hearing was just a formality, and many people would have this consensus. However, because the instructor Umbrella was wandering around in New York, they had to add a proof link. Because of this, many people who originally watched the live broadcast for fun now began to pay serious attention and discuss it. To be honest, although I don't like Japan, it is indeed a bit unfair this time. Isn't it 100-year-old brine to raise goo? We are also affected and some people have died because of it. But the impact is smaller. But I don't think Umbrella's joining can change the ending. The tableware is ready, and we are ready to start the meal. Now it's just their prayer ceremony before the meal. Just look at the ridiculous questions in the previous 2 rounds. That's it. No matter how the outside world discusses, the hearing will be carried out as scheduled. There have been 2 rounds before, and Japan has been completely defeated. This time it was originally a summary process, and adding a proof link is considered to be a chance for the final defense. Then the congressman who presided over the hearing said in a calm tone, "This time Neon applied for evidence, and the representative of Umbrella will make relevant explanations. Now you can state your demands." After a pause, he said to Wang Yi, "Mr. Carter, do you have anything to say?" Wang Yi put the microphone in place and said calmly in a declarative tone, "Everyone has seen the process and results of this incident, and we Umbrella took over Neon's cleaning and investigation tasks. And we did make some discoveries afterwards." As Wang Yi spoke, he raised his hand. The hearing did not prepare any projection facilities for him, and he did not ask. But Wang Yi came directly. The enhanced bracelet directly ejected a large screen that was large enough for the entire venue to see. There were 2 enlarged virus model structures on it, and there were corresponding serial numbers. Everyone knows that the outbreak this time is the original strain of the K virus. But in fact, the original strain has different mutation classifications according to the different areas of transmission. According to our current sequencing, we can determine that this is not the Yemen strain, but the one that first appeared in Africa. That is, the K virus alpha strain 1.1. The data listed by Wang Yi can be said to be quite detailed, including global infection maps, Japanese infection maps, approximate central infection locations, etc. It can be seen that Umbrella has indeed spent a lot of time and energy to conduct detailed investigations and data analysis. And it is fair, because according to the results shown by Wang Yi, the source is the hot springs in Fukuoka Prefecture. This made the presiding counselor's eyes light up. And then he said in a deep voice, "So, can your company confirm that the source of the first outbreak this time is Japan?" Just talking about the infection location. It is indeed. But this time it is likely that some other forces or organizations have carried out artificial release. When Wang Yi said this, he was quickly interrupted by the host. "We don't care about the possibility. We need evidence." And now you are sure, but before the host finished speaking, he was glanced at by Wang Yi. "Shut up. Don't interrupt me." The presiding counselor was written on the face by Wang Yi, and he directly held back all the words in his mouth. He wanted to say something to save face, but when he thought of the other party's eyes before, his mouth moved a little. But then he was completely quiet, and just whispered, "Sorry." This scene made the people watching the live broadcast laugh. They kept interrupting the Neon representative's words the first 2 times. Yes. The Neon representative dared not say anything. As expected of Umbrella, they can be so strong in other people's territory. Shut up. They actually endured it and apologized. Umbrella will not indulge them. Let's see what they say. I think there will be a big melon. In fact, many people do think that Neon may have been poisoned. Or even that it was Depyeong who did it. But who dares to say anything without evidence? Depyeong can use laundry detergent to beat people at will. But on the other hand, even if they have done something obviously evil, when the vote is to trace the source, I am afraid that most countries will abstain from voting. Because they dare not offend. The more they know that it may be Depyeong, the less they dare to investigate. But Umbrella is obviously not among them. Wang Yi enlarged the pattern of another virus sample on the screen. And then a world map appeared. This time, the red marks were only Yemen and Neon. However, we have found a special area in Neon, Tokyo. The virus samples here are different from most areas. They belong to the K virus alpha strain 1.7. Although they are generally similar to the original strain, there are still some subtle differences. That is, they are easier to hijack, and the outbreak speed is faster. The picture of the location this time is the street near the Anachi Shrine. In order to create difficulty for Wang Yi's Onmyoji vest, the organization specially added ingredients here. It's just that I didn't expect Umbrella to clear the field quickly at the beginning. After the mix, it was normal for 2 strains to appear. But now the situation is quickly controlled by Umbrella in a short period of time. And the infected areas have not intersected. So the source of the virus and the regional distinction are clear. It's quite obvious where 1.1 and 1.7 are. If Neon was leaked from the laboratory, then, how to explain this? They arranged for someone to come here and leak another virus? Although it seems similar. We have video footage of the relevant virus samples and evidence. And there is also frozen evidence that can be viewed by the International Investigation Team at any time. Wang Yi's calm tone blocked some questions. The evidence has been presented. So now it depends on how Depyeong will eat it. Chapter 442 Laboratory Sacrifice begins. Originally, the hearing was just a formality. Even if they were given a symbolic opportunity to defend themselves later, it actually didn't mean much. How well prepared can you be for the chance to present evidence? This was not mentioned at the beginning. And you won't be given any chance to show off at the scene. All the rhythm is on our side. But I didn't expect that Umbrella would not only come for a surprise attack, but also be well prepared. Not only that, their enlarged holographic projection, which they didn't sell to the public, was also visible to the entire hearing site. The key is that what they said is indeed well-founded, and they expressed their willingness to accept the verification and tracing of the evidence so frankly. This made the atmosphere a little awkward. A congressman who was in charge of asking questions immediately started to say no, and then said, "This doesn't make any sense. It can only be said that Neon leaked 2 viruses. Even if there is a traceback, it cannot be proved. Our losses must be compensated, and someone must give an explanation for our dead." He paused here, and then said calmly, "Or, only if our people go to trace the source. Can we believe it? What traceback? We don't agree with it. Only if the investigation team composed of all our people goes to investigate, we will agree. What the result will be at that time. Of course, we have the final say. Anyway, it's not our investigation." "No. Then let's put this matter aside for the time being. And now let's talk about the new clues we investigated. When tracing some sources of infection of the K virus, we used some special magic detection methods. Coincidentally, I had a related reaction after coming to New York. Although the specific location has not been determined, the approximate range is also known. If you are willing, we can help find the hidden dangers in New York." Wang Yi then released the satellite overhead view of the New York City area and marked the suspicious area. It just happened to include the private hospital with a laboratory in the basement. In addition to the hospital, there are some other buildings and a park next to it. It is also the area where Wang Yi went around after arriving in New York. What nonsense! Slander. This is blatant slander. The elderly congressman seemed to have his toes stepped on. And he became very excited. Not only do you not admit your mistakes, but you also blame us and slander us. You will pay the price for this. As he finished speaking, he even stood up, turned his back, and waved his fist at all the representatives in the audience, saying, "Look at their attitude. I think we can draw a conclusion now. I'm not saying that the leak is related to your country. After all, the organization itself has bases everywhere. It's just that they have established secret laboratories nearby. It's your responsibility to check it out. Wang Yi's tone was calm, and the content he expressed was all transmitted through the live broadcast of the hearing. In fact, neither De Pyongyang nor the organization expected Umbrella to suddenly switch offense and defense. It looked like Neon was a ghost. Umbrella didn't bother to care. But Umbrella wanted to confirm the situation in New York. Absolutely not. We will never allow Umbrella to operate in our great beauty. The congressman spoke directly and righteously, and was excited. We don't need to investigate. The scope is probably here. Maybe we can let the General Assembly arrange it. And all countries can send representatives. It should be easy to find it with such a large scope. Wang Yi still spoke in a flat tone. We don't need you to care about our affairs. We have our own judgment. You can't point fingers. This is our own business. The congressman was still roaring angrily. However, Wang Yi could judge that the other party had almost no emotional fluctuations, and this anger was more like incitement and disguise. Wang Yi didn't mean to point it out. The vote type determines the position. It is enough for great beauty to show its attitude. It is undoubtedly a fantasy to expect them to agree. This is a country that can veto the traceability of biological and chemical weapons. In fact, voting against itself is already confessing, leaving the last fig leaf. And this is just a prelude to the future. After the other party strongly opposed, Wang Yi shrugged and said casually, "That's all I have to say. You can judge for yourself. Let's go." After saying this, he stood up and left the hearing site without waiting for the result. The gesture of waving at the scene really made the congressman who presided over the hearing a little confused. He opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't say it. De Pyongyang's interests are De Pyongyang's interests. If he speaks up and is hated, it seems not worth it. After holding it in for a long time, Wang Yi almost left the room before he could say 2 words. Walking slowly. As soon as he came out, Wang Yi saw many media waiting outside. Although they were a little surprised that he left early, they quickly surrounded him and put the microphones to Wang Yi's face and kept asking, "Mr. Carter, is what you said at the hearing true? Mr. Carter, do you want to teach us how to do things? Do you have any evidence?" There were all kinds of questions. Although De Pyongyang had a strong power to guide public opinion, their reporters were also famous for their courage. There were too many reporters who were committed suicide after exposing the news. And some things could be exposed because of the fighting between the two sides. Sometimes they would have the idea that what was done in the previous term had nothing to do with our term. Although there were many hostile and misleading questions this time, there were also some questions that wanted to dig out big melons. Wang Yi took the opportunity to speak again. "I have already marked out the approximate range from the live broadcast. I will show it here again. If you have the energy, you may go to the vicinity to wait, and maybe you can find some clues." At this point, Wang Yi paused. After all, the laboratory should still have contact with the outside world. I just don't know what they are pretending to be. I personally think that the hospital and the park are the key points. On weekdays, Wang Yi's words may not really cause any waves. But now that the election is approaching at this time point, it happens that there is another candidate with a more challenging spirit this time. Perhaps, he might choose to break some tacit understandings, so as to let this matter ferment. No one knows investigation better than me. I think the authorities must give an explanation. We will not introduce external forces, but we need an internal investigation team. The public must know the truth and need an explanation. A popular candidate for the speaker made a high-profile statement on his special account. Because this candidate speaks directly, he also puts the words of great beauty as supreme on the table, claiming to make great beauty great again. Although it is very straightforward and makes countries other than great beauty very disgusted, it is easy to satisfy people in great beauty. So there is a large group of followers, and those who are easily emotional. After he started to call for action, a large number of supporters with banners and slogans began to pour into the area marked by Wang Yi. Many people are also checking everywhere or sitting on the ground in the park. Some practical people even took out small shovels to dig the soil in the park and were taken away by the NYPD. Some manual experts also made some receivers with radios and metal detectors, and found strange things everywhere. In addition to the park, many people also appeared near the private hospital. Many people wanted to disguise themselves as patients to sneak in, but most of them were discovered and stopped. Damn it! We were discovered by Umbrella. At the beginning, they could sense the meteorite. There should be some kind of remote detection. They didn't find it before because the fluctuation was small. But the recent fluctuation is indeed too large. In the laboratory, More instruments appeared near the rotten meat at this time. Various swings and values continued to appear on the dashboards of many instruments. The signals emitted by this flesh and blood have become stronger and stronger. Now it is not just some special instruments that they have made using Umbrella's magic arrangement, but even some radiation detection devices have discovered that some special radiation fluctuations have begun to appear here. There are so many people outside. It's hard for the combat team to get in now, and some people have already sneaked into the hospital to investigate. But I think something might go wrong if we continue like this. What can we do? Exploration always involves risks, and it's unpredictable at the beginning. These researchers also seemed a little irritable at this time. But at this moment, Dr. Chiao-sen, the head of the laboratory, came over. Don't be suspicious. The people above can't hold on for long. If they can find traces of our laboratory, then there is no value for us to exist. If the combatants don't come in, let the security guards work in 2 shifts and mainly keep an eye on this side. Seeing the person in charge, the researchers also became more serious, stopped complaining, and nodded in agreement. The experiment can't be stopped. We can't replenish the materials for the time being. If the remaining homeless people are not enough, we should save them. One person can do more tests and make full use of them. In this case, it is obviously impossible to catch people. The hospital is surrounded, and even if some patients are used, it will be too conspicuous. But the experiment can't be stopped. This may involve longevity. Even he was full of yearning. Understood? After giving the instructions, Dr. Chiao-sen returned to his room to take a simple rest. He was very tired from working day and night for the experiment recently. Now that there was less business, he couldn't waste time. He should take good care of himself and prepare for the future work. But just when he took a pill of Ankangding and was about to go to bed, he suddenly heard a faint voice calling his name in his mind. Chiao-sen. The appearance of the voice made Dr. Chiao-sen stunned, then shook his head and picked up the bottle of Ankangding. What are the side effects of this medicine? He has been using Ankangding for a long time. It is a magic tool that saves sleep time and makes people energetic every day. There has been no problem. And there are so many people using this medicine, and no problems have occurred. Chiao-sen. The voice appeared again, making him rub his temple. Maybe I'm too tired during this period. But at this moment, the voice in his mind became clearer and clearer. Chiao-sen. Submit to me. I will grant you eternal life. Who? Chiao-sen was startled, then stood up and looked around. He was originally an expert in biology, and he knew that auditory hallucinations could not be heard so clearly. This is not an auditory hallucination. What a dirty heart. You are born to be a member of our abyss. A hoarse voice appeared, as if some unknown existence was communicating with him. Chiao-sen's pupils seemed to reflect a phantom wrapped in flames. What is this? Chiao-sen is a shallow believer, but he knows that faith itself is just a kind of sustenance. He believes in the Creator, but the Creator is just the embodiment of order. As a scientific researcher, he can't explain what is happening in front of him. Abyss? Mortal? Eternal life? Suddenly, why did the painting style change? Slowly, he began to feel that the temperature around him seemed to be rising, and he seemed to be in a lava. The gray sky was dark, and there was only the scenery reflected by the lava. Boom! The sky seemed to be suddenly ignited by a green flame. The lava occupied the earth, and the flames occupied the sky. The flames in the sky slowly formed an indescribable and strange figure that people could not look directly at. Just a glance at the beginning made Chiao-sen instinctively lower his head and feel dizzy. What is this? Where is this? Mortal, I finally found you. Only you have this potential, and can listen to the voice of this king. The majestic sound echoed in the sky, layer by layer, and just the sound made Chiao-sen's head swell, as if he couldn't understand so much information. Just like humans may feel dizzy, or even epilepsy when they see the sudden high-speed change of color because the brain can't handle it. It's just a sound, but every word seems to contain an unbearable weight. Although he clearly didn't understand the language, he somehow understood its meaning. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and felt himself soaked in cold sweat. He looked around and found that he was still in the office, sitting on the small bed for resting. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Was it a nightmare? I had a nightmare after taking Ankangding? Is it because I'm under too much pressure recently? Chiao-sen muttered to himself. But soon, his expression froze, because he saw a strange symbol on the back of his hand. It seemed that the symbol was still twisting strangely, as if it was alive. He picked up the phone tremblingly, turned on the shooting mode, looked at the empty back of the hand on the phone screen, and then took the phone away to look at the outline pattern. Xiao Sin's lips also trembled. Is it true? He stretched out the fingers of his other hand with trembling hands and pressed the pattern on his hand, and then concentrated on his fingers. Soon, he seemed to be back in the lava world again. The sky was no longer burning flames, and on the cliff at the end of the lava in front of him, an extremely complex pattern appeared. It was somewhat similar to the one on the back of the hand, but much more complicated. He let go of his hand, returned to the room again, sat on the bed in a daze, and raised his hand again to look at the pattern on the back of his hand. The confusion on Xiao Sin's face gradually disappeared. His trembling lips closed, and a slight arc slowly appeared at the corners of his mouth. And then he grinned and laughed silently. The expression on his face gradually changed from confusion and panic to excitement and madness. It's true. It's true. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Master, your loyal servant will surely welcome your arrival. Magic. Abyss. Eternal life. So what if you sell your soul to the devil? Endless secrets are in front of you. And there is real eternal life. What organization? What status? Are all clouds? This alien creature is a scout from the abyss. In the future, the abyss will surely dominate the earth. And I will be the first human to surrender. Country? Race? Earth? What are these? Only by becoming the first person to surrender can I get endless benefits. I have long been fed up with those rotten old things. I will lead the future of mankind. Xiao Sin was originally a well-known expert in the industry, and he was also one of the main persons in charge of this Ethan hospital. So when there was a crowd outside the hospital and spies pretending to be patients sneaked in, Xiao Sin was still able to enter and exit openly. But as soon as he came out, he was also surrounded by media reporters. Dr. Xiao Sin, what do you think of what Umbrella said? Why are you unwilling to open the hospital for inspection? Professor Xiao Sin, is the hospital conducting any illegal experiments? Is there a K virus? Professor Xiao Sin. Various questions and microphones were thrown in front of him, making Xiao Sin look annoyed. I don't know what Umbrella means. They didn't separate our hospital. They wantonly slandered us without evidence, which violated our rights. After glancing at the crowd and reporters around him, he continued, we are a private hospital. We have to protect the privacy of ourselves and our patients. Without relevant legal documents, we can't open inspections. You don't want your privacy to be exposed when you are in the hospital, right? It has to be said that Xiao Sin's angle is still quite sharp, at least for De Pyongyang. This is a quite correct statement, and privacy can be used at any time. With this, he was able to shut up the reporters, and then he left. Oh, stupid pigs. Xiao Sin glanced at the group of people in the park opposite, who were still searching aimlessly, and looked more like they were on a picnic. A sarcastic expression appeared on his face. But it's good to have so many people. It will help him complete his master's great cause. Bruce is a homeless man who has lived in Ethan Park for a long time. He used to be a middle-class person with no worries about food and clothing. He worked in a large company, and had a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter. Until one day he found out that his wife had betrayed him. The two sides had a big fight, and the family relationship took a sharp turn for the worse. And finally they got divorced. In the end, the court ruled that his daughter should live with his ex-wife, and most of his house and savings became the cost of raising his daughter. In addition, he had to pay a considerable amount of money every month according to his previous job income. Then he also found that the man who destroyed his family relationship soon moved into his original home, and the money he paid every month was used for their daily expenses. Bruce, who couldn't accept this kind of blow, made many mistakes at work and was eventually fired for ruining a big order. But the alimony he had to pay didn't decrease at all, which eventually led to his bankruptcy and becoming a homeless person. Now, except for a Labrador he adopted, he has nothing. Fortunately, he didn't starve to death by relying on the relief food that was about to expire. Lying in the park and basking in the sun is what he likes to do every day now. But unfortunately, a group of people have been searching nearby every day recently, depriving him of his remaining fun. When will they leave? This is our paradise. While stroking his dog, Bruce showed a sad expression on his face. Woof woof. The Labrador next to him barked twice with his tongue out, as if to comfort his owner. Let's go! There's no place to sleep here tonight. We have to find a new place to live, now that the weather is getting hot and there are many mosquitoes. How to find a suitable place to sleep is also a specialty for a homeless person like him. There used to be an old Asian man here who was very good at finding the most comfortable place every time. But it seems that he was recently found by a hometown association from the east. It is said that he will be sent back to enjoy his wife and children. Oh, it's great. Soon, he found the place he wanted, which was in a small alley. The alley smelled of urine and no one came. But the ground nearby was relatively dry, because there was no sewage gathering on the terrain. It could be done by laying waste newspapers and taking care of it. In less than 10 minutes, the new nest was ready, and Bruce lay on it comfortably. After thinking about it for a while, he slowly fell asleep, until he was awakened by the miserable cry of the dog in a daze. After opening his eyes, he saw a figure in a windbreaker holding his dog with one hand and stabbing the dog with a knife. This made Bruce's blood boil, and all his sleepiness disappeared instantly. Let go of my dog. With an indomitable momentum, Bruce rushed towards the figure in the windbreaker fiercely. But just halfway through, bang! A gunshot rang out. Bruce was shot in the leg, fell directly to the ground, and kept wailing. Although there was a gunshot, there was no movement around, and only the sound of some windows closing could be heard vaguely. In Pyongyang, shootings are really common. On average, more than 100,000 people are shot every year, and more than a third of them die, with more than 100 people dying every day. This is still recorded. There are naturally more gang fights that are not counted. And there are also people who just took out guns to threaten, but did not shoot. Oh! I didn't want to use a gun. I have to hurry up. The figure in the windbreaker spoke in a hoarse voice. No matter how chaotic it is, the possibility of someone nearby hearing the gunshot and calling the police is still not low. And he must deal with the problem in front of him as soon as possible. While reaching out to grope at his pocket for a while, soon a ball of squirming flesh and blood appeared in his palm. And then he stuffed it into the wound of the dying dog. With a disgusting puff, it was completely stuffed in, making the leather gloves he was wearing turn red. The dying dog began to twitch wildly, and his movements were very beastly, which made the homeless man who was covering his feet full of fear. Don't worry. This is a blessing for you, and it will be the beginning of your escape from the human body. The man in the windbreaker turned around slowly, and Bruce saw that he was wearing a mask on his face. But his eyes seemed to be flashing scarlet light in the night. Don't come over here. Another shooting. Damn it. An agent was holding a coffee cup in his hand in the patrol car, and after quickly drinking all the coffee in it, he couldn't help but complain to his colleague who was driving. The recent riot caused by the candidate has brought too many people nearby. It's normal to have anything happen. But why is there still? Maybe it's a robbery, black guy. The place where the incident happened was not very remote, and the NYPD's police response speed was still quite fast. The patrol car quickly arrived near the scene, because they only received a report that there was a gunshot. They still needed to look for it. After arriving near the mission area, the two also put away the previous jokes and began to become serious. The other party has a gun, and they will not joke about their lives. The streets at night are a bit empty, except for a few drunkards and drug addicts lying on the side. There is nothing suspicious. You can see the end at a glance. This forced the two to park the car to the side, and then put one hand on the waist and began to get out of the car to patrol. Fortunately, this is not a slum or a black area, so it is not so chaotic. Otherwise, they would definitely not dare to come here to check the situation at night. There is blood here. The young agent found the alley. The smell and blood in it were too obvious to see. The older one also walked over quickly, holding a flashlight in one hand and a gun in the other, and shone in the alley for a while. After finding no threat, he came to the bloodstains with two strange patterns. What is this pattern? Did some cultists do it? The older agent frowned. He had a lot of experience in handling cases, and Pyongyang had countless cults, and there were often some strange cases. It's possible. But look, Senior, are there any drag marks here? With so much bleeding, he must have died. Was the body dragged away? The young agent pointed to the marks on the ground, which made the older agent feel a little uneasy. It didn't seem to be a drag mark, but more like the body had left by itself. Could there really be a K-Virus Research Institute nearby? This matter was of great importance, and Pyongyang had a big impact some time ago. He also solved a lot of zombies. This was the most sensitive time, and he quickly picked up the walkie-talkie and started calling for support. Requesting support. The suspected body is missing, and the suspicion of zombies needs to be ruled out. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let him go. He didn't want to go through it again. Chapter 443 Breeding Opening. In the previous zombie incidents around the world, apart from Neon, which was the worst hit. De Pyongyang was the second. This is also their confidence for this hearing. For the elites of De Pyongyang, the lives of the lower class are just numbers. So many people died, which is a good entry point. Arousing empathy can make a big bite of meat. But no matter how it is a number, after experiencing a wave at the beginning, everything that should be prepared is ready now. The subsequent defense is obviously more experienced, and the reaction speed is faster. What's more, the incident happened in New York, not in the slums. After receiving the call for help from the first police officer, a large number of police forces were immediately dispatched. Even helicopters were dispatched at night. The roar of the propeller, combined with the powerful searchlight, the nearby residents felt a sense of panic. It seems that something big has happened. It was just an ordinary shooting, and it was normal for someone to call the police. But no one took it too seriously. Now 3 helicopters are constantly hovering in the sky. There are even anti-explosion police armored vehicles on the ground. The NYPD is completely different from other local detectives. They are rich and well equipped. And because the K virus broke out a long time ago, they also purchased a batch of weapons and equipment specifically for zombies. Anyway, they were quite good in the last incident. So although they took it very seriously this time, they didn't think that the problem could not be solved. It's just that the sirens on the street sounded again and again, and the helicopters came again and again. But in the end, they returned empty-handed. De Pyongyang surveillance is not popular, so there is really no clue this time. However, the blood sample test soon came out with the result that there was no K virus. And one of them was a dog blood painting. It should be done by some cult. The homeless man and the dog must be in danger. But it's not a big deal. There was a shooting, and a homeless man died. To put it bluntly, the severity is not as serious as the death of the dog. At least if the Animal Protection Organization knew about it, they would definitely make trouble and come to pay tribute. But people don't care. Early the next morning, many supporters who came to protest came to Ethan Park and Ethan Clinic again. However, some of them heard about the commotion here last night. It seems that many agents came here last night. Do you think they came to destroy the evidence? That must be the case. I heard that only a homeless man and a poor dog disappeared. Although the dog is very pitiful, it shouldn't cause such a big commotion. Yes, they must use this as an excuse to destroy the evidence. There may even be zombie infection. That's right. It was so scary last time. There was one downstairs from my house. After being shot to death, blood splattered all over the floor. The blood of these zombies is not coagulated. The body is still alive. For sure, it's a little different from the movie. The protesters gathered in the park also began to gossip about this matter at this time. And they felt more and more that it was a conspiracy. Rio is a mixed-race black man who is also a supporter of the candidate and also came to participate in this protest. But to say how enthusiastic and supportive he is, that's all. I followed along, mainly to see if there would be any bargains to be picked up. If the crowd gets excited, maybe we can try to hit some nearby places that we usually don't dare to come to. This is a prosperous area in New York, and there are many luxury stores nearby. Anyway, he usually participates in such activities. Occasionally, someone gives money, and if no one gives money, he can find a way to make money himself. It can be regarded as his profession. However, this kind of protest itself is also very physically demanding. After all, it takes a long time to stay. After chatting with his companions nearby about what happened last night, he drank a few bottles of water and felt his bladder was full. You guys continue. I'm going to the toilet. Just find a place to solve it. I've been there before. The toilet here has been waiting in line for a long time these days. Another black guy said indifferently. Because there are too many people nearby recently. The toilet is tight. Anyway, solving problems on the spot is commonplace for them. For example, in the New York subway, almost all large and small stations have their traces. Just like claiming territory. We have to find a place with fewer people. Rio certainly didn't mind this. But it wasn't good to have too many people. Haha. Are you still afraid of being seen? Maybe you can attract some lonely companions. Haha. Amid the jokes of his companions, Rio also laughed and cursed and quickly ran out of the crowd. Sure enough, there was a long queue in front of the toilet. And many of them were women. He was too lazy to fight for it. So he found an empty alley and walked in directly. But after entering, he saw a homeless man leaning against the wall holding a dog in the dead corner originally blocked by the trash can, which almost scared him. This man didn't make any sound. Fortunately, he took a look at the other person's chest that was rising and falling. and knew that he was not dead. Then he took a few steps inside without paying attention, and began to release water in the corner with a comfortable look on his face, making the wall sizzle. Just after he had a relaxed expression on his face, he found that the shadow of the wall in front of him had changed. It seemed that someone stood up behind him, blocking the light source of the exit and casting a shadow on the wall. That homeless man? Some guys have problems with their orientation, and many of these homeless people have no concerns. Rio continued with a sneer. Brother, I'm sorry to wet your territory, but you don't mind? Right. Uh-huh. But then he found that the owner of the shadow seemed to be approaching him. Let's keep our distance. Otherwise I'm afraid there will be any misunderstandings. When he shook twice and prepared to put away the tools, Rio also became a little alert. But the next moment, he was stunned. The head of the figure cast on the wall seemed to suddenly crack, and countless tentacles danced in the air in an instant. The shadows were all reflected on the wall. There was also a disgusting sound of puffing from behind. This sudden change also made Rio turn around with some fear and hesitation. It's a prank. Right? A prank by the shadow. But watching the head in front of him explode, revealing countless bloody vines swinging, blocking the exit of the alley, his entire mood quickly collapsed. He finally knew why there was such a big scene last night. But you didn't solve it. This made Rio collapse and scream immediately, ready to call for help. But just when he opened his mouth and had no time to make a sound, a bloody tentacle shot directly and stuffed into his mouth. The tentacles with red and black pus on the surface kept pouring in, scraping a layer of sticky pus around the corners of his mouth. Not only did it block the sound, but the invasion and huge pressure on the throat made Rio roll his eyes, and couldn't even make a whimper. Then I saw that the uneven surface of the tentacle kept injecting something into Rio's body. Most of these activities of Depalion were originally very loose. It is completely normal for people to disappear while walking, go to the toilet, go back home for something, or move to another place, or be built into the wall. There are not many people who really pay attention and care. With so many people, it is completely normal for a few to go missing. But, slowly, some bloody graffiti appeared inexplicably in some deserted alleys, corridors, public toilets, roofs, etc. nearby. Some people didn't care when they saw it, but some people would still call the police after seeing it. Therefore, the NYPD also noticed the situation here. Some protesters are missing? This is a big trouble. They originally deployed a lot of police forces nearby, just to avoid conflicts. It is really hard to explain such a situation now. Maybe some people think it was done by them, or some forces behind them. This also made the NYPD deploy more police forces near the protest and began to investigate the possible cult. However, the increase in the number of detectives nearby obviously caused dissatisfaction among the people who came here to look for clues and protest. They thought it was aimed at them, coupled with the instigation of the candidate on the special, and the inexplicably irritable atmosphere nearby, which immediately made the contradictions on the scene a little sharp. There is something wrong. We need to go to the hospital to check. What is going on? I heard that some people who were marching have disappeared recently. They must have done it. Damn. There is no K-virus in there. Right? Various signs and banners appeared, and collisions became more frequent. After the glass of a luxury store was smashed, violent conflicts inevitably occurred. The atmosphere of violence and chaos began to gather, and the already impulsive crowd seemed to become even crazier. Looking at those black people who were afraid of chaos, and came out of nowhere rushing into the store to buy for free. The NYPD detectives, who were maintaining order nearby, also felt helpless. Senior, just watch them like this. They are robbing. The police officer, who first discovered the bloodstains of the homeless man, complained as he looked at the scene in front of him. The $0 purchase happened right in front of him, and they were just sitting in the police car and watching. What else? Do you use your body to block it or shoot? The old agent next to him obviously didn't feel any fuss about this kind of thing. Now this place has attracted a lot of attention, and it will be troublesome if it is not handled properly. There is nothing wrong with buying for 0 yuan. But if a black person dies, it will be a lot of fun, and I can't afford to be offended. With this spark, the atmosphere nearby has become more and more manic, and the residents living nearby have also felt nervous. Fortunately, in most cases, they will still focus on those luxury brands. Going to their homes is too risky, and the gains are not much. So it is far better to focus on the stores. But even so, the residents living nearby and those who have guns at home have begun to prepare. Shit! Why don't these dirty bugs die? An old man stood at the window and looked at the chaos below, holding a shotgun in his hand with an angry look on his face. His beloved car was trampled into pieces by the group of people. But he didn't dare to go down with a gun in this situation. He is a middle-class person with a family background. And he didn't think of confronting this group of people head-on. It's not worth it. It has been a very eventful time recently. And I don't know when some evil cult got into my apartment building. Someone painted some weird symbols on the roof with blood. It was disgusting to look at. Later, the detective came to investigate and said that the blood was human blood. It was really damnable. Ah! The sudden scream made the old man stunned. It was normal to scream in such a chaotic scene. It was very chaotic outside. But this voice was very close. As if it was next door. It seemed to be Mrs. House? This made the old man walk towards the door with his shotgun. There must be some petty thief who came in during the chaos. It was really damnable. However, just as the old man opened the door, a strong fishy smell came into his nose. With a strong smell of sulfur, which almost made him vomit. And he couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose with his hands. What the h-l? Damn it! When he walked out of the room and came to the corridor of the apartment, he was somewhat shocked to find that the walls of the corridor were filled with all kinds of bloody graffiti. All kinds of weird symbols and patterns. Looking at these distorted patterns, he felt a little dizzy. As if he couldn't calculate. In this dizzy feeling, he felt as if the scenery nearby was gradually changing. Distorted in the haze. Just like his perspective when he was drunk. For a while, it was this corridor full of weird symbols. And for a while, it seemed to be a cave full of magma and countless monsters gathered, switching back and forth from time to time. And those monsters seemed to look at him, full of cruelty and bloodthirsty. A monster that looked like a deformed bird with a long neck and a sharp mouth on its head turned its head and looked at him. The dense eyes around the mouth seemed to stare at him at the same time. Then it jumped up, flapped its wings and flew up, swooping towards him. Damn it! The old man roared, not caring whether it was an illusion or not, and pulled the trigger directly. The next moment, the illusion disappeared, and he seemed to be back in the corridor, which made him pat his head with a bitter smile. What's going on? Those things in the cult are really evil, and they can also cause hallucinations. But the next moment, the old man's expression froze. Looking at the bullet marks he left on the ceiling of the corridor. This was shot by his own shotgun. But why? There are several huge twisted feathers falling. Looking at the messy feathers falling, it seems that they were shot by a gun. And they look very messy. I don't know what bird they are from, but I feel sick looking at the feathers. Well, it should be from the strange bird in my previous hallucination. He stretched out his shoes and kicked the feathers forward. After confirming that it was real, the old man began to tremble and refill the bullets in his shotgun. Mrs. House's screams next door have stopped, and he has no intention of going over. Instead, he slowly retreated into the house and closed the door. Then he trembled and said to the bracelet on his hand, Siri, help me call the police and tell them that there is a monster and heavy firepower is needed. Bang. Suddenly, a violent impact and vibration sounded, as if the house was shaken, and dust fell from the ceiling, and the security door in front, which had just been closed, suddenly sank inward, as if it had been hit by a huge force. Bang. Another collision occurred, causing the old man to retreat with his gun in hand. Another collision, as if a sharp claw pierced through the security door. It seemed that it was not from the deformed bird, but from another monster. Siri, hurry! The shotgun was loaded and aimed forward. The next moment, accompanied by a sound of glass breaking, the window behind the old man shattered. Countless things like plasticine palms poured in from the window and hugged him before he could react. The palms grabbed his face and arms, binding his whole body, through the gap between the palms that were clasping his face. His eyes were horrified to find that one of the hands had the ring that Mrs. House next door used to show off. Shit! The trigger was pulled randomly, and with the sound of gunfire, the old man was quickly held by countless arms and left the window, flying back to the next door. Paw! The shattering of high-rise tempered glass and the falling of the swish attracted a lot of attention from the already agitated crowd below. The lethality of tempered glass falling from a high altitude was quite large. 2 black guys fell to the ground covered in blood and wailed. It was because they didn't hit their heads. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to wail. This made many people shout angrily. Someone must have done it on purpose. Yes, on purpose. I think it was the owner of that store. It was the owner of that store. As the special window-breaking hammer smashed the glass wall of the store, the angry crowd flattened the entire store. Bang. A corpse suddenly fell from the sky, which calmed the fanatical crowd a little. Looking back at the broken body that turned into meat sauce and mud, like a meat-filled corpse wrapped in clothes. Many people nearby also bowed their heads and vomited. What's going on? Did someone commit suicide? This corpse is so weird. The brave people can see that this corpse is so weird. It feels like half of the head is missing. It doesn't look like it was broken like this. And as this mud-like corpse twitched, everyone nearby couldn't help but show a look of horror on their faces. Zombies! Ah! Help! Run! Instantly, panic spread, and a trampling incident occurred at the scene. The muddy corpse on the ground stood up with half of its head missing. The corpse was quite strange. The part above the eyes had disappeared. The ears became large and pointed. And the wound part of the missing head seemed to have turned into a mouth. It seemed that it could not see without eyes. And its ears kept twitching. Then it moved to the nearest screaming woman at a very terrifying speed that far exceeded the human body's limit. The deformed palm pressed on the woman's head and lifted it. With a creak, it rotated 180 degrees. And it was deader than dead. The next moment, he appeared next to another person. As if he was killing for the sake of killing. Yoko, who was dining at a high-end restaurant on the 3rd floor across the street, looked at the greater commotion outside, and couldn't help but pick up the bracelet to start filming. You deserve it. You deserve it. Curse you. Yoko kept filming the situation outside, while muttering curses in a low voice. Last time she went out as a volunteer, she encountered a disgusting thing with the beautiful soldier. Although Umbrella finally vented her anger, the feeling of living under someone else's roof still made her feel bad. After the follow-up restoration and cleaning of Neon was almost done, Yoko also took advantage of the summer vacation to go out and relax. The dormitory was terrible, and it was getting more and more wrong. Sometimes when she went to the toilet, she could feel someone blowing on her neck. The moving towels, toothbrushes, etc. made her feel even more creepy. Some of the marks she made specially also changed obviously. This time, it happened that the hearing was going to be held by the beautiful soldier, and she came to show her support. As a result, she didn't expect that this hearing would be even more infuriating. She wanted to blow up New York. Fortunately, Umbrella was tough. But Umbrella's toughness alone was useless, and could not solve the actual problem. At this time, when she heard that there might be a secret laboratory here, Yoko also came excitedly to investigate the clues. But after coming here, she found that she was completely redundant, because a candidate on a certain special issue had called for too many people to gather here. So she chose a hotel nearby to stay and observe the place at the same time. Today, she also came out to eat in the restaurant here, while observing the situation here to see if she could record some materials. As a result, it seems that there was a big riot. At this time, the manager of the restaurant also came over quickly and said to the guests in the restaurant, "Please rest assured, our restaurant has an excellent security system. The restaurant door is now closed. The riot outside will not affect here. Our security guards are all equipped with guns." It must be said that although this high-end restaurant is not cheap, it does provide supporting services. Security service is one of them. This is why in the previous zombie incident, except for the bad luck of running into it, almost no elite class was affected afterwards. Even if they live in the same city and the same street, they are actually in two completely different worlds. On one side is efficiency, safety, and perfect service, and on the other side is chaos, the scenes of trampling, death, and violence outside. But behind the wall, it has become a scene for the rich to enjoy. Elegant music echoes inside, and exquisite food exudes an alluring aroma. You can enjoy the changes outside while tasting wine. The closed restaurant door, the retired special forces hired at high salaries, and the semi-automatic rifles and shotguns guard the easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack entrances and stairs. It can be said that as long as there is no heavy firepower breakthrough, this place is as stable as Mount Tai. Even in the previous zombie chaos, we were not affected at all. And if there is a problem, the NYPD will give priority to rescuing us taxpayers, who is their bread and butter. They know in their hearts. The words of the restaurant manager attracted a lot of laughter. And although Yoko was also in the restaurant, she had a weird sense of weirdness. Her family conditions are very good, and she is also an elite class in Japan. In fact, the class solidification in Japan is quite serious, and it is even more difficult to climb up than to Pyongyang. And they have been relying on the baptism of bloodline supremacy to make ordinary people accept this. But, even if it is them, they are not so alienated, at least on the surface. Neon cares a lot about etiquette. listening to the soothing music in her ears. Yoko couldn't help but feel absurd. Then, there seemed to be a voice in the manager's headphones. It should be the security guards, who closed the door downstairs. Because the manager was near Yoko, and the sound was turned up. She also vaguely heard what was said. Manager. It seems to be a zombie incident. It's a bit troublesome. Now we have cut off all the entrances and exits. I hope it's not a mutant-infected body. It's really a zombie. Sure enough. There is a laboratory nearby. Umbrella's clues are correct. Because of the clues they provided. The crowd gathered here, which put pressure on the laboratory. And then, there was a leak. I know. Don't worry. The glass has been replaced with high-grade bulletproof glass last time. It doesn't matter if there are mutant zombies. Just hold on. Then 2 people will come up to the stairs to give the guests some sense of security. Although the manager was shocked, he still gave orders calmly. In fact, the infected bodies of those mutant zombies are just like this. Although they have reached the limit of the human body, the most troublesome thing is the ability to spread. They may be able to invade the house through the window, but it is meaningless here. Besides, it is not certain whether it is a mutant-infected body. Nowadays, the internet is so developed. Not to mention that the scene is already in the focus area, and there are media from the candidate faction to add fuel to the flames. So there was an accident here, suspected of a biochemical crisis, which instantly detonated the world. It's too early for Neon to clean up now. There are still a lot of scrapped cars on the street that have not been cleaned up, and the air is still filled with stench. As a result, the Pyongyang came again? Are you still holding a hearing? Chapter 444. The style is wrong. Shock. Classmates. The Pyongyang is the culprit. Now they have also broken out. And this is caused by themselves. Yoko kept filming the chaotic scene outside, and then sent the news she heard from the manager directly to her classmates' TT group. The current environment is completely different from that of Seoul University, and they have gradually adapted to zombies and K-virus. So even if it is a sudden biochemical crisis, the Pyongyang chose the same as Neon, and did not cut off the network. It is convenient for some family members to contact each other. This naturally made Yoko keep sending messages. But soon, Yoko vaguely felt that something was wrong. She had experienced the biochemical crisis in Tokyo Port District first, and then experienced this multi-point outbreak. She was already familiar with the process of the biochemical crisis, and the panic brought by the third time was actually not much, because it was indeed very safe here. But this time she found that it was different from the previous 2 times. The human body that was suddenly thrown flying, spanning a distance of dozens of meters, smashed from the invisible direction on the other side of the street, and hit the scattered crowd below fiercely, splashing blood plasma on the ground. Like a catapult. This made Yoko's eyes go straight. No way. This style of painting is wrong. Zombies have this function? Is it a mutant virus? Oops. There may be some other strange experimental subjects. At this time, Yoko did not forget to record the video and explain it in the video, while also starting to find the manager to remind her. This is her 3rd time to experience a biochemical crisis, both ordinary and mutant. This time, the destructive power of the flying man just now is even worse than that of the mutant. Please rest assured. Yes, we will deal with it. And if it is a mutant, the Federal Guard will not sit idly by. We are all distinguished guests here. Our boss is also a big taxpayer, and a sponsor of the congressman. So we are the first echelon to be protected. The manager also wiped the sweat from his forehead, and obviously saw the previous scene. However, he had a good psychological quality, and he did not forget to comfort them at this time. Don't worry. Our glass wall is a newly installed high-grade bulletproof glass, just to give guests a sense of security. Plus our. Before he finished speaking, a car that was thrown into the air fell from the sky and rolled into the crowd. It rolled all the way over, crushing a pile of meat. The broken arms and limbs, along with the splashing blood, directly blocked the manager's words. His whole face was pressed against the glass wall, staring at the direction it was thrown from, as if he wanted to see what it was. At the same time, he was still cursing. Shit! Where did the experiment come from? Are you crazy? Tyrants are not so fierce. And those guests who were still tasting fine wine and chatting and laughing, their faces turned pale at this time, and began to leave their seats, or left the window, and began to squeeze in the high-grade glass wall that was full of security at the beginning. After the car that was thrown away, like a meat grinder appeared, suddenly no longer had the slightest sense of security. The only people who were willing to stay near the French window, apart from Yoko, who was filming a video and the manager who was leaning against the glass to watch the situation outside were a blond man with a timid temperament who was slowly eating the food in front of him. If you have watched the live broadcast of the hearing, you should be able to recognize that this is the Umbrella representative who gave evidence. However, at this time, no one would pay special attention to anyone, and most people were still staring outside nervously. A middle-aged man with meticulously groomed silver hair and elegant clothes said in a tone of pretending to be calm, "Since we are consuming here, you have the obligation to protect our rights and interests. This is why we are willing to pay a high price. Arrange your people to go out and see what is going on. Maybe this person himself has some status and is used to being bossy." This made the two security guards, who had already come up with shotguns, turn their heads and look at each other at this time. It is obvious that he did not consider the safety of the security guards at all. "Sir, don't you think the risk will be greater when we open the door? Our door below is very strong, but it opens and closes slowly," the manager explained politely with a polite smile. After hearing this, the guy who said he was going to get some information immediately shut up. And then he picked up his phone to make a call. But the line was busy after a few calls, which made him look annoyed. At this time, a lady said in a compassionate tone, "Oh, since we are safe here, shouldn't we accept more refugees? There are so many people outside if you are willing to go out and save them. I think they will be very happy." The manager rolled his eyes and retorted, "Now many people in the restaurant are trying to make calls, but except for calls to their families, most of the calls to the police or to contact someone who may provide security are busy." But soon two of them seemed to have connected something. And then, they stood up and said okay to comfort them. "We are Agent Phobler. It should not be an ordinary biochemical crisis outside now. You'd better stay calm and wait for rescue." After saying that, they also glanced at the guy who was still eating. To be honest, they were quite averse to the surveillance mission, although the person who arranged the mission did not mention the warning conveyed by Wang Yi. But the words of Instructor Umbrella still weighed them down like a huge rock. So the two of them did not dare to do anything excessive. So they could only honestly treat it as eating here. As a result, who would have thought that another biochemical crisis would break out? And it was really near the area, the other party said. To be honest, if they hadn't seen the other party right under their noses, they would have suspected that this guy released the virus. Or there was really a laboratory. And he killed it and released it. But they had just finished talking here. And someone next to them heard that they were Phobler and started to grab them and wanted to ask questions. Suddenly, a bird of prey with a wingspan of 4 or 5 meters swooped down from the sky outside, rushed into the crowd, grabbed two figures, flapped its wings and flew directly into the sky. This caused a cry of surprise. "What is this?" Yoko was filming with the camera, and after the playback was paused, she was horrified to find that the appearance of this strange bird was completely beyond her original expectation. "I don't know what kind of creature it is at all. The experiments conducted in this mysterious laboratory are too disgusting. Right? If there are only zombies, it may be poisoning. But obviously so many weird things have appeared. It can only be a laboratory leak." For everyone now, they still subconsciously treat it as a biochemical crisis. After all, the biochemical crisis has been experienced several times, and the laboratory leak in Tokyo also had images of mutants appearing. Even when the authorities of Daimai began to respond urgently and quickly set up a temporary command center, they also treated it as a biochemical crisis. First of all, what needs to be prevented is the spread of the virus. The area is blocked, and then special ammunition is replaced for elimination. As long as it can be quickly extinguished from the source, there is no big problem. Some mutant individuals occasionally can't cause any waves. It is related to the biochemical crisis, and the previous treatment is still in the final stage. And all countries have been affected to varying degrees before. Now it appears again. It will naturally attract attention at the first time, and the level of attention is quite high. How long did Umbrella just finish speaking at the previous hearing? So you just said that the incident at Neon was caused by Neon, and your family has become like this? However, at the first time, all parties just treated it as a biochemical crisis. After all, it has happened several times, and many countries have tried it once. So they don't think it will have much impact on the Myeong. If the biochemical crisis is well controlled and the source is directly eliminated, the threat is much lower than that of influenza. It just causes a greater sense of terror. It's just that the place where it happened is New York, which may cause economic turmoil. It's not a big deal if you are prepared. Wall Street has a backup in Chicago, and the problem is actually smaller than expected. But even so, Many parties responded and expressed their positions at the first time. Press conferences and official statements will definitely not react so quickly. But some official online accounts, or sub-accounts of official media, are very suitable for responding and expressing their opinions at the first time according to the information. It's equivalent to blowing the wind. For example, Rabbit publicly stated that it would support tracing the source and investigation. Neon also immediately issued a statement saying that the source of the biochemical crisis that broke out in its own country is indeed still in doubt, and hopes to conduct an investigation and give a fair and reasonable result after the hearing. It has only been a short time since Umbrella found the clues, and you have already made trouble here. Don't be so quick to slap your face. The world has suffered from Pyongyang for a long time. Although Europe is an ally of Pyongyang, it is actually a place where Pyongyang has used many means. There are many consistent positions. But in the face of this outbreak, while expressing concern, it also said that it can trace the source. But in the end, in the face of statements from all parties, Pyongyang actively mobilized the nearby Federal Guard and various professional zombie response teams of the NYPD. At the same time, the spokesperson also issued a statement on the internet at the first time using social media. You just said at the hearing that there is a laboratory here. But a few days later, a biochemical crisis broke out here. We seriously suspect that this is Umbrella's self-directed and self-acted. And it's your good work. This kind of thing obviously can't be covered up. So naturally they have to find a way to pass the buck. It's clear that the previous hearing on Neon was that the place where the outbreak occurred was responsible. But now they are immediately double standard, regardless of whether Umbrella really has the ability to spread it. And put the blame first. Let's deal with future things later. And deal with the present first. For the authorities, what they care about now is more about the election situation. They have always tried to avoid provoking Umbrella because they don't want to damage their own bottles and jars. But in this situation, they can't care so much. Besides, it's just an informal online rumor, and they are just passing the buck and asking for a sky-high price. When things are right, they will give in and say that it may be done by terrorist organizations to provoke the relationship between Umbrella and Pyongyang. Pyongyang is very good at making various rapid changes in positions and attitudes according to the situation. But as a result, Pyongyang has just issued a statement. The situation is getting more and more wrong. The speed of the Federal Guard is not that fast. But the reaction speed of the NYPD can still arrive at the scene as soon as possible. As the leader of local detectives, NYPD often ignores Phobler because they have money and good equipment. And the weapons purchased against zombies are also sufficient. This time, a police armored vehicle arrived at the target area as soon as possible. The police officers came down with automatic firearms specially designed for zombie ammunition. It can be said that as long as the flesh and blood body is hit, a big hole will be made. However, when the NYPD detectives arrived, they found that it was not the case at all. Where are the zombies? Wasn't it the zombies they agreed to? Why is it this kind of thing? The speed far exceeds the limit of the human body, and even far exceeds the humanoid monster infected with the K-virus mutation. It came in front of them in just a flash. With a slap. Even the bulletproof vest and the people were torn in half. The explosive bullet renamed as the zombie-specific bullet successfully hit the target. Although it caused a roar. It was not a big deal. What the hell is this? Bang bang bang. As a result, they are still shooting at that weird thing. A monster with a triangle on its head, like Lound, appeared out of nowhere and directly pushed the police armored vehicle into the air. It was really pushed. It rolled 720 degrees in the air. What the hell? Go to hell. They clearly said there were only zombies. The sharp tongue penetrated, torn apart, swallowed alive. NYPD detectives died in various ways. As the armored vehicle was lifted off, a video of the first NYPD team that arrived first was slaughtered was released. All kinds of weird and terrifying creatures appeared on the internet one by one through different videos. Strange birds, weird people, terrifying creatures like Lounds, twisted giant snakes, etc. Although there were not many. All kinds of strange and weird things appeared from various sporadic videos. It was like a movie called The Cabin in the Woods, full of various categories and various weird creatures. There was also a video of a creature appearing out of thin air and rushing towards the crowd. What's going on? Is this a movie? No way. Appearing out of thin air? Is he invisible or something? Isn't it Resident Evil? Why has the style changed? However, at this time, Dr. Chiao-sen, the head of Ethan Clinic, who was at the center of the storm, uploaded a video and spent all his savings to connect to overseas TTs in Japan, kangaroos, and Gaul, with a large sum of money, and the other party was also involved in this incident. He could be considered a party. So he immediately spread it out for many people to see. Hello, human friends. I am Dr. Chiaosen, the head of Ethan Clinic and Underground Laboratory Number 7. Chiaosen, who was wearing a hood and covering his face, said in a hoarse tone in front of the camera. This also made all parties notice him at the first time. The top leaders of the organization and the great beautiful authority also seemed a little jumpy. What is Chiaosen doing? Find him and stop him. Damn it! He actually mentioned the laboratory directly. It's too late. He uploaded it to the TT platform. We can't stop him. Let's see what he says first. Those monsters that appeared don't seem to be from the laboratory. The signal has locked the location and a helicopter is being arranged to capture them. It really gave them a headache to send such information unexpectedly with the help of TT. However, just like what they planned before, they will pass the buck to see who will take it. You see, the other party uses the TT platform and says it has nothing to do with you, Umbrella. They can force any connection point they can find. It's like blaming the party that provides raw materials for their own drug abuse. I think my colleagues, superiors, and friends may want to find me now. Don't worry. I will appear in front of you after I finish my words, Chiaosen said with a grin. They should have found my location and started arranging for the arrest. So I can only make a long story short. To put it simply, some old guys who are afraid of death want to study the way to longevity based on the characteristics of the alien corpse last time. So we performed some cloning in the laboratory. Good man. This direct exposure of explosive news stunned everyone who saw the video. Cloning the corpse of an alien creature? Is it so bold? Didn't it say before that this alien creature may be able to revive again as long as one cell survives? It is even transmitting signals to the outside world. What if the cloning attracts it? Could this be it? Because Umbrella has revealed a lot of information about the alien creature. Many people have imagined that it is close to the truth. It's just that they think it may be another alien meteorite falling or something. But then Chiaosen pulled the camera away, which should be the shooting angle of the drone. After the camera is pulled away, you can see where he is now. A skeleton altar. There is a groove filled with blood under the altar, outlining an extremely strange pattern. Even looking at the pattern through the screen makes people feel sick. All lambs must remember this pattern. It is the pattern that can summon the Lord to come. And now all the dead will become sacrifices. Sacrifice to the Supreme Lord of the Abyss, the Master of the Rotten Swamp, the King of Spirits and Fire Dogs, the Destroyer of the Jaya civilization, His Majesty Enzo. As his voice fell, the blood array pattern under the skeleton altar bloomed with dazzling blood color. It seemed to illuminate the sky at night. One after another, the translucent spirit monsters floating in the air. There were also many special abyss creatures nearby that Enzo had been working overtime to capture. As if they emerged from the blood pattern near the altar out of thin air and began to rush around. Go. Capture more flesh and blood. And complete a more perfect sacrifice. Then, the drone filming seemed to be strongly disturbed by some distortion and was directly interrupted. This is the video uploaded by the other party. Obviously, this has been completed. The helicopter that captured Chiaosen quickly approached the location. But the night sky in front seemed to have been dyed blood red. What is this? The special operations team in the helicopter looked at the bloody sky. And there was always a sense of panic and palpitations in their hearts. As if a disaster was about to happen. And soon, they knew that their feelings were not wrong. Several huge strange birds rushed straight towards the helicopter. The helicopter propeller that could cut all flesh and blood broke when it collided with the bird's claws. Then it quickly fell towards the street below with thick smoke. And a ball of fire burst out. And the people in Yoko's restaurant also saw the helicopter falling and exploding in front of them. The street seemed to be in a sea of fire. And many restaurant survivors, who were watching Chiaosen upload the video then found out. The signal was gone. Oh! God! What is this? Hell? This is the devil summoned from H.L. Oh my God! We will all die! God bless. Chiaosen's words can be said to be quite shocking. And there are actually many believers into Pyongyang. The speed of accepting this H.L. and devil is much faster than the zombies at the beginning. Soon most people believe that this was an evil person who made a sacrifice and summoned the army of H.L. It's over. It's the end of the world. The army will flatten the world. Aircraft and cannons are useless. We are going to die. Despair appeared on the faces of several people in the restaurant. The network is down. Are they giving up on us? There is no signal. It's all over. The raging fire of the helicopter crashed outside, and the deformed bird swooping down more and more frequently. This continuous impact, coupled with the continuous escape of the survivors. When looking outside through the glass wall at this time, there are not many pedestrians on the street. Either they hide in some nearby stores, or continue to run away. The road is already blocked by chaotic car accidents. Although it is obviously blocked, there are still people driving like crazy, as if they want to rush through, which can only cause more and more deaths. Many people are stuck in the car and cannot move. There are also many people who take the initiative to hide in the car, hoping that this iron box can bring them safety. All kinds of roars, screams, and explosions can already be heard, making the restaurant full of a sense of fear. Even the security guards holding guns had a pale face. Turn off the lights. I think it's better not to be a target. Wang Yi had also finished the food in front of him. The tire was rated 2 stars, and the taste was indeed unique. The taste did not surprise Wang Yi. Not as good as CIG, but it was very unique. Originally, after eating casually, Wang Yi was too lazy to care about the life and death of this group of people. He just wandered here and caught some spirits. Whether it was vengeful spirits or soul fragments that appeared in large numbers due to death, there should be a good harvest. After the communication of the abyss breath, the concentration of magic power here has increased, which can also save time for wandering around. A summoning spell can slowly wait for the ghosts to come. However, he also saw the beautiful girl who was still taking pictures. Wang Yi had an impression of this tall beauty with long legs. She was Gu Qianqian's roommate. This guy also went to the shrine to ask for some amulets and put them in the dormitory. He should have been tormented by the vengeful spirits that Gu Qianqian took in. Now that he appeared in New York during the holidays, it is likely that he was tricked by Gu Qianqian. Since he met him, it doesn't matter if he took a handful. After Wang Yi spoke, the 2 agents who called themselves Foblers also spoke immediately. Yes, turn off the lights. If it was just an ordinary zombie infection, it would be fine. They had also received corresponding training. After eliminating the fear of the unknown and experiencing it once, it was actually just like that. The threat is far less than that of a person with a gun. But the scene in front of them was that even a helicopter was taken down. This was too exaggerated. Originally, monitoring the umbrella instructor was really a hard job. But now that they saw the other party nearby, they felt a sense of security inexplicably. Thinking of their original mission, after looking at each other, one of the beautiful agents walked up and came to Wang Yi and said, "Mr. Carter, please take care of me when the time comes. Do you need a gun?" While speaking, she handed her pistol to Wang Yi. Although it was just an ordinary pistol, her attitude also said it all. Wang Yi glanced at the other party, showing a half-smile expression, and then took the gun and played with it. "I have to save myself, so just don't hold me back." The situation here also made Yoko look suspiciously for a few times. And then she realized, "Ah, you are the representative of Umbrella at the hearing." After Yoko said this, many other guests also looked at Wang Yi. Really? Umbrella's security capabilities are the best in the world. No wonder Agent Fobler is here. He is not monitoring him. At this time, the middle-aged man with silver hair and meticulous grooming also walked over quickly, trying to use a tense expression to say, "Hello, Mr. Carter. I am the CEO of Frank Securities. Frank, Umbrella is a security company, and I want to hire you to protect my safety now. Although the internet and signal are disconnected nearby, it still has no effect on Umbrella's satellite." Wang Yi also heard the relevant information about Lin Shichin in his headphones. This is an institution that is very good at short selling. Although it can only be regarded as a medium to low scale on Wall Street, it is very good at collecting intelligence. The target will go to great lengths to collect relevant flaws and disclose them. So although he was just a person in the financial industry, he also knew what Umbrella's combat power represented. $100 million US. I can protect your safety. First the money. The other party was so arrogant. Wang Yi naturally mentioned it casually. Frank's expression froze directly. $100 million US? This is definitely not a small amount for anyone. Although he is a financial person on Wall Street, he is not at the top. He needs to sell some financial products to make up the money. It's just that his life is at stake. So he gritted his teeth and nodded at this time. The amount is fine. But there is no network now. And I also need time to raise money. But we can sign the agreement first. You can't say shit without money. Wang Yi pushed the man against the wall with one sentence. The other people around him also felt a little confused at this time, and were even stunned. What did they just see? This person is the representative of Umbrella. Some people who watched the live broadcast recognized him after being reminded, although he didn't show as strong as the hearing before. He seemed a little low-key, but it should be him. Then the people of Fable came over and took the initiative to hand over the gun to the other party. Then the arrogant silver-haired middle-aged man actually went over to ask for protection. He accepted the offer of $100 million US. He was ridiculed just because he didn't have cash? Even though the people who came to this restaurant to consume were wealthy. They were also shocked at this time. On the other side, the security personnel in the store seemed to have gathered together to discuss something. Immediately, a person who seemed to be the leader trotted over and said respectfully, "Mr. Carter, we are members of the Control Risk Group. Now that we have encountered this kind of thing, we also want to work together to overcome the difficulties and are willing to follow your command." Good guy. This is a direct surrender. Frank, who was rejected, rolled his eyes after seeing this, and then turned back to the other customers behind him and said, "Everyone, this is the representative of Umbrella. And Umbrella has always been the top security company in the industry. The ability may be beyond the imagination of ordinary people. He is capable of protecting us, and we must believe in him. Money is not enough, and he has been frustrated. At this time, he can only tie everyone up in the car to try." But just after he finished speaking, the head of the security who came to show his loyalty changed his face, and then fired a shotgun directly upwards, knocking down the chandelier, and said sternly, "What? You want to coerce Mr. Carter? Delusion." At this time, he was secretly bitter in his heart. As a practitioner, he certainly knows the characteristics of Umbrella. It can be said that this company has a good reputation, and it doesn't mind doing some good things that are convenient. However, they refuse any moral kidnapping, and all moral kidnapping will only have a counterproductive effect. Maybe it was nothing to say like this, and even a few of them couldn't get on the car. Any words can't have the persuasive effect of a gun. After firing first and then scolding, everyone quieted down. The noblewoman who had said she wanted to save the refugees outside was trembling like a quail, and they all shut up. Then the security leader scolded the manager. "Why don't you turn off the lights? Didn't you hear Mr. Carter's suggestion at the beginning? Now it's not about employer or not. Whoever has a gun has the right to speak." Even though the proportion of Depyalion holding guns is very high, given the status of this group of people here, not many people carry guns with them when they go out. After hearing this, some dazed managers woke up from their dreams and immediately ran into the office, and then turned off all the lights. In an instant, the whole restaurant fell into darkness. Only through the lighting of the glass wall and the light from outside can we see the surrounding situation clearly. The flames burned and flickered continuously, and the firelight reflected on everyone's faces, revealing different expressions. Chapter 445 Support Arrival. The lights in the restaurant were turned off, and even the curtains above were all lowered, making the interior dark. You could only look outside by lifting some of the curtains. You could only hear nervous breathing in the restaurant. 4 of the 6 security guards were guarding downstairs with guns, and the other 2 followed Wang Yi on the left and right to wait for orders. The 2 Fopol agents were the same. In fact, if it weren't for their obstruction and threats, I'm afraid that others would also want to run and stand together at this time. Now, they can only stay away from the window and stay together. Yoko was quite brave. She still stood by the window and secretly lifted a corner to take pictures of the situation outside. At this time, in addition to the fire and almost invisible people on the street, some strange creatures have begun to appear one after another. A large mass of meat that was wriggling like mud seemed to be able to split, and it kept emitting some branches like fungus carpets, and it seemed to be phototropic, and began to squeeze into various shops with lights next to it. Various screams appeared one after another. The survivors who had taken shelter in the nearby stores were hit by the disaster one after another, and were quickly pulled into the rotten flesh by the mycelium like a zombie. Behind the squirming rotten flesh, 2 fire dogs quickly stepped on the car and bounced all the way. A fire dog with a keratin layer all over its body, a triangle on its head, and weighing more than 2 tons, jumped up and stepped heavily on the top of an SUV, causing the roof to dent. Soon, the fire dog's nose moved, as if it smelled the panic in the car, and the sharp horns on its head pushed down and immediately penetrated the SHL of the SUV. Then it lifted its head and lifted it up, and the entire roof was scrapped. It bit the fat black driver inside. Then, with his screams, he pulled out the seat from the car, held it in his mouth, and ran quickly to the back. And the screams continued all the way. The two Foppler agents, who also quietly opened the curtains, and saw this situation also showed a look of horror on their faces. Things are getting worse and worse. What the H.L. is this? The S.H.L. of the vehicle is like paper in front of it. If there are few of these things, it's fine. But if there are many, I'm afraid the federal guard can't stand it. The number of federal guards that can rush to New York is limited. After all, de Mailan never thought that her homeland would suffer such an attack. When your reinforcements come, or they retreat, leave here quickly. Staying here is just waiting to die. Wang Yi's tone was flat. And the two Foblers and the two security guards on the side looked at each other and didn't know how to answer. It's easy to say that you should leave. But it's obviously more dangerous outside than inside. And Wang Yi's mouth was like a blessing. Just when several fire dogs and the mud monster were wreaking havoc, the sound of fighter planes breaking through the air could be heard faintly in the sky. Then, there was a sharp sound of bombing. And there was a violent explosion in the direction where the monsters were coming. The monsters that were originally wreaking havoc here also looked up at the sky at the same time. And then quickly ran back in the direction they came from. And quickly left the street. Let's go and leave it to fate. Wang Yi stood up without hesitation and walked towards the stairs, which made everyone else stunned. At this time, Yoko immediately picked up her phone and a knife and quickly followed. She has been filming. And with the situation of those monsters, this place is definitely not safe. Turning off the lights may only delay this place a little bit. When everyone else on the street is dead, they will naturally focus on this place. Those hiding in the car have been pulled out. She doesn't think this restaurant can be hidden. So the only way out is to quickly reach a place where there are no monsters. But except Yoko, no one else seems to have any intention of moving. Even the security guard, who keeps saying that he will listen to Wang Yi's arrangements, is the same. Are you kidding? It's so miserable outside. And you still want to go out? The fighter planes have come and have forced the monsters back. I think it's better for us to wait for rescue here. It's too risky to go out. The beautiful Detective Foppol, who gave Wang Yi the gun, said hesitantly. That's what you think. I'm just going alone. I didn't want to go with you. Open the door. Wang Yi glanced back. And the security captain was startled and quickly pressed the door opening button. The gate that was specially designed to defend against $0 purchases and zombies slowly opened upwards. Wang Yi quickly rushed out. And Yoko followed him without hesitation. In her opinion, it would be best if she could go together. If not, she had to leave here. Between delaying death and taking a chance, she chose the latter. Yoko, who had experienced 2 zombie crises, knew it was impossible to clean up so quickly. Now it was just a plane coming over first. The Tokyo Bay area was bombed by fighter planes soon. But it took a week for their family to leave successfully. And from what she saw so far, these things are much more terrifying than zombies. After Wang Yi and Yoko went out, the gate began to close quickly again. Frank, who had spent 100 million to ask Wang Yi for protection before, dared to spit and curse at this time. Idiot! Going out at this time is just looking for death. You really think you are invincible. Too arrogant. Although the others didn't want to talk. They actually had similar ideas. The noblewoman who said she wanted to save people said in a panic. That was the plane that came just now. Right? The guard should be coming soon. Right? The NYPD is useless. You said that this place would be rescued first. Right? And you, Foppol, will also take action. Right? Yes. 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 Is there any way to contact them? The group of people also took advantage of the short time when the monsters retreated and began to discuss in a low voice. But at this moment, accompanied by a sharp sound from far to near, the next moment, an F-22 crashed into the building across the street. And after crashing into it, a huge flame burst out, igniting a raging fire. The flickering flames reflected on the curtains of the glass wall. At the same time, the H-Lound-like creatures that retreated for a while before seemed to be back. The flames also shone their shadows. The shadows kept flashing on the curtains, looking so grotesque and distorted. Buzz. The fighter planes flying low and speeding through the sky brought a huge roar. Several F-22s seemed to have started a special flight mode directly in the high-rise New York City, shuttling over the streets. Yoko looked up at the new ones that appeared, and heard the bombing sounds from time to time behind her. She couldn't help but speed up a bit and continue to follow Wang Yi. Although her legs were already sore, she held on without saying a word. In the face of such a disaster, all you can rely on is yourself and your own physical strength. If you can't hold on, You will die. However, after walking a few steps, Yoko's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly changed direction and came to a fallen motorcycle on the side of the road, and lifted the motorcycle up with great effort. Then she took out her keychain, lowered her head and fiddled with it for a while. And this motorcycle that was obviously someone else's was started by her. I don't know where this skill came from. She climbed onto the motorcycle and drove to Wang Yi's side. Uncle, are you getting in the car? Wang Yi looked at this guy with a smile, and a little approval flashed in his eyes. In fact, he had decided to save her. She came out with him so decisively, which was somewhat influenced by some suggestion. But suggestion is just suggestion. Wang Yi did not use any strong means to make her dissolve. Her strong desire to survive and ability to act are the biggest sources of action. Even if he did not use his suggestion technique, I am afraid that this guy would leave the closed cage if he hesitated. Wang Yi was not polite. He directly raised his hand to carry her to the back seat, and he turned over to the front. Hold tight. After saying that, he began to twist the throttle and rush forward like a ghost fire motorcycle boy. The chaotic road was not difficult for Wang Yi at all. His superb driving skills made Yoko, who was holding tightly in the back, almost scream. So fast. Sure enough, I made the right choice. In fact, there are still swooping birds of prey outside, and monsters that may appear at any time. Coming out is likely to lead to faster death. But she must try. Staying is just a slow death. It is better to take a chance. Humans will always grab the life-saving straw for the last glimmer of hope and false security. Many times they cannot accept reality until the last moment. But if we really wait until then, it will be too late, and we will have lost all the opportunities. My father told me that what we need to do in investment is to stop losses in time and not get carried away. The same is true for life. For now, the choice seems to be correct, and we have got a big leg. Since it entered service in 2005, the F-22 has been the world's strongest fighter. It has gathered the most advanced technology of the United States and built extremely powerful performance for it at all costs. Even the F-35 developed later uses mostly simplified versions of the technology that the F-22 has tried. Every F-22 fighter pilot is also a top ace. Even in a city like New York with tall buildings, it can fly at low altitude and reach the disaster site at close range in the first time. What's going on now? Why are there even demons? Isn't it normal for demons to appear when there is magic? Maybe angels will appear in the future. Quiet. There are fighters falling in front. They not only have birds in the sky, but also have long-range air attack methods. The enemy is very strong. Don't be careless. They have carried out the task of bombing zombies. Those flesh and blood zombies are not a threat at all. After bombing several concentrated areas, they have nothing to do, and the rest are the federal guards on the ground. However, this time, 3 of the first batch of 7 F-22s have been shot down, and the reason for the shooting down is unknown. The remaining 4 have returned, and their second batch of 10 fighters must find the unknown reason why the opponent targets the fighters. Remember the target? Our main goal is to destroy the altar, and the second goal is to find their means of targeting the fighters. According to the words of the comrades who returned before, they did not fall because of the birds. And there are other things. Understood. Received. With Xiao Sin's widely publicized notice. Even if the beautiful commander is stupid, he can judge that it should be the altar and those symbols that complete the summoning. The first thing is naturally to try to destroy it. First of all, a missile long-range shot was used once, but the effect is very limited. There seems to be a strong interference over there, and it can't be hit at all. Instead, it bombed some nearby buildings. This is New York, and full coverage was ultimately denied. Moreover, in places where reinforced concrete is piled, even if the destructive power of nuclear bombs is limited, it is quite difficult to fully cover them. Now we can only adjust the guidance mode of the remaining missiles first, switch the terminal guidance to the inertial guidance of the gyroscope, and then dispatch aircraft to use aerial bombs at close range at the first time. The first 7 F-22s dispatched were also this target. They also successfully poured all the ammunition over, and their judgment should be correct, because those sporadic monsters that had already spread actually began to come back and intercept with their flesh and blood. This shows the importance of the altar. It's just that after the bombing, they also attracted hatred and attention, resulting in a crash for unknown reasons. Now that the second batch of our side is prepared, the other side may also have responses and interceptions in advance. Now the subsequent bombers have begun to arrange to take off. There are also more F-15s and F-16s. who are also ready to come to deal with those birds. In addition, the ground armored forces of the Federal Guard equipped with M1 main battle tanks have also been approaching this side. But the speed is not so fast. If it is not for the prevention of zombie incidents, the reaction speed cannot be so fast. It is considered a lucky coincidence. Here they are. Birds. Be careful. 3. No problem. A 3. A 5. A 7. Go to deal with them. Use machine guns. Got it. The first batch of fighters directly relied on speed to rush in, and only encountered resistance after the bombing. But obviously, these monsters have also learned lessons and started to intercept in advance. The F-22 is symbolically equipped with a 20mm M61A2 Vulcan machine gun with 480 rounds of ammunition. Normally, it is almost never used. But now this situation has unexpectedly found its place. Although the F-22's 9-ton bomb load is already very good, this time it mainly carries guided bombs. Guided bombs enhance the power of the original missile's propellant, and the destructive power is much higher than that of missiles of the same weight. But as a price, the air battle can only be fought with bayonets and machine guns, because the anti-aircraft units are all large birds. Even if they bring combat missiles, they are not very useful. In this case, the overly advanced F-22 is not very suitable. Data. The maximum speed of the 20mm M61A2 Vulcan machine gun can reach 7,200 rounds per minute. But because there are only 480 rounds of ammunition, the firing rate can be adjusted to 4,000 rounds. And it is not suitable for continuous firing at this time. It is all data rhythmic shooting. After all, they are all ace pilots, and their skills are still strong. Even if the machine gun is almost never used in actual combat, it can still cover the target by number when facing those birds. Although those deformed birds have dominant combat power when facing ordinary people. But after being swept by the machine gun, they still fell into the city with a wail. The 3 F-22s that took action each used less than half of the ammunition and completed the goal. Well done. All we have to do next is... However, before the captain could finish his words, a shadowy figure in a ragged black robe had already passed through his protective shield, and with his eyes wide open, it instantly raised its claws and swept across his brain. Puff. There was no scratch on the surface, but under the acceleration of the fighter plane, a red and white viscous liquid instantly sprayed out of the nostrils, and the entire plane quickly fell downwards. The previous flying birds were just used as a handle to attract their attention, and the real killer move was still the spirits that arrived with the strange birds. Be careful. I just saw something strange enter the captain's cockpit. Pull up. Speed up. Get rid of them. Now, they also know why the plane crashed in front. Shit. Pull up the altitude. Is it a ghost? Damn it. Quickly pulling back, the F-22s of this formation quickly pulled up, fully demonstrating the powerful performance of their engines. But even if the pilots reacted quickly enough, two planes still lost control during the process of pulling up. With the pilots' bodies stuck in the controls, they started to turn in a big circle in the air and then fell to the ground. However, after chasing for a while, the spirits that came over also quickly retreated and floated towards the altar area. After the two spirits that withdrew slowly expanded for a while, they burst like soap bubbles and completely dissipated. This is a species that is highly dependent on magic power. Unlike the vengeful spirits, spirits directly exposed to the low magic environment will be like deep water fish being salvaged to the surface of the water. If they don't act violently, they may be able to barely maintain. But the huge pressure difference after launching an attack and violent movements may cause them to break. The main range of activity still depends on the environment near the altar. However, even so, at least it is strong enough for the defense of the altar. There is such an unknown threat blocking here. It is obviously impossible to rush over, so you can only choose to rely on the speed advantage to pull up and get rid of it, and then try to carry out high-altitude physical aiming and bombing without positioning and guidance. This was the only way the deputy captain who took over the command could think of to have a chance of breaking through. Nowadays, guided weapons are so advanced that even bombs have high-precision guidance. However, when the target area is strangely distorted and cannot be accurately guided outside, the only option is to choose a solution that is not a solution. It's crooked. Don't blame me. The high acceleration made the driver's face begin to deform, and his expression became a ghost. But he still gritted his teeth and held on. After raising the altitude and leaving enough distance, he began to turn the nose again and flew towards the target area in an extremely retro dive. trying to ensure accuracy as much as possible without a guided environment. The swollen pain of blood rushing to the brain during the dive made the acting captain curse in his heart. What era is it? It's really ironic to drive the most advanced fighter plane using the attack mode of World War II. High-tech things are really unreliable. The remaining 7 F-22s all adopted the same method. And one of the pilots was unconscious due to continuous ultra-high acceleration and crashed directly. Among the other 6. 3 of the bombs had obvious problems with the placement of the bombs. But the ammunition of the remaining 3, especially the captain's plane, all hit the central area. Boom boom. In the era of missiles, there are still high explosive aerial bombs, which are far more powerful than missiles at the same weight. The successful hit of the 3 F-22s also means that it exceeds the hit of all the ammunition of a B-2 bomber. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous violent explosions occurred, and even a small mushroom cloud was set off at the location of the skeleton altar. From the perspective of looking down from the air, it can be seen that the coverage of the explosion includes the entire skeleton altar area. After the high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft took pictures of the explosion in the designated area and sent them back to the command center, everyone was excited. Success? You are our trump card. As long as we stop the transmission, the rest will be easy. I really didn't expect that H.L. and monsters would appear. Alas, it's not time to relax yet. When will the armored troops arrive? How should we deal with those ghost-like things? I remember studying equipment to deal with spirits. Will it work? Sunlight has a strong killing effect on spirits. Maybe we can try it during the day. However, just as we were preparing for the follow-up command and operation, suddenly, the picture taken by the reconnaissance aircraft showed a sense of stuttering and mosaic, changing frame by frame. Then the next moment, the smoke produced by the explosion disappeared, accompanied by dazzling light and flames. A large amount of flesh and blood began to roll. Like plasticine, it wriggled and combined. Finally, a huge creature with 3 strange heads and 6 huge tentacles appeared in the center of the original altar, which was also the center of the explosion. This scene made everyone in the command center suddenly feel a little uneasy. What's going on? Are all the nearby flames absorbed? Not only the flames, but also the flesh and blood they killed and sent over disappeared. It didn't disappear. It seemed to be directly combined into this thing. It seems that the altar used the energy of the explosion in reverse to complete a ritual. Damn. I fell into a trap. The huge body, like a skyscraper, the fusion of the sacrificed flesh and blood and the dependents, finally formed a body that was almost close to Enzo's body. 6 octopus-like wriggling tentacles as feet, 3 disgusting heads with different characteristics growing on the body, and densely packed eyes with closed eyelids all over the body from the head to the tentacles. One look will make people feel sick and uncomfortable. Ha ha. Ha ha. What a wonderful taste. Fear. Depravity. What a perfect world. The crazy and excited Jieja sound waves spread, which was obviously an unknown language, but it was enough to make people understand the general meaning. Although Enzo had been tamed by Wang Yi, he was still an abyss creature and a schizophrenic. This time, the well-prepared sacrifice, combined with the abyss breath of communication, produced a sufficiently powerful body. Enzo also completely integrated one of his 3 split consciousnesses into the body, can mobilize enough power. With the appearance of Enzo, although the first batch of abyss monsters that came to capture the sacrifice also turned into the flesh and blood that made up his body. But Enzo's 6 tentacles were like drills, easily piercing into the ground of the square, piercing all the tiles and concrete, and then quickly carving. The eyes on the 6 huge and slender tentacles were all open, constantly looking around, and the tentacles themselves were quickly carving. Soon, a more magnificent and larger magic circle than before was quickly formed. The air around seemed to be distorted by the high temperature, and the scenery on the other side could be vaguely seen like a mirage. This is a modified version of Wang Yi, relying on the connection with the abyss. He directly used the power of the abyss in this magic-free world to quickly increase the concentration of regional magic in a short period of time. As the pattern of the mirage appeared and disappeared, more abyss creatures such as fire dogs, strange birds, spirits, and devil-eating beasts rushed out of it. All kinds of excited roars and howls seemed to resound throughout New York. In the tired 2-star restaurant, because the lights were turned off and the curtains were drawn, this place was not affected much during the second round of capturing sacrifices. The abyss monsters, which were not many in number, first found the shops on both sides and the places with lights on next to them. When the abyss monsters withdrew again after the bombing was successful, The survivors in the restaurant were relieved. Frank, the silver-haired middle-aged man who was rejected by Wang Yi, couldn't help but make a sarcastic sound at this time. Hee hee. I don't know what you are thinking about choosing to go out at this time. Now what we have to do is not to be faster than the monsters. As long as we can hide better than others. It's okay. It should be the bombers just now. After the zombie incident, there are federal guards nearby. And the ground troops will come in soon. It's safest to stay here. In fact, most of the survivors were very nervous at this time. And they were unsure in their hearts. They just relied on holding their breath at this time. They must believe in this matter, and must take it as a belief. Many people will look forward to miracles, as long as there is a glimmer of hope. Now, it is the same. The explosion in the distance, and the retreating abyss monsters, are their current pillars, and sources of confidence. However, at this moment, the violent roar of Enzo's possession, which made them understand the meaning even in an unknown language, made everyone in the restaurant pale. Just the sound made people feel a sense of nausea and fear. Has the gate of H.L. really opened? Is there something extraordinary? The subsequent roars of many abyss monsters that began to emerge made many people lose control of their bladders before they saw the monsters. Shouldn't we leave together at the beginning? If we hadn't encountered monsters during this period, we might have reached a safe place. Right? Then the streets began to vibrate with running and bouncing. And the number of fire dogs far exceeded the previous number mixed with other monsters began to appear on the streets. With super strong jumping ability, they crashed directly into the buildings on both sides. The people who survived the first two waves kept screaming in fear and despair. The next moment, the glass wall outside the restaurant, which was claimed to be high-strength bulletproof glass, was also smashed directly by a fire dog. Bang bang, the roar of the last gunshot lasted only a moment. And the rest was only screams and chewing sounds. What sound? Yoko, who was sitting on the back of the motorcycle and hugging Wang Yi tightly, was also a little surprised to hear Enzo's voice from the back. The sound alone made people feel scared. The roars in the back also represented the bad situation. Can you run away? I have seen the M1 tank. It should be the Federal Guard. Go over. Wang Yi looked at the armored troops turning at the end of the street in front. And the speed of turning the throttle could not help but increase a few points. The Pyongyang is full of martial virtue, relying on the Earth's magic-free environment. Except for the altar area where Enzo's body is located. The abyss monsters that run out from other places and rely on physical strength can still be dealt with. As for how much loss there is, it depends on their own ability. Anyway, it was summoned by your own people. The M1 main battle tank is one of the world's top tanks with mature manufacturing technology and advanced application technology. The Federal Guard is also the strongest force for Damiai to protect the homeland. Tanks appeared from the corner one after another, and with the armored vehicles and troop carriers next to them, it seemed that a smell of engine oil and gunpowder could be smelled on the front. Now it is a distance away from the disaster center. People in the buildings on both sides seem to have heard the movement here, and many of them are lying outside the window and shouting for help. But there was no response. Only mechanical and repetitive broadcasts asking them to stay in the house. In the past, when facing zombies, the best way was to stay in the house and wait for rescue, which was the highest survival rate. The initial misjudgment also led to heavy casualties in the disaster area. But it has come to this situation, and they can only stay at home next. A sudden and chaotic rush out will affect the actions of the Federal Guard. At this time, whether on the tanks or troop carriers, the faces of all the Damiai soldiers looked very solemn. Their ground forces were slow, so they were already aware of the situation in front of the air forces and the changes in the altar area. Because in the New York City area, long-range fire support is limited due to the dense, high-rise buildings. The greatest support they can get at present is the bombing of the Air Force. In this case, the role of bombers such as B-52 is far greater than that of B-2. But other aircraft are needed for cover to deal with those deformed birds. It is also necessary to increase the distance and guard against the ghost whose movement seems to be restricted. At this time, Wang Yi and his lone motorcycle rushed from the direction of the disaster area, which actually attracted more attention. A military Hummer quickly left the team and stopped in front of Wang Yi and his team. A non-commissioned officer came down and began to wave to stop. And Wang Yi also swung his body and stopped the motorcycle in front of the Hummer. The wheels rubbed against the ground, giving off a rubber smell. Chapter 446 Bayonet Tragic. Where did you come from? Do you have any wounds on your body? The sergeant said to Wang Yi on the motorcycle with a serious expression. But he saw Wang Yi's face clearly just after he finished speaking, causing his expression to freeze. It was normal for the group of people in the restaurant to recognize him afterward. They were not professionally related. And even if they watched the live broadcast, they might not be able to recognize him immediately. But this one was different. When Umbrella's invisible helicopter rushed thousands of miles, it was done by stepping on the face of the Federal Guard. They can say that they have carefully confirmed the information of all Umbrella instructors and important members. Carter is undoubtedly a very important one. Even his former comrades have found him. And a grassroots sergeant like him must have recognized the photo. To be honest, because of the last time Umbrella rushed thousands of miles, the Federal Guard and Umbrella can be said to have a grudge. The other party's stealth performance is simply stepping on their own to get to the top. But Umbrella is too strong. At least for ordinary grassroots sergeants like them. They can't raise much hostility. And don't want to confront. Wang Yi didn't care what the other party was thinking, since he had stopped him and asked. He had nothing to hide. I came from old John's Chinese medicine clinic. I'm not injured. It's good that you're not injured. Please leave quickly or find a place to hide nearby. The sergeant also didn't mean to reveal Wang Yi's identity. He gave a serious warning. Thank you. Come on. Those things look very difficult to deal with, Wang Yi said lightly. And then he turned the accelerator again and drove away. The huge body of Enzo's possession was still constantly carving something on the ground. And now, he was not just writing and drawing on the ground. Many of the fire dogs projected from the abyss turned into a pool of flesh and blood as soon as they came. Then these flesh and blood seemed to be controlled by Enzo, and began to change their appearance in various ways. It began to build something in a three-dimensional way. It appeared on each node of the formation. Every time it was completed, the abyss atmosphere here became more intense. At this time, hundreds of cruise missile trajectories appeared in the sky. Streets and buildings. Although the core area here is extremely disturbed, the Pyongyang's reaction speed is also first class. The inertial guidance switch was completed at the fastest speed. In the early stage, it relied on radar and satellite for guidance. And in the later stage, it used inertial guidance purely. Although the accuracy was greatly reduced, it was helpless to use missiles to do the work of artillery SH/LS at this time. There are too many high-rise buildings in New York. In addition to the bombing in the sky, various long-range fire support is quite difficult. Either missiles or bayonets. And because the core distortion area absorbed energy before this monster was summoned, before figuring out the principle, they didn't even dare to directly carry out large-scale bombing on the center. These hundreds of missiles simply bombarded the core edge area, where the monsters that rushed out were concentrated. Used precious missiles to do the dirty work of artillery SH/LS. Now the B-52 bomber group has been escorted by F-15, F-16, etc. and is flying towards this side, relying on some tests by the ace pilots in front. They have roughly figured out the action range of the spirit monster. Although there is no good way to deal with it for the time being. Just keep the altitude and avoid it. After reaching a certain altitude, the only threat in the air is those strange birds. But for the bomber group, they also dare not bomb the core area at the first time, just to cover the armored forces. The dropped ammunition also tries to bomb the ground in the weak interference area as much as possible. Relying on the remaining guidance ability, the B-52's bomb bay is opened, and bombs are constantly falling, bombing the monsters raging on the streets below. The reason why this bomber, which is older than Liu Yi, is so popular is that it is classic and has maximized the cost effectiveness. And the bomb load is much larger than that of B-2, which is much more useful when having air superiority. But as one B-52 after another began to drop bombs, a large number of strange birds also rushed over here. The F-15 and F-16 of the escort formation immediately began to split half and fly towards the group of strange birds. First, there was a continuous pouring of airborne rockets. The first two batches of F-22 have shown that missiles are not effective, and machine guns are needed to attack such things. But the ammunition capacity of machine guns cannot be increased in a short time. In addition to the fuel tank, the remaining weight is also loaded with aviation rockets that were originally used for ground attack. Fortunately, although the alien birds are flexible, it is difficult to avoid them all when they come up so densely. The rockets brought this time have also specially adjusted the explosion time temporarily, instead of waiting until they hit the target to explode. Each rocket exploded in the air with sparks. Many alien birds were blown to pieces with the explosion in the air. The wreckage kept falling down. Then, there was another machine gun sweep. Blood, feathers, flames, and wreckage. A strange aerial battle that has never appeared on Earth began to emerge. Obviously, The alien birds cannot break through this airtight air defense. When all the ammunition was poured out, this batch of fighters turned around and returned to the base quickly for replenishment without looking back. And the replacement fighters have also arrived quickly. De Pyongyang, who was full of martial virtue, had enough strength and foundation to play this kind of chain consumption. After completing the first round of bombing of dense areas in the air, the abyss monsters that swarmed out also began to make contact with the ground armored forces. Boom! The roar of the M1 main gun took the lead in opening the prelude to the ground confrontation. The sharp sound of the whistling SH/LS appeared, and the first shot blew off half of the body of a fire dog. The heavy machine guns and rapid-fire guns, combined with the mixed tracer bullets, drew chains in the air one after another. The barrage formed a complete blockade of the front. Although abyss creatures like the fire dog have thick skin and flesh, they rely on flesh and blood without the support of magic power, and can only carry a few steps before being beaten into mud. Under the coverage of SH/LS and crossfire, the armored forces withstood the impact of the monsters, and were still slowly advancing forward. But soon, the actions of these abyss monsters began to change. Many of them began to take cover in the nearby steel forest, either on the roof or on the wall, avoiding the main gun's firing area, and began to approach madly. Human weapons are not designed to deal with this kind of environment. Although many of them can adjust the upward shooting angle, they all have their limits. In many cases, infantrymen need to rely on their automatic rifles to start shooting and filling positions. A large number of bullets plowed the walls of the buildings on both sides. Glass shattered and fell continuously. Damn! They are coming in! Stop them! Be careful not to shoot your own people. Sewers are coming out too! The ground cracked as the first abyss giant snake tore the road through the sewer and broke out from the middle of this armored force. This precise line of defense also began to show flaws, and more monsters began to rush into the crowd and began to fight hand to hand. The soldiers in the tanks and armored vehicles were better, but the infantry outside were killed and injured in an instant. Smoke, flames, and blood became the main theme here. The De Pyongyang Temporary Emergency Command Center was surrounded by smoke at this time. Many pictures were projected in front, as well as a satellite view of New York. Thanks to the breakthrough in lens technology caused by Umbrella's culture medium, reconnaissance aircraft have been continuously transmitting some real-time information back. Except for the terrorist incident of the sneak attack, it has been a long time since the Great Beauty was attacked. Unexpectedly, this time it was so big. As for the enemies that have appeared so far, although they are difficult, they are not impossible to deal with. This is the shooting picture of the F-22 machine gun against the deformed flying bird. The defense is amazing, but it is not as good as our fighter planes in all aspects. It is not a big problem to ensure that the ammunition patrol and replacement are cleared. This is the situation on the ground taken by the reconnaissance aircraft. These strange creatures are thick-skinned, but they are not immune to our attacks. It can be clearly seen that the farther they are from the central area, the weaker they seem to be. When they attack our armored forces at this position, they are probably like extremely powerful beasts. They cannot be easily dealt with, but they are not impossible to deal with. A general pointed to the approximate area on the New York map. A circle of about 5 kilometers southwest of Brooklyn. It should be the influence of magic. Those experimental equipment have related reactions. It is very likely that a denser magic area appeared through the altar, and these things are more powerful in the dense magic area and can use some unique abilities. At this time, an old man with a scholarly demeanor, who was obviously different from them at the scene, also slowly spoke. General, you are right. This should be the reason. Remember the magic structure model that Umbrella first announced? Energy can be stored in silver. To a certain extent, our previous explosion was transformed in this way and became their energy? After he spoke, even if there were some powerful generals at the scene, they all stopped to listen to his explanation. This matter is really too incredible. They must fully listen to the opinions of these scholars. Otherwise, even if the enemy seems to be not unbearable and can be defeated by brute force, they don't know how to deal with the core area and can't find a way to crack it. I have observed a lot of battle footage taken by reconnaissance aircraft, as well as footage sent back by soldiers on the scene, and found an interesting phenomenon. These things are extremely resistant to explosions and combustion. It can even be said that flames have almost no killing effect on them. Instead, they seem to be getting more and more energetic. However, pure machine guns and SH/LS can play a significant role. Could it be that their magic power conversion has limited resistance to pure kinetic energy? Hearing the scholar's words, many people present had their eyes brightened. It was true. As expected of a scientist, his brain was quick. That means even rockets and bombs have limited lethality? But air support can't stop. Right? Of course it can't stop. Bombs and rockets only mean that a lot of energy may be absorbed. But these two also have kinetic damage after explosion. But the effect is relatively not so strong. And there is a great possibility that the area between them can absorb our previous bombings based on this method. The scholar also said quickly, if there is no fire support in the sky, the ground armored forces will really not be able to withstand the all-round three-dimensional attack from the opposite side. The beautiful M1 tank is the only downward tilted armored main battle tank in the world. It has relatively low resistance to attacks from above, giving the internal members a more comfortable and spacious environment. The reason is that they are confident that they can get air superiority at any time. The beautiful army without air support is incomplete. Then we use helicopters to deploy anti-aircraft guns on the roofs of these areas to complete the defense line and match and cooperate with the ground armored forces. A general quickly circled the roofs of some areas, although the anti-aircraft gun is for air defense. Its shooting angle is extremely large. Its firing speed is fast, and its power is enough to deal with these things. It can be said to be a sharp weapon in front of us. And the transport helicopter of Pyongyang itself is also the strongest in the world, which can fully do this. In addition, I don't know if the generals have seen these pictures before, including now. They have been capturing humans in the disaster area and sending them to the central area. The scholar circled a few more pictures taken by the reconnaissance aircraft. There are also some remaining patterns sent back by the surveillance. It can be seen that the abyss monsters are holding humans in their mouths and running back. Looking at the expressions of those humans, they are not dead yet. According to some of our instrument research, magic power is also helpful for soul detection. So conversely, can life and soul also become the key to their transformation? For example, what the Scumchiausen did at the beginning. That's right. So we must be fast. Should we report directly to His Excellency the President and raise all the areas they control with tactical nuclear bombs? We can't let these people be used as materials. A radical general spoke out his suggestion, causing a moment of silence at the scene. In fact, the equivalent of tactical nuclear bombs is really harmless to a city like New York. Reinforced concrete buildings have strong resistance to nuclear bombs. It is completely feasible to control the killing range of tactical nuclear bombs. It's just that they all feel a little tricky to drop nuclear bombs in their own cities. Fortunately, the scholar spoke at this time. No. If you are not sure whether the central area can absorb the energy of the nuclear bomb, you must not try it. Many people actually breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. How can we be sure? Just wait now. After hesitating for a while, the scholar still spoke. In fact, the most advantageous way to deal with this kind of thing, and the fastest way to determine the characteristics of the environment here, are all concentrated in one place. After hearing this, everyone at the scene fell into silence. They all knew what the other party meant, and who the other party was talking about. Umbrella. The most effective way to kill is pure kinetic energy. Who is the strongest in the world? Of course, it is Umbrella, which can even directly hit satellites into space. Not to mention whether they have hidden electromagnetic cannons. Just say that the electromagnetic guns they showed in Africa are absolutely artifacts in such occasions. The same is true for the magic analysis on the scene. Although magic is now slowly opening the veil to major top scientific research institutions, more and more parameters and more data are beginning to appear, and many rules have been summarized. But who can compare with Umbrella in this regard? The official announcement of Pyongyang has been flatly denied. But who on the scene does not know that there is indeed a laboratory over there, and it has cloned the corpses of alien creatures, which led to this disaster? Umbrella relied on their magic detection technology to find out that something was wrong in advance. It can be said that if Umbrella's reminder was taken seriously, this matter might be avoided. But who could have thought that such a tricky situation would be created? If we go back to Umbrella now, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Wouldn't we say we were wrong? What would the outside world think? Could this problem have been avoided? Is the responsibility all on the authorities? No. Absolutely not. The beautiful boss heard the suggestion to ask Umbrella and rejected it without hesitation. What a joke. Even though he was already a lame boss and was about to retire. But he would never allow himself to be left with such a stigma at the end. As for how many people would die due to this impulsive behavior, it's not his responsibility. And it's not these monsters he summoned. Besides, isn't it for this time that we spend so much money every year to support those big soldiers? If the resistance is weak, The responsibility lies entirely with the military. However, at this moment, his secretary immediately came to him anxiously and said, "Sir, Umbrella has released a video of our situation in New York. Where did they come from?" The boss's voice sounded very angry. In New York, not only the core area is severely disturbed, but also the information control of Dami is operating. Even Wall Street has activated the disaster preparedness plan and activated the backup in Chicago, which is 400 kilometers away. Although the affected area is only the Brooklyn area of New York, the whole of New York has entered a state of war preparedness control. At this time, except for some situations uploaded at the beginning, there will be no more information leakage in theory. After all, New York is the face of Dami, and they don't want to show everything in such a mess and embarrassment. But Umbrella actually started live broadcast? It's their high-definition satellite map, and some of them should be some personal videos uploaded by the city through their satellite signals. The secretary also showed helplessness on his face. The control can only be controlled to their own home. They have 20,000 satellites launched, plus Umbrella's own lens technology. Given the importance of New York, it is quite normal to have satellite multi-angle shooting for a long time. And the current situation in New York is indeed impossible to hide. Then just squeeze them and make them hand over their magic technology, so that we can find their weaknesses and analyze their flaws. The CH-47 is a classic twin-engine heavy helicopter with a strong carrying capacity. The roar of the propellers made the soldiers in the cargo hold look very solemn. The seats on the side walls of the CH-47 cargo hold can accommodate 33 fully armed soldiers. And there are anti-aircraft turrets hanging below that can be quickly assembled and put into the battlefield. They use the transportation capacity as much as possible, constantly shuttling in New York City, sending soldiers and anti-aircraft turrets to the top of the most suitable buildings, and cooperating with ground forces to form a full-scale attack line of defense. Above the helicopter, there was the roar of fighter planes whizzing past from time to time, accompanied by explosions and flames in the air, and the sound of machine gun shooting. There were always broken bodies of strange birds falling from the sky. Many of them were still hanging with flames. There were even some that were not completely dead, struggling to spiral down. The helicopter pilot also had to stare at them with full concentration and be ready to evade at any time. Boom! A strange bird that was not completely dead struggled in the air for a while, and with its last strength, it crashed into another CH-47 not far away, and a ball of sparks exploded directly in the air, along with more than 30 soldiers and hanging cargo inside. It plunged into the street below, causing a secondary explosion and setting off a ball of fire. Shit! Damn it! One of the 3 helicopter formations that came together was directly scrapped, which made the soldiers in the helicopters feel terrified. They just wanted to make money, and they never thought they would encounter such a thing. I thought the most difficult thing was to go to some backward places and rely on equipment to suppress and abuse the weak. Now it's really a matter of life and death. Fortunately, their pilot's skills are still quite strong. They avoided several falling debris and successfully sent them to the top of a building. They set up their positions and placed the turrets on a corner of the roof to ensure the best shooting field of view. On another building across the street, the helicopter next door also completed the placement. Then the helicopter quickly retreated to prepare for the next batch of transport. Quick! 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 Complete the debugging. Reload the ammunition directly, and be ready to shoot at any time. As soon as the soldiers landed, a sergeant began to command with a roaring voice. Several artillerymen cooperated with 2 engineers to quickly complete the installation, and also remove the baffle in front to increase the angle of the muzzle downward movement. A strong smell of engine oil can be smelled in the air after the installation was completed, except for a few soldiers next to them holding assault rifles to be on guard. Others began to clean up other parts of the roof to facilitate the arrival of the next batch of artillery positions and the storage of spare ammunition. Sitting on the water tower, Wang Yi also felt a little emotional when watching the busy soldiers below. Yoko, squatting on the side, was still filming with a bracelet. A lot of the materials on the Umbrella side were provided by this guy. After Wang Yi authorized her to use the satellite network, she began to upload frantically. The delivery capability of the Pyongyang is really strong. It can respond at such a fast speed and can actually complete the architecture and delivery. I am afraid it is the only one in the world at present. Rabbit can mobilize faster, but the hardware-intensive air delivery capability is indeed significantly different from that of the Pyongyang. The Pyongyang has thousands of CH-47 heavy transport helicopters. It is precisely because of such a large number that a batch of them can be mobilized immediately near New York. Looking around, You can see that other formations of helicopters have begun to complete the delivery on other roofs. From time to time, armed helicopters roared past for support. In such a short time, the advantages and disadvantages of the abyss creatures have been analyzed, and the defense line has been arranged to limit the spread of the crisis. It can be said that this reaction was a little beyond Wang Yi's expectations. It seems that the previous zombie infection gave them some plans and drills for facing biochemical incidents, and now they are directly modified and used. Who are you? The nearby soldiers finally found Wang Yi and Yoko on the water tower. War correspondent, Wang Yi answered casually, which did not arouse much suspicion. After all, they were filming here, and they came to this location in advance. Make us look cooler. Damn. It's so unlucky. After cursing for a few words, they started to clean up the roof again, removing all the things that took up space that could be removed. The sound of explosions, ling, gunfire, and the roar of monsters filled their ears. Another formation of armed helicopters rushed over their heads. And this time the helicopters did not fly far, but hovered about 300 meters in front, and began to pour firepower downwards. The airborne bombs was passed like a swarm of bees, followed by continuous machine gun fire. Suddenly, two of the helicopters began to deviate rapidly, as if avoiding something. Soon, two huge pieces of concrete fragments came with a whistling sound. One dodged, and the other was hit by the tail wing and spiraled down. Not long after, there was a more violent explosion accompanied by the flames. Then, from the perspective of this roof, you can see that at the corner of the street in front, two tanks and several military Humvees with machine guns are retreating quickly. The retreat was a bit panicked, and the military Humvee began to drift in reverse. The two M1 tanks were even more rampant, running over several cars on the roadside and retreating madly, with the tracks rotating at high speed and lifting the asphalt on the surface. There were also more than a dozen soldiers who ran towards the street without looking back, and many of their guns fell down while rolling and crawling. Bang bang. The main guns of the two tanks fired successively, and the machine guns did not stop firing. But it was obvious that the tank's ling had a minimum angle. After the two fire dogs that were already close began to rush over, it was only by machine guns and grenades that they were killed before they tore the two soldiers apart. The thick-skinned fire dogs really felt a huge sense of oppression in this environment. As the defeated team continued to retreat, more and more monsters rushed out from the corner. Fire! Cover them! After entering the shooting range, the sergeant on the roof also roared and gave orders. Then the anti-aircraft gun adjusted its angle and poured forward. Da-da-da. The roar of continuous firepower. The palm-sized LS kept flying, and the tracer bullets shot a swaying line of fire in the air. The turret on the roof next door also cooperated. The overlapping sweeping area was like a meat grinder. Even though the abyss creatures were thick-skinned and tough, they were beaten into a bloody mess without the blessing of magic. The tragic scenes here were also transmitted to the satellite at the same time, and began to spread wildly on the TT platforms of Neon, Kangaroo, and Gull. Chapter 447 Suggestions Achievements. In recent years, due to the emergence of Umbrella, a strange company, and the sudden appearance of TT, live broadcasts of conflicts often occur. It started with the bloodbath caused by Umbrella Company for a battery. The peak was the annihilation of the Kangaroos and the beating of Gull. Although there have been some live broadcasts due to zombie incidents, they cannot be compared with those two head-on collisions. After all, zombies are really not good enough in front of hot weapons. They are not as fierce as the firepower coverage. They are more thrilling and bloody. However, this time, the sudden outbreak of the situation on the Pyongyang side caught people off guard. First there was a ridiculous hearing, and then it was revealed that there was a laboratory in New York, when the Pyongyang just denied no. Absolutely not. The biochemical crisis occurred. Originally, this melon was already very big, and everyone was interested in it, ready to see how fast the Pyongyang would deal with it this time. However, after Dr. Chiaosin issued a statement, what the hell is this style now? It really turned into an alien war. It's just that the aliens this time are a little different from those in traditional movies, and they didn't come from outside. Space teleportation? It's simply terrifying. Umbrella's battles are all missiles or electromagnetic guns. After the frontline meat grinder appeared on the Pyongyang side, people immediately felt a completely different style, dreaming back to World War II. And there will be no mindless rushing under fire on a regular battlefield. Although it was Pyongyang's own fault, I still hope he can hold on. Yes, Pyongyang's transportation and delivery capabilities are really amazing. But even with such a strong force, it can only barely block it. I don't know how many are behind. It feels so troublesome if we don't solve it quickly. Maybe we all have to send troops to help. Not really. Pyongyang coped very well. And he was caught off guard like this. When he mobilizes his troops over, he should be able to suppress it. Then do you think the aliens who can teleport will support? How many are there behind? How strong are they? For a while. From eating melons at the beginning, it gradually became heavy. You can say that Pyongyang is bad. But you can't say that Pyongyang is a loser. No one can deny that she is the world's #1 military force. Especially the altar area, that has a sense of distortion and blur in the satellite photos taken by Umbrella. The vaguely visible behemoth, and the mirage-like picture, combined with the distorted flesh and blood Jingwan, really make people feel creepy. And it was in such an environment that Pyongyang issued an urgent appeal. This invasion has a violent fluctuation of magic power. So the reason they came here must also be related to magic power. Facing the life and death of mankind. We hope that Umbrella will disclose all the relevant information about magic power, so that we can all study how to stop their transmission. We have no idea how much the other party has. And we don't know the upper limit of the other party. Compared to the previous Pyongyang's tone of command and scolding. This time Pyongyang at least has a very low attitude on the surface. There is a kind of pleading in it. But there is no doubt that kind of moral kidnapping. According to the habit of Umbrella never accepting moral kidnapping, it is almost foreseeable that it will not pay attention to Pyongyang. However, this time, Umbrella responded very straightforwardly. Umbrella is a part of the human race. So it is natural to contribute. Although our satellite is still being debugged, we have also made corresponding observations on the scene. I believe that Pyongyang should be able to see the difference in our satellite live broadcast images. There are also some shots of the distortion of the central altar. This is because we have used some of the characteristics of magic communication. Therefore, we are willing to provide you with satellite connections, which can guide missiles accordingly and reach the target area directly. It is a very decent reply. Ordinary people can see Umbrella's sincerity. But in the eyes of some people, it feels a sense of ridiculousness. Pyongyang opens the interface to Umbrella, which has artificial intelligence hegemony. Damn! Maybe this is all about full surrender. In order to obtain Umbrella's support, one of the harsh conditions that Neon has set is that except for Pyongyang's residents, which they have no say in for the time being, all places and facilities in Neon need to open interfaces to Umbrella. However, Umbrella's response this time was also very high-sounding. But it choked Pyongyang, who originally wanted to blackmail her morally. Agree? How is that possible? Reject? Well, you want me to provide technology and blackmail me morally. But you won't agree even though we can solve the problem here? So I can only say it in a roundabout way. Based on our analysis of the battlefield, the damage of missiles to the core area is limited. Otherwise we can also cover it directly with inertial guidance. These monsters have a strong absorption capacity for fire, electricity and other energies. And pure kinetic weapons have the greatest lethality. Pyongyang's words actually made many people who saw the battle scene suddenly realize. No wonder it was mainly guns and artillery. Missiles and bombing seem to be mainly used to deal with dense areas. It turns out that these things have strong resistance. At this time, Umbrella actually announced some algorithms, formulas and arrangement explanations on the spot. Because it had to be fast. It was not published, but directly announced to the entire network. And then, he gave a related explanation. This phenomenon does explain some of the related aspects of magic use. According to our approximate magic sequencing of the target area, this absorption has an upper limit. There are currently 2 ways to destroy it. One is a tactical nuclear bomb with an equivalent of about 1,000 tons, which requires 7 bombs to attack the marked nodes. In the picture sent out, several important node areas were circled in the altar area. The satellite magic detection perspective, depth marks and approximate parameters are also listed. And to obtain these nodes, relying on the current understanding of magic in various countries, and the popularity of magic numbers, combined with some parameters collected on the spot by Pyongyang and the newly released data by Umbrella. Other top institutions related to magic research can also perform verification. It just takes some time. Nuclear bomb. As soon as this proposal was made, many ordinary people immediately felt terrified. After all, in the current general understanding, nuclear bombs are weapons that can destroy the world. No way. Do we really need to use nuclear bombs? Like in the movies? A 1,000-ton tactical nuclear bomb is only that powerful. So don't make a fuss. Currently, Mainstream strategic nuclear warheads are divided into warheads to pursue the range of destruction. One warhead is about 200,000 to 500,000. An intercontinental missile can carry about 10 warheads. But this equivalent is to make the power spread to all areas of New York. In the most ideal way, 40 warheads are required. And even if the 40 warheads are arranged in an ideal way, they will only mainly destroy the surface area. If a large number of people hide in subway passages, underground parking lots and defense facilities, a large number of people can still survive. On weekdays, because the nuclear bomb is too far away, coupled with some exaggeration in film and television works, the general public regards it as a weapon of destruction. But in fact, according to some declassified files that Pyongyang has gradually released, the power of nuclear bombs can be seen more directly. For example, Pyongyang once planned to bomb Moscow with 48 nuclear bombs. But considering the subway and a large number of air defense facilities in Moscow, it was determined that 48 were far from enough. Many times, the miscalculation of the power of nuclear bombs is done by some people who deliberately create a nuclear bomb to destroy the world, and then try to reduce and destroy the number of their own nuclear bombs. Once the number reaches below a certain warning line, it will be a Pyongyang advantage area with an excellent geographical location. But even after some explanations, many people understand that the power of nuclear bombs is not as great as imagined. But it is still difficult for the Pyongyang people to accept the fact that a nuclear bomb was detonated in New York. Even if the bombed area has been almost destroyed, it is really shameful to get the achievement of the third mushroom planted. After Umbrella released a lot of information, allowing all parties to start calculations and verification, and gave the first suggestion, it also gave the second suggestion. If you really don't want to, Pyongyang can invite us to assist. We cannot use nuclear bombs. And using electromagnetic weapons to eliminate points should also be effective. And the speed should be fast. At present, our measurements show that the concentration of magic power is increasing. We have no way to predict what will happen in the future. They actually said it. It must be intentional. Umbrella's kind suggestion can be said to make Pyongyang look quite embarrassed, especially for the outgoing government officials. It is even more like roasting on the fire. Choose for yourself. Use nuclear bombs, or ask Umbrella for help. If there is no statement from Umbrella, they just say that this is a helpless move, and they will use it. The media will wash it away at that time, and it will be very fast. The public is very forgetful. Even if there will be residual nuclear radiation, tactical nuclear bombs are actually like this. You won't use dirty bombs to fight yourself. Uranium itself can be picked up with bare hands. But some products after the explosion need to be paid attention to. Mainly some radioactive iodine dust. Because iodine itself will be absorbed by the human body and stored in the thyroid gland. It is easy to be affected by the radiation dose for a long time after absorbing radioactive iodine. What was originally a small matter will accumulate over time. This is actually the reason why iodine tablets have become anti-radiation products. With normal iodine as a space, the radioactive iodine will pass through the body once and leave without being absorbed. So there is almost no problem. It is equivalent to taking a few more CT scans. Compared with the radioactivity of tactical nuclear bombs, the long-term legacy pollution of nuclear power plants is much more serious. So they have no pressure on the damage caused by using nuclear bombs. It mainly comes from the pressure of public opinion. When the Collider said that conditions allowed the creation of small black holes, a group of people went to protest. Dropping nuclear bombs on their own homes is not like knowing how much damage and impact it will cause, and how to deal with it. The headache is how to make others accept it. The credibility of the Danyai authorities is really bad. So it is a bit embarrassing. I would rather bear this infamy than ask Umbrella for help. The black speaker who is about to step down also looks gloomy at this time. In fact, it seems that as long as you ask Umbrella for help, and by security services, it will be okay. Everyone is happy. But this is absolutely not the case for Danyai. Now Umbrella has stepped on the kangaroo and punched the gull. And Neon has also been defeated without fighting, and has been gaining momentum very quickly recently. Although Pyongyang has the background and residual power, plus the aircraft carrier formation spread all over the world, it only has the advantage of size. The top confrontation has already lost. In fact, Pyongyang and the elite of the organization have reached a consensus that the most likely challenge to Pyongyang's status is Umbrella. For the peace between Umbrella and Neon, Pyongyang has prepared some follow-up means to knock. And hearings and confiscation of Neon's property are one of their preparations. Even at the cost of releasing the K-virus. Under this relationship between the two parties, Pyongyang can ask Umbrella to do anything. But not about security issues. I can buy your equipment, ask you for technology, and ask you to publish parameters. But ask you to help resist aliens? This is impossible. Even if I ask for help from Rabbit and Bear, I can't ask for help from Umbrella. Rabbit and Bear are still members of the General Assembly and the Security Council. And it can be a resolution of the General Assembly at that time. But what is the point of looking for Umbrella? Spend money to buy a security agreement? Pyongyang is the largest seller of security services in the world. Once this is done, the situation will be like an avalanche. It's already so bad. So why worry about it getting worse? What's lost can always be found again. There was a flicker in the eyes of the person in charge. He knew that after he did this, the election, which didn't have much advantage to begin with, might be a bloodbath. But he was already in his second term and had no pressure to be re-elected. It was nothing more than a faction that suffered, compared to making the decision to ask Umbrella for help. He would rather bear the stigma of using nuclear bombs. He also had a Nobel Peace Prize, which could at least wash it off. Go. Let them hurry up and determine whether Umbrella's plan is feasible. After giving the order, he also saw the black briefcase next to him. I thought that he would be just a decoration like the other people in charge. Unexpectedly, there would be a day when it would be used. After Umbrella announced the relevant data, arrangement, and new formula, various top institutions actually started calculating at the first time. The use of supercomputers was also generous, and it was immediately ranked as the first priority. It can be said that after the concept of magic was first proposed by Umbrella, all parties invested massive amounts of money in the research of magic, with Wang Yi's constant guidance and contribution. In fact, the understanding of the concept of magic power by human beings is rapidly improving. Being able to create an instrument to detect souls has fully demonstrated this point. Now that the abyss has invaded, they immediately thought of magic power, and have already collected data from the instrument, combined with the formula that Umbrella threw out, which can be directly applied. It is also a piece of cake to calculate it. Awesome. Based on the calculation of the magic number and the arrangement of Umbrella, it can be deduced that there is another dimension. This is real evidence that has been detected. This can also overlap with string theory, or the combination of the two can be optimized and improved. This, if it is fully understood, curvature navigation will no longer be a hypothesis. There will be theoretical support. But this must be possible with more information from Umbrella. Are these monsters coming here through this ubiquitous dimension as a springboard? Could it be that angels and demons in history have existed? Let's solve the problem in front of us first. Facts have proved that no matter whether they are devils or demons, they can be killed in the face of sufficient firepower. That's right. Even if a god appears, I don't believe he can withstand a nuclear bomb. The absorption of magic power can be calculated to an upper limit, just like the threshold for inducing nuclear fusion. Controllability is troublesome, but destruction is simple. At this time, the hearts of this group of people were also surging. Through the formula of the magic concentration curve and the strength of magic interference with electromagnetic force, the theoretical value of the corresponding absorption limit under the current magic concentration can be calculated. Magic is indeed magical. It is almost impossible to capture when it is not activated, and no good means of use have been found so far. But after all, it is just a force that has not been discovered before. This time, the invasion of monsters has opened the door to a new world to some extent. It turns out that magic can be used in this way. As long as there is a direction, you will find a way to use it sooner or later. This time, these monsters are very good research materials. In the past, Umbrella was one step faster. But as theories and data gradually become richer, it will be able to catch up sooner or later. The calculation is correct. The peak absorption of the magic concentration detected so far can theoretically be defeated by a nuclear bomb of about 400 tons. But considering the problem of insufficient fission, it is recommended to use 800 to 1,000 tons of equivalent. Otherwise, if the detonation is too small and absorbed in reverse, it will be troublesome. Multiple teams conducted tests and obtained corresponding results. Teams in other countries around the world have also successively announced their own calculations to express their support for Umbrella's data. The responses from all sides immediately focused the world's attention on the great American authorities to see what plan they were going to use. After the calculations were completed and the results were confirmed to be credible and effective, the great American authorities also responded with OK. According to the calculations of scholars from multiple teams, if the output energy does not exceed the upper limit, it may increase the scale of the rift. Therefore, We decided to take control of this matter in our own hands. Even if it means using nuclear bombs. Use nuclear bombs. Really use nuclear bombs. But the reasons and excuses barely make sense. Because the calculation results show that if the bombs are dropped as in the beginning, it will become the opponent's help and fuel. Just like water will be ignited under certain conditions. They don't trust Umbrella, an outsider. It is understandable to worry that Umbrella will secretly add ingredients. But I didn't expect that the third achievement of growing mushrooms would appear on New York. Nuclear bombs. A heavy topic. And one that many people think is far away. But in the real alien invasion, this has become a problem in front of us. If it is any other time, the use of nuclear bombs will inevitably be countered at the global level. Even the rising power of Pyongyang cannot change this opposition trend. But at this time, even the most extreme environmental organizations dare not speak out. Even the people of Pyongyang. Except for the group of people who are disconnecting the internet in New York. Almost no opposition can be seen. Are you kidding? If New York is not blocked, it will rush out. Even now, there are already monsters running around. After New York was disturbed and military controlled, traces of those monsters have appeared in nearby cities one after another. Especially the strange bird. The farthest distance found has reached the west coast. It seems that some of these monsters have been specially arranged for reconnaissance missions. At present, Pyongyang's main attention is still on New York. So there is no time to deal with some monsters that have broken out of the encirclement. Or in fact, for Pyongyang, his family suddenly suffered such a disaster. If he could not give up New York, he really hoped that everyone would suffer once. It doesn't matter if some leak out. As for criticism, when did Pyongyang care about these? Besides, his family resisted everything. So what's wrong with leaking a little? Whose family can resist this? During this period, while Pyongyang was making preparations and final calculations, he was also frantically conducting relevant guidance. All his previous remarks that nuclear bombs destroyed the world were overturned. And various instructions on how to use iodine tablets correctly, and how to correctly view nuclear explosions began to appear. Afterwards, the outgoing speaker came to the live camera in person and flew to New York in person. In the center of Times Square, fearless reporters aimed their guns at the beautiful black speaker. And all aspects exaggerated the incident to the extreme. The speaker arrived in the most dangerous area in person and came to New York, which was about to suffer a nuclear explosion. This undoubtedly suppressed many original doubts and silenced many opposing voices, which was definitely a big plus. Although New York is really big, let alone a tactical nuclear bomb of less than 1,000 tons. Even if a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of 500,000 tons was detonated in the Altar area, it would have limited impact here. But at least in terms of publicity, the black speaker immediately got a high score. You should know that I am about to leave office. So many things have happened during my term of office. This is indeed my dereliction of duty. The responsibility is all on me. I am really sorry. After the speaker finished speaking, he apologized in front of the camera in a neon way. He came to the most dangerous city, took all the responsibility on himself, and now expressed a sincere apology. It can be said that he played the tragic card all at once. He mentioned that he was about to leave office in his speech, which made many people subconsciously feel his sincerity. Yes, he could have left office immediately and left the mess behind. But he still took the risk to arrive in New York and launch this plan that might be infamous. For a while, he really pulled a lot of points for him. Although he no longer had the pressure of the election, he obviously still wanted to keep his last face. So he chose this way. The effect was surprisingly good. After doing all this, he took out the black briefcase that he would carry with him wherever he went in front of the reporters. Let me bear the infamy of history. But for Pyongyang, for mankind, and for the world, I have to make this choice. May God bless Pyongyang. As he finished speaking, he completed the relevant operations. On the B-2 bomber, 7 cruise missiles loaded with tactical nuclear warheads also immediately detached, drew a trajectory in the air, and quickly rushed towards the target area. And next to it, there was a reconnaissance plane accompanying it, recording this all the time. And this picture was broadcast to the huge screen behind Times Square where the speaker was, watching the missiles cut through the sky, leaving 7 trajectories in the air and shooting straight ahead. The person in charge, who had learned about the OK, also briefly explained to the reporters. The Altar area has extremely strong distortion and interference. It is not possible to guide the missile directly into it, but we can use inertial guidance, determine the target coordinates, adjust the gyroscope, and use satellite guidance before entering the interference area. The missile can arrive by itself later. It uses a nuclear warhead. Which is enough. He paused again after saying this, and then continued. The reason why we didn't use missiles to adjust and bomb into the interior before was that we were worried about the problem of bombing at the beginning. We were afraid that the energy would be absorbed. Now after calculation, this has exceeded the upper limit of absorption. On the way, we also sent enough fighters to escort and clear possible interceptions on the road, as the camera zoomed in during the shooting, and the missiles approached quickly, as the fighters on both sides fired wildly at the strange birds, and the barrage of bullets constantly shot from the roofs everywhere. The black person in charge also closed his eyes in time and prayed with his hands. Let us pray for the dead. Let us pray for a new tomorrow. Swoosh swoosh. 7 air-launched cruise missiles, carrying nuclear warheads, finally arrived at the altar area under escort all the way, and went straight to the target. At this time, Enzo's possession, who had been controlling the formation, also opened his densely packed scarlet eyes. Is it here? Is this the ultimate weapon of mankind in this world that the master said? In addition to carving the formation, he has been carving the flesh and blood Enzo possession. This is also the first time that he has truly launched an action. He has seen these so-called missiles before, and they are indeed interesting. Even without any magic fluctuations, it can still have quite good power. At least in this magic-free environment, it is quite unsolvable. Even ordinary abyss monsters can't stand it at all. But if this thing is used to deal with me, who is in the gap between the two worlds, this is really too naive. Being able to mobilize the magic power surging from the abyss. The so-called missiles before are not afraid at all. Even if the power is increased tenfold, I can withstand it. As a legendary creature, even the body has enough anti-magic properties. Not worry at all. Let me see your limits. Enzo's densely packed eyeballs kept turning around, and 3 weird giant mouths opened at the same time. 6 tentacles shot at 6 of the 7 missiles at the same time. On the top of a building, a scout who had been watching the twisted monster in front of him with a high-powered telescope was horrified when he saw the movement of the monster's tentacles. Oh no! It's moving! Some reporters, cameras, and reconnaissance planes from all angles who arrived nearby also saw this scene. I never expected that such a huge monster like a flesh and blood building could have such a fast reaction and speed. This is unscientific. This scene made the people in front of the camera tear up. The next moment, 6 nuclear missiles were detonated in advance. The mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The roar of the explosion and the howling of pain resounded through the world. Chapter 448 Morale Tragic. Although compared to strategic nuclear bombs of hundreds of thousands of tons, tactical nuclear bombs of thousands of tons are not even 1/10 of the little boys. But the thermobaric bomb, which is known as the strongest under nuclear bombs, has an equivalent of at most tens of tons in terms of explosive power. And tactical nuclear bombs of thousands of tons are still dozens of times more. And because of the reaction principle and mechanism of action, the power of the core area of tactical nuclear bombs is even greater than that of the non-core area of strategic nuclear bombs. This time, Enzo took the initiative to pull out the tentacles to intercept and collide head-on. As the missile was intercepted and detonated in midair, the hot fireball soared into the air, mixed with terrifying shock waves, and raged around. Various mysterious runes flashed on the surface of the flesh and blood tentacles that were first in contact. And many innate inscriptions such as energy absorption, flame absorption, flame resistance, and energy resistance were all broken. And the next moment, the tentacles were instantly evaporated. Push all the way. The nearest skyscraper completely disintegrated and flattened without any suspense. Except for the load-bearing columns. All the walls of the building behind it were blown away. And the fragments were blown away together with the shock wave. The glass on the surface of the subsequent building was shattered like waves, and the shock waves surged along the street with a more violent posture under the convergence of the buildings on both sides. The ground rolled. The electric poles and street lights broke instantly, and the water column bursting from the fire hydrant completely evaporated as soon as it appeared, and turned into flames along with the shock wave. The car kept rolling and flying, and a thick smoke was formed along with the dust and debris. The wall pushed past violently. The shock wave weakened, and the continuous sound waves mixed with huge energy still rushed forward, and a large amount of glass in the distance was shattered, causing a lot of screams. Even New York Times Square, where the big beautiful boss was, heard the reverberating roar after a while. Along with it, there was the miserable scream of the monster. However, although the sound was miserable, it made everyone at the scene feel creepy. The person in charge, who was praying with his eyes closed, opened his eyes at this time, his face full of horror. It was indeed miserable. But he didn't die after being hit by a nuclear bomb? At this time, relevant feedback came from multiple reconnaissance areas on the front line. The missiles were suddenly intercepted by the monster. All detonated in the air. Although the monster looked miserable, it was indeed not dead, but roared over there. And the anger in it could be clearly heard. Damn. It was not scared after being hit by such a big monster, but was still angry? What the hell is this? The most important thing is that because it was not detonated in the designated area, too much power of the nuclear bomb was wasted and absorbed a lot. This was the first and most urgent feedback given by the research team that had been paying attention to the changes over there. Why use tactical nuclear bombs in New York? The purpose is to defeat the calculated threshold. Only energy destruction exceeding this threshold can play a real role, thereby destroying the structure of the altar over there. Who would have thought that the seemingly slow and sluggish monster could have such a reaction and speed, and intercepted all the missiles in an instant? What's the difference between this and catching a bullet with bare hands? Although they had designed the power to be doubled for the sake of safety, they still failed to penetrate completely, resulting in a lot of absorption. It can be clearly seen that the mirage on the altar area has become clearer. Although a large number of monsters died in the nuclear explosion, more monsters swarmed out than before. It was like an endless stream. Tear them apart. Destroy them. Devour them. Spread the glory of the abyss in this world. Enzo's angry roar resounded through the sky, accompanied by the screams of other monsters. A scene of the end of the world. This made the beautiful soldiers stationed on the outer rooftops feel endless fear when looking at the scene in front of them. They had received the news of the impending nuclear explosion, and they were sure that their location was in a safe zone. They just had to be careful not to look directly at the fireball and find some cover. This was indeed the case. The brave soldiers with sunglasses were even actively looking at the situation over there, wanting to witness the strongest weapon of mankind. Looking at the flames rising into the sky, the visible shock waves, and the destruction along the way. And finally the strong wind mixed with heat waves that reached here. They only felt their blood boiling. But the next scene was completely beyond their expectations. Not dead after being hit by a nuclear bomb? What the hell is this thing? Not only the group of people at the scene recently, but also some survivors crying in the house with broken windows. In addition to witnessing it with their own eyes and experiencing it personally in Times Square, Umbrella has been uploading some satellite aerial views of the facts. It can be said that the entire process of the nuclear strike, combined with the Pyongyang's own live broadcast, was fully presented to the eyes of people all over the world. Only shock was left. It's over. Nuclear bombs are useless? I'm going to die. Didn't you say that you calculated the threshold of magic absorption with enough equivalent? Is it strengthened in the opposite direction now? Yes. That's the reason why I rejected Umbrella before. It's a big trouble. Is humanity going to be finished? Destroy it. Destroy it all. Damn. This damn world. Is the power of nuclear bombs only this strong? Or are they all absorbed? It seems that except for some recent buildings, nothing has collapsed. The satellite bird's eye view is clear, and the degree of damage is decreasing too obviously. Tactical nuclear bombs should be about the same. They are already very powerful. The impact resistance of reinforced concrete structures is far beyond imagination. The bird's eye view released by Umbrella can show the very intuitive outline of the destruction of the building complex. And the impact range is unexpectedly small. Although the actual impact range of the shock wave and the hurricane is not small. The subsequent 7 to 8 gale is completely irrelevant. Earthquakes are prone to house collapses, in addition to material damage, but also due to structural damage. Demolition by blasting is also to accurately blow up the bearing points after understanding the structure of the house. It is completely different from this kind of brute force. At this time, the roar of the broken monster in the middle is almost the nightmare of all human beings. The beautiful boss, who had shown up in Times Square, immediately boarded the helicopter under the escort of the bodyguards nearby and took off quickly to fly far away. Only the somewhat dazed media were left. Then they all screamed and ran wildly, and the scene was in a mess. Yoko, who was shivering on the rooftop water tower, didn't care much about the nuclear explosion and the howling monsters. She just felt that she had encountered a super double. I thought that the environment in the dormitory was already hellish enough, but now I feel that it is completely a big deal. I don't know why. Sitting here feels colder and colder, more and more gloomy, as if someone is talking to me in my ear. Talking nonsense. Just like the dormitory. My body temperature is just low. It is still 36 degrees. The temperature should be in the hot summer. Why is this happening? In the end, is there something wrong with my body? Is there a serious disease? But I have clearly checked it. Yoko squatted on the water tower with her hands on her chest and shivered. But what she couldn't see was that there were dense spirits floating around her. There were ordinary natural spirits. And some resentful spirits. As if guided and directed by something. They slowly floated towards Wang Yi. And then entered a ring on his finger. Many spirits passed directly through the nearby Yoko. Some conscious ghosts would politely apologize after passing through. This made Wang Yi feel a little strange and funny when he saw the trembling female student. He gave her a simple shelter, so that she would not be harmed by the spirit. But she was sensitive to the underworld around her. This was probably cultivated by Gu Qianqian. But at this time, there was no time to care so much. Wang Yi jumped down from the water tower and waved to Yoko above. Let's go. We can't stay here any longer. At this time, the armored troops that had retreated to this line of defense below had opened fire again. The roar of the tank's main gun, accompanied by the rhythmic roar of the anti-aircraft artillery here, meant a new beginning. Compared to before, it is obvious that these soldiers are now a little hysterical, and their morale has dropped greatly. Climbing down the water tower carefully, Yoko rubbed her arms with goosebumps and asked Wang Yi in a low voice, "Are you about to lose the defense?" Wang Yi glanced at her and walked to the stairs while saying, "That's not the case. De Pyongyang's logistics and delivery capabilities are still very strong. After the ammunition is replenished, it can still hold on for a while. Modern weapons are mass-produced and transported, with a complete war system and strong delivery capabilities." After De Pyongyang reacted, the federal guards from all over the country gradually transfused blood here. Even in case of an emergency, the overseas aircraft carrier formations have also been recalled. Originally, De Pyongyang's homeland defense was the responsibility of the federal guards, not the army. But this time, because it was a major matter and had never been encountered before, the Navy, Army and Air Force were also cooperating and ready to support at any time. In this case, with enough firepower and bombing, it is still no problem to consume in the short term. With the scale of this rift, the output speed is still limited. But, after the tactical nuclear bomb failed, the next step might be the big guys. Enzo's other two consciousnesses were still bragging to themselves, although they didn't dare to disobey him. They also had a vague attitude of nothing special. Anyway, it was the consciousness in the host that was bombed. Although it was painful, it was able to withstand it. In this case, it was only natural to let him feel a more cordial greeting. The nuclear bomb destroyed the alien creatures. A standard ending. Unfortunately, there was no scene of quickly asking Umbrella. But it will happen sooner or later. This time it must succeed. Since we can intercept, the targeted removal of tactical nuclear bombs is meaningless. Just use the overflowing firepower to cover the entire area. The person in charge looked a little embarrassed, and his face was a little distorted at this time. Originally, his curtain call should be perfect. He personally went to the nuclear strike site, fought against those monsters with the people of New York, and finally succeeded, and then completed the handover and retired, leaving behind a lifetime of fame. But now it's all over. Although according to the original estimate, the possibility of him continuing to stay in Times Square and encountering danger should not be high. But this is already beyond his own acceptance. Are you kidding? I worked so hard to get to this position, not to take such risks. Why can politicians provoke a war without hesitation for their own interests? Are they sure that the war will not break out? No. This group of people knows the consequences better than anyone else. It's just that no matter how many people die, he will not be there. That's all. If the equivalent is too large, it may affect our soldiers. Someone raised a question. But we can't afford to fail again. If we fail this time, what will we do next time? What will we use? After a pause, the person in charge continued to sigh. There are not many living people in the affected area. If the problem cannot be solved, they will die anyway. The difference between dying early and dying late. But their sacrifice can be exchanged for the survival of more people. This is a simple matter of addition and subtraction. For moral judgment, the issue of trains and railroad tracks may be a big debate. But as the person in power, it is easy to calculate with numbers. I understand. Then, should we notify the soldiers on the front line? No. If we notify them to retreat, won't the monsters wreak havoc throughout New York? The effect of the nuclear bomb will also be greatly reduced. This is their mission and their responsibility. Don't worry about the pension. The Federal Reserve will cover it. Here. He paused again. I said. Sometimes, there will always be sacrifices. We have no choice. In a missile silo, technicians are constantly busy debugging, mainly to remove the extra subwarheads from the rocket-like intercontinental missile warhead, leaving only a 500,000-ton, equivalent low-pollution hydrogen bomb warhead. I didn't expect that I would really have to use this thing in my lifetime. The technician who completed the debugging seemed a little depressed. There's no way. Who could have thought that this would happen? A colleague next to him also sighed. But isn't this a man-made disaster? Although there was a traitor who summoned OK. If the flesh and blood were not cloned, how could this phenomenon occur? This is not something we can handle. We can only do our own work. The reason why we chose intercontinental missiles instead of bombers is that we are worried about interception again. This time, a palm technique will be launched directly from the sky. The gyroscope of the intercontinental missile, combined with the satellite positioning guidance before the interference, is enough to ensure accuracy. Before, it was a prediction error. As a result, all the separated tactical nuclear bombs were intercepted. And before, there were only 7 warheads with an equivalent of less than 1,000 tons. This time, a warhead with an equivalent of 500,000 tons was used to completely cover it. Any conspiracy is nothing in front of absolute power. If not, it's just that the power is not enough. Boom! The missile ignited, broke through the silo cover, and slowly rose into the air. The whole world seemed to be watching this side. When the missile was launched, the defense line near the New York Alter area entered the most tragic white-hot stage. The anti-aircraft gun followed the trajectory of the strange bird in the sky and fired a string of whip-like barrages. The gunner roared while firing. Where's the air support? Why hasn't this wave come yet? The signalman who had been calling for support with a walkie-talkie also put down his headset and said, "I've been calling all the time." No response. Hold on. The captain next to him picked up his automatic rifle and fired into the air together, while shouting in encouragement, "Everyone hold on. Support is coming soon. Don't worry. We won't give up on us. New York is under our feet. Behind us is the undestroyed Pure Land. We have to stop them. Beasts, go to H.L." Accompanied by roars. The roar of guns and cannons, and the bombardment of the armored forces below. Round after round of impacts were withstood. The originally prosperous streets have now turned into ruins in the crossfire, and the air is filled with the smell of gunpowder and sulfur. The fallen strange birds, the exploded fire dogs, and the corpses all over the ground. At this time, Enzo's possession, which had been severely damaged before, also completed recovery with more flesh and blood filling. And the tentacles grew again. Human. Feel the pain. I will let you taste the wrath of this king. However, at this moment, Enzo sensed the danger above. He opened his eyes above, and immediately saw the warhead falling from the sky, at the terrifying speed of 20 Mach per second at the end of the ballistic missile. Enzo had already penetrated it when he just sensed the danger. A trifling trick. Enzo continued to swing his tentacles. Although he was a little surprised at the speed, he still tried his best, and finally all 6 tentacles successfully caught the warhead. I have been prepared, and will not let you succeed again. In terms of weight, it is nothing more than a little bigger than the attack just now. Even if it was the attack of the previous level. The dazzling fire appeared, and Enzo's remaining consciousness was in a state of numbness just at the beginning. Why is it different? Swish. This time there was no resistance or struggle at all, and Enzo's huge body was instantly vaporized. Enzo, who was on the other side of the passage, immediately covered his head with his tentacles because of the severe pain in his soul. Pain. Too painful. What on earth is this? And the beautiful soldiers fighting in the distance seemed to understand why this batch of air support had not arrived yet. Looking at the mushroom cloud that rose into the sky and was far larger than before, the soldiers on the roof stopped firing. Even though their eyes were burned, they stared at the scorching fireball without any advance notice. After all, it was a mistake. It was a completely different level of impact. At least, it was completely fatal to the soldiers on the roof, who had almost no shelter and no obstacles. The shock wave instantly tore off everything protruding on the roof, and even lifted the roof. The turrets, soldiers, and water towers were swept away in an instant. The heat wave from the ground also tore apart all armored units and soldiers except the main battle tanks. Although the tank blocked the impact, the internal temperature was also rising sharply, and they howled from the heat. Brooklyn has a population of more than 2 million and an area of 251 square kilometers. The sudden abyss invasion was located in the southwest of Brooklyn, and the impact range had affected most of Brooklyn by the time of the nuclear explosion. It was only firmly blocked by the subsequent armored forces and the quickly deployed anti-aircraft artillery. Although there were occasional fish that slipped through the net, it was no big deal. There is a calculation formula for the effective destruction and killing of nuclear explosions. Radius equals C asterisk explosion equivalent caret 1/3. C is 1.493885. Area equals power caret 2. It is very strong, but not as strong as imagined. At least the first 7,000-ton tactical nuclear bombs had almost no effect on the anti-aircraft artillery platforms and ground armored forces defending the periphery, and only some strong winds were left. However, a 500,000-ton nuclear bomb is already the most commonly used equivalent of warheads in real-time strategic strikes, which is also an equivalent that is difficult for atomic bombs to achieve. The largest atomic bomb in history is the King, composed of multiple fission modules, weighing 7.8 tons and 500,000 equivalent, which has no practical significance. The equivalent of a hydrogen bomb, including the reentry vehicle, is 360 kilograms. At the same time, a hydrogen bomb is also a very clean means of explosion, and there will not be much residual radiation pollution. In the core area of the explosion, there appeared a nuclear explosion pit with a diameter of 300 meters and a depth of 70 meters. There was still a flow of dark red lava in the middle, and some traces of broken subway stations could be vaguely seen. Everything in the core range, including Enzo's body, altar, and magic circle, was wiped out of thin air. 5 kilometers outward, a large number of buildings within nearly 100 square kilometers collapsed. In addition to subways, underground parking lots and other areas, only a small number of special buildings such as bank vaults remained, and the casualties exceeded 90%. The front armored unit of the Federal Guard happened to be near this area, except for the main battle tanks. The armored vehicles were completely torn apart, and the infantrymen were dead, extending outward for more than 15 kilometers. All the glass in the area of nearly 1,000 square kilometers was shattered, and various other damages occurred, which had already spread outside the Brooklyn area. Manhattan, Queens, and Staten Island were all affected. New York's Times Square was also in a mess, as if it had been hit by a hurricane. Debris and garbage filled the streets. Street lamp bulbs were all shattered, and even the screen in Times Square had cracks. Liberty Island, located southwest of Manhattan, was also affected. The torches of the Statue of Liberty were loose, and a large number of patches fell off the surface of the entire statue, making it look bumpy. The sea surface of the straits between the islands of New York was also turbulent, and a large number of ships were blown away and tilted. Compared with the previous tactical nuclear bombs, which almost felt nothing, the detonation of this 500,000-ton nuclear bomb truly showed the world a corner of the lethality of human top weapons. Under the nuclear bomb, all beings are equal, and even the abyss monsters are no exception. Now, except for a few fish that have escaped the range, all problems and troubles have been solved in one blow. The New York Stock Exchange, which was temporarily moved to Chicago, was in mourning in an instant, except for a few stocks selling anti-radiation drugs and construction companies that rose. Most of the stocks were avalanches, directly triggering the circuit breaker mechanism. In the biochemical crisis before Neon, the number of zombies exceeded 1 million. But that was caused by multiple outbreaks, plus the continuous infection of zombies. And it was also related to the fact that the beautiful garrison did not help control the situation, which made the situation rotten. However, this time, Pyongyang herself evaporated 1 million people in such a short time. Fortunately, Brooklyn is a poor area in New York, with few elites, which is a blessing in disguise for them. The originally prosperous streets are now left with only some lonely load-bearing columns, broken eaves and broken walls, which looks quite desolate. Everywhere is charred, broken armored vehicles, and melted tires, making the air filled with the smell of burnt rubber. The Federal Guard that arrived later, as well as the rescue team composed of Pyongyang firefighters and agents, looked at the purgatory-like scene in front of them and lost their minds. The medical staff who followed were also numb, as if they no longer had work to do. There are still living people here. The sudden voice shocked everyone on the scene. And then, they quickly ran towards the main battle tank, dismantled the baffle with their hands and feet, and a burnt smell and a faint meaty aroma came out of it. The temperature inside was not low, and a heat wave could be felt. But the people inside were indeed still alive. However, the tank space was not spacious. which provided many obstacles for rescue. In the end, only one person could go down and use the rescue rope to pull the person out. When they were rescued, large pieces of skin were still attached to the tank seat, although they were alive. Each of the 3 people suffered serious burns. But even so, everyone present seemed to see hope and tried their best to rescue. The medical staff on the scene urgently began to treat the wounds and put on stretchers. Others went to several other tanks to see if there were any survivors. This seemed to be more of a sustenance and hope. The tragic environment comparison in various places, as well as Umbrella's satellite overhead view and some reports from Pyongyang, fully explain the desolation of this encounter. Although the portal has been completely destroyed and the purpose of this time has been achieved, the price is indeed too high. Moreover, with the intensity of this invasion, which happened in Pyongyang, it was only with Pyongyang's top delivery capability that it blocked the early stage. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse. Using nuclear bombs to stop losses. When they are used, they have already lost. Although Pyongyang, the person in charge, eventually left New York, he still stood up afterwards and gave an hour-long speech in mourning. He was full of grief throughout the whole process of telling about Pyongyang's pain. At the end, the person in charge looked around and sighed. What needs to be done next is the post-disaster reconstruction work. And I, because of this major mistake, bear an unshirkable responsibility. So I will resign as the person in charge. If it weren't for this incident, the general election would have started, and the power transition would be completed in January next year. But now that it's like this, it's better for the person in charge to resign. Reconstruction, finance and all kinds of wrangling have nothing to do with me. And I'm tired. To some extent, such a heavy death and injury in Brooklyn is also profitable. The crazy rush for iodine tablets, reconstruction, relocation, etc. are all huge projects. And they also represent money. Today, the Great Beauty is still in its heyday. This invasion of the abyss also reflects their strong strength and mobility to a certain extent. Therefore, when the Federal Reserve announced that it would backfill, raise the debt ceiling and print money, it turned out to be good news for some related interest groups. Only 2 circuit breakers and 1 resignation of the speaker temporarily stabilized the situation. The thickness of the Great Beauty is indeed astonishing. And anyone with a discerning eye can also see that the election of the Speaker of the Great Beauty is just a formality. Because the foresight and correctness that the high-profile speaker had called for on a certain special account before directly made his support rate an overwhelming advantage after the disaster. He also publicly stated again, "This matter will not be let go. We will definitely find the real culprit behind the scenes. And I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly when I take office." It is also very clear in his words that this matter has nothing to do with the Great Beauty. Someone must come out to take the blame. Chapter 449 Humanitarianism Light of Hope. The alien invasion suffered by Pyongyang was unexpected, and the world was not prepared for it. I thought the previous biochemical crisis was sci-fi enough, and it was only after Umbrella proposed the concept of magic that people quickly adapted. Then after experiencing the zombie incidents in Africa, Seoul, Yemen, and Tokyo, there was a widespread infection, which almost made everyone fully aware of it. I thought that this was already the extreme. In the future, the most important thing to guard against is large-scale poisoning in many places. And there is also a latent period of mild infection. All countries need to make corresponding preparations. But the sudden encounter of Pyongyang refreshed people's 3 views again. It has to be said that under the stimulation of continuous news, alien corpses have been found. Magic has been discovered. And all countries have made obvious progress in magic. Every month, new theories are proposed and appear in various journals. It seems that encountering alien attacks is not a new thing. At least this time. The acceptance ability is still quite fast. But Pyongyang used 8 nuclear bombs, 7 tactical nuclear bombs with a yield of 1,000 tons, and a subsequent hydrogen bomb with a yield of 500,000 tons, which really sounded the alarm for the whole world. Pyongyang, who is full of martial virtue, had to use nuclear bombs to bomb her own city. The hardships and difficulties involved can be imagined. Because Umbrella was live-streaming the meeting, it can be said that many scenes of Pyongyang's resistance also appeared. To sum up, it was tragic. At the same time, based on this action, it can be seen that Pyongyang's mobilization ability is strong. Rush to help at the fastest speed. Arrange defense lines at the fastest speed. Find a more reasonable response plan at the first time. And even use nuclear bombs without hesitation. Originally, Pyongyang made things so difficult for Neon at the hearing. and then turned around and made such a mess. And also acted as if she was a victim and needed to find the murderer behind the scenes, which was easy to cause some weird remarks. What? Neon has a biochemical crisis. That is, their laboratory leaks. And they need sanctions and compensation? And you, Pyongyang, have made it clear that the problem is caused by the cloned alien flesh and blood in the laboratory. But you are still ready to continue to pass the buck? However, the reality is that even the rabbits and bears have expressed some concern and provided humanitarian assistance. You should know when to tease and when to be sarcastic. Now Pyongyang is a wounded beast, and her eyes are red. At this time, teasing is just making yourself uncomfortable. People can be cruel enough to drop nuclear bombs on themselves. And this time Pyongyang was indeed severely damaged. And the economy was also in mourning. It can be said that all aspects have been hit. But if you really want to calculate it, most of the places that were bombed are the lower class. Although the casualties are heavy, the actual losses are actually just like that. On the contrary, it can reduce a lot of relief funds. There are not many bodies of the dead and wounded soldiers. Anyway, they will just drag it out first. If they can't hold it, they can rely on the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve claims to be an independent private institution. But in fact, it knows what the situation is. It is impossible to let Pyongyang collapse. And it will inevitably print money crazily to save the market. Anyway, this is an international currency, and it can be spread out to the whole world to pay for it. With this impact, if all countries tacitly unite, they can indeed give Pyongyang a hard time. But it is obvious that Pyongyang still has some power, and its allies have not given up their fantasy of it. And ordinary small countries are unlikely to risk becoming the culprit to go against it. Therefore, the expectations of major assessment agencies are still optimistic about Pyongyang's recovery. There can even be greater economic flow and employment opportunities during the reconstruction process. Finance is originally a fight for confidence. Even when it was still cleaning up the ruins, Wall Street started to open to the outside world again. And the key is that this time Pyongyang cut the Gordian knot quickly, and did not drag it into a protracted war, and solve the problem as quickly as possible. The real consumption of the foundation is not actually great, but it has revealed its own fangs. It really hurts, like having a nail lifted. But it seems more dangerous. Even Umbrella, who always likes to go against Pyongyang, showed its goodwill. Our company is willing to support a batch of materials in the spirit of humanitarianism. And our company has a batch of labor robots that will be released soon, which can be used for disaster relief, and should be of great help in discovering radioactive sources. Pyongyang was able to solve the problem so quickly during this crisis. And Umbrella was crucial. If Umbrella had not readily provided some more in-depth magic parameters and formulas, I am afraid that they would not dare to take such a quick action to cut the Gordian knot. Afterwards, they were willing to provide some funding, especially for things that were really needed. This made Pyongyang also officially express his gratitude. And there was rarely any sarcasm on the spokesperson's expression. Although the subsequent use of this time was a hydrogen bomb with an equivalent of 500,000 tons. The bombing of their own home would definitely not use dirty things like three-phase bombs. Lao Xiong had used this thing to bomb reservoirs before, and the residual radiation of hydrogen bombs was very small. But after all, the 7 tactical nuclear bombs at the beginning and the ignition device for detonating hydrogen bombs still use some fissile materials. Even though it is far from comparable to the nuclear power plant leak, it is indeed necessary to pay attention to comprehensive detection, at least where there may be residual radioactive materials that need to be marked. At this time, if there are really robots to help, it would be great. But originally, all parties saw the news about Umbrella, which means that they are normal robots that have appeared so far. After all, Umbrella has also made robot dogs to assist in combat before, in conjunction with the drone swarm tactics they showed in Neon. It is normal to make some robots. They said that the commercial products they want to sell to the outside world should be able to do housework or possibly enter factories. Woo! A freighter belonging to Umbrella Transport Company slowly arrived at the port of New York. It was full of various containers of supplies, all of which were support for the disaster. Tents, food, toilet paper, sleeping bags, etc. The New York invasion is the business of the abyss? What does it have to do with our White Lotus umbrella? We are only here for humanitarian assistance. In addition to the relief supplies, there are also robots and some engineering equipment on board. The Port of New York has been very busy recently. In addition to the material support from various countries, Pyongyang also has a lot of support to be shipped by sea. But even so, When Umbrella's cargo ship arrived, there were still a lot of reporters nearby. There were more people delivering materials. And their main purpose this time was to learn about Umbrella's robots. Because this should be a new product that Umbrella will provide soon. After Umbrella said it would provide robots to assist in rescue, professionals from all walks of life made their own comments. Umbrella has Red Queen, the strongest battery, top-level materials, and the most advanced chips. It can be said that there is no threshold for the manufacture of robots. And there will be no doubts from all sides. Now I just want to know how strong their robots are, and whether they will be connected to Umbrella's 20,000 satellites. After all, the drone swarm in Tokyo last time has already shocked and amazed many people. If it can be connected to satellites, it will really be like adding wings to a tiger. Dear viewers, we at CNN have also invited an expert in robotics, Harvard professor Mr. Wolf, who will be the first to inform everyone of the information about the robot that Umbrella is about to sell, and give a comprehensive analysis. On a helicopter hovering at the dock, a reporter covered his messy hair, stood by the hatch and said to the camera, and then kept asking the photographer to aim the camera at the container below. There are obviously several containers on this freighter that look different from the others. They are all silver white, and the surface is quite smooth and has a sense of technology. It is likely that they are boxes specially used to hold robots. And Professor Wolf also stood up at this time, took out his bracelet and aimed at the container to zoom in and out, wanting to confirm the details as soon as possible. It didn't take them long to wait. The silver container didn't wait for the crane to come over at all, and it popped out one box after another like a drawer. It seems that this container itself is completely made up of these silver white boxes. These boxes were interconnected and seemed to be able to move. They were slowly spread out on the deck. And then the silver white box began to transform uniformly. Ziz. The mechanical sound appeared together, and the original solid block turned into a human body as fast as a Rubik's Cube. Oh! I have given Umbrella very high expectations. But I didn't expect that I would be caught off guard just at the beginning. This is incredible. Professor Wolf is an expert in robotics, and he clearly understands the difficulty. Reality is not a movie. It can be said that the function of completing this transformation is already a difficult problem that their team cannot overcome. And this is just one of the functions designed for the portability of the robot. It must be that the portability issue will be considered after other functions are met. It is conceivable that this is just the tip of the iceberg of Umbrella's robots. Although Umbrella has been given high expectations in all aspects. But after the picture appeared in front of him, many people in front of the camera couldn't help but take a breath. They won't make Transformers in the future. After enlarging it, it will be equivalent to making Gundam. Right? Is this the production line that Umbrella claims to make washing machines? They just made these things? It's already a complete blast at the beginning. It has to be Umbrella, in addition to CNN on the helicopter in the air, who got the first taste of it. The dock workers on the scene and other reporters who heard the news also looked at the robots that came out in rows and began to move the containers by themselves. And they couldn't help but show stunned expressions. Damn! What is this? Umbrella arranged about 300 robots this time, and each robot is almost proportional to the human body after the transformation. They are all 1.8 meters tall and have a silver white body, which is very similar to some robots in the movie. Some LS hung on the outside blocked most of the lines, but the connection of the lines can still be vaguely seen through the neck, arms and other joints. However, apart from these, various movements are extremely smooth and the balance is also extremely strong. Unbelievable. Is this Umbrella's robot? It's just like a real person. No. It's stronger than a real person. The CNN reporter on the helicopter kept repeating the word "oh my god" to the camera. After that, the reporter turned the microphone to Wolf next to him, wanting him to explain. From the beginning, we were sure that Umbrella could make authentic robots. We are sure that Umbrella has this ability. They have the strongest artificial intelligence, the most advanced chips, and unsolvable materials. The Foundation can be said to be the strongest among all robot teams. But I didn't expect it to reach this level. From now on, I'm afraid that other robot teams will not have much room to survive. Umbrella will be the only one. No doubt. Wolf was already somewhat incoherent at this time. As an expert in this field, he knew best what Umbrella's robots meant. Look at what you have seen. Some engineering vehicle parts for rescue. No crane is needed. Several robots stand together to cooperate, and they find the best bearing point to move these machines down and assemble them okay. When necessary, the back of the robot can be opened, and a supporting bracket will appear to increase its load-bearing capacity and reduce the pressure on the feet. From time to time, the shoulders are open to reveal the other two arms to cooperate together. In addition, the fingers suddenly turned into electric drills and electric screws. Switching between wire cutters and even welding can be done in one go. All round, it is conceivable that these robots can be used in almost every field as long as some modules are replaced. Red Queen Plus coordinated control. Powerful hardware of the robot itself. And perfect materials. This, no solution. In the past, although the products launched by Umbrella were epic-making, they would still have some left to eat. At least they were only strong in a single aspect. But now, as Umbrella's various technologies have begun to move to the forefront, the composite products combined have also truly appeared in a completely different generation gap. This is no longer a product of an era. What was Umbrella at the beginning? It was just a contact lens. Although it has been constantly iterating and upgrading, it is only strong in one aspect. The same is true for subsequent culture media and medicines. They couldn't even find enough foundries to provide production capacity for their initial mobile phones. However, as Umbrella slowly completed the basics one by one, the things that came out later usually gathered multiple advantages in various aspects. From lenses to photolithography machines. From electromagnetic guns to mass projectors. From stealth coatings to stealth missiles and transport aircraft. Now, the appearance of robots that have gathered obvious advantages in many aspects is purely a dimensionality reduction strike. Just like Umbrella's C-City, it was composed of countless platforms to form the miracle in the history of human industry. And now, Umbrella is constantly creating new miracles with their unique technologies. As they conquer more and more basic projects, the types and solutions of combinations will also increase. This, once they rely on robots to solve their own manpower disadvantages. The speed of subsequent development of this gushing horror will probably be beyond imagination. In the past, Umbrella improved quickly and reached the current size quickly, relying on a series of technologies and products. But everyone knows that it is impossible to maintain this growth rate all the time. As the size increases, various problems that need to be dealt with will also come one after another. However, now, they seem to want to tell everyone with actions that they are afraid that they will always maintain this terrifying speed. One force breaks all laws. Ziz. The silver-white robot half knelt on the ground, and the screwdriver of its finger turned at high speed, quickly completing the splicing of some engineering vehicles. Then a robot directly climbed onto the engineering vehicle and drove onto the truck next to it. 300 robots performed their duties, and under a unified command, they completed the cooperation with a tacit understanding that human power could not achieve. All the assemblies were completed with astonishing efficiency, and then each got on the truck and was transported to the direction of Brooklyn. The appearance of a large number of reporters and the live broadcast of CNN helicopters can be said to have shown these robots of Umbrella to everyone at the first time. Whether it is TT or VV, or Facebook, Moat, YouTube, Weibo, etc., there are related videos everywhere. Various comments were flooding the screen like crazy. It was obvious that these 300 robots had brought a huge impact to everyone. I feel like I'm really going to be unemployed. I used to think that artificial intelligence couldn't take away the jobs of manual laborers. But now it seems that I was thinking too much. Haha. Will artificial intelligence beg for food? Is it qualified to take away my job? Carrying a gun is a soldier. Entering a factory is a worker. And picking up a hoe is a farmer. Now I don't know what the production capacity is. And I don't know what the computing limit of Umbrella is. If it can be expanded endlessly, the efficiency in the future will be incredible. Anyway, looking at their tacit cooperation and workability, I have eliminated the idea of competition. Let's go beg together. Am I the only one wondering how Umbrella will sell this thing? How will it be sold? Anyway, I can't afford it. I think it's unlikely that every robot will be this version. Otherwise it will be no different from selling arms. If it is for civilian use, I'm afraid that the production will be increased and some functions will be castrated. I hope to castrate more. Maybe I can get one. Huh? Can I support myself by letting robots work? It should be a painful day for Pyongyang now. All places are reporting the tragic situation of this abyss invasion. And there are analysts from all walks of life analyzing the risks of the escaped abyss monsters, and the risk assessment of future response to invasions. There are even proposals to form a global response force to prevent the outbreak in small countries that cannot be handled. It can be said that all media are revolving around the disaster of Pyongyang. Even if Umbrella's robots have people squatting, It is because Umbrella came to support the Pyongyang this time, which is one of the related projects. However, after Umbrella's robots came out, they instantly stole the spotlight, and the discussion about Umbrella's robots overshadowed the disaster of the Pyongyang. If it can really be mass-produced, then we don't have to worry about the invasion of the abyss, because robots are not afraid of consumption. Yeah, just specializing in one job doesn't have to be so complicated, and the output should be able to increase. Right? As for the combat capability of Umbrella's drones last time, the combat effectiveness is definitely quite strong. Then has Umbrella surpassed the Great Beauty in combat power? If the number of robots increases? That's not the case. Attacks similar to EMP are enough to cause great damage to Umbrella. But the Great Beauty itself is also very dependent on electronic warfare. It's like hurting the enemy 1,000 times and hurting itself 800 times. But if it really fights, focusing on Umbrella's shortcomings and relying on its own foundation is still a big loss. Pyongyang has an absolute advantage. Besides, the Pyongyang has mushrooms, and she grows them herself. What else can't she do? Haha. Do you know how much energy is needed for the Umbrella mass projector? Only nuclear power can afford it, judging from the scale of Pyongyang, excluding the factories and living areas inside. The nuclear power technology is definitely the best in the world. I don't believe they can't make it. How is it possible? If it is true, why didn't the Pyongyang mention it? That's because they really may have, just as all kinds of discussions appeared. The Umbrella rescue convoy, followed by reporters, had already arrived at the disaster area, because it was a problem that was solved directly by nuclear explosion. The disaster area was quite obvious, and the nuclear explosion area and the outside of the nuclear explosion area were clearly divided. The collapse of the building seemed to have a dividing line. Most of the load-bearing columns of the buildings will be left as the boundary in the future, excluding the damaged glass on the periphery and the areas similar to those hit by hurricanes. The areas that really need help are still in the middle of the core area to the periphery. There is no need to think about the core area. Everything is gone. First, the abyss creatures were rampant and captured everywhere. And then, there was a nuclear explosion. I'm afraid that only a very few lucky people can survive in subway stations and underground parking lots. And there may still be some abyss monsters in these places. Most people in the outer areas can save themselves, and there are few urgent requests for help. The convoy also came to those places where houses collapsed but not completely collapsed. And there may be many survivors in these gaps. If it were to Pyongyang's own rescue, they would probably start lighting candles and sending wreaths after 2 days of rescue. This time, Umbrella's convoy came to such a place for rescue, which was also a way to put the Pyongyang on the fire. In fact, they were just preparing to pick up the garbage and tidy up, since the Twin Towers incident, deceiving firefighters to go in and causing a large number of deaths, and the lack of subsequent compensation. The credibility of the Pyongyang authorities has actually collapsed in the hearts of many of them. It's just a job. Why sell your life? Coupled with the impact of privatization, the Pyongyang's public service system has big problems. For example, when the fire department received the fire report and found that the house was not insured, they just watched the house burn. No matter how the household owner begged, even doubled the payment on the spot, they were indifferent. In order to grab the order, they came to occupy the pit without adding water, and then shared it with the fire trucks that arrived later. Or they were prepared to forcibly put the uninjured household owner on a stretcher and carry him to the hospital for more money. What's more, this time it was a serious nuclear explosion. Even if the pollution of the hydrogen bomb was not serious, the Pyongyang Fire Department had lost their trust in them and would never believe that this thing had low pollution. Now many people will only come in wearing protective clothing, and the number of protective clothing is obviously not enough, resulting in a serious shortage of people on the scene. There are also some who did not wear protective clothing, but the number is not large. It can be said that after the Umbrella robots came, they really helped. Dear audience, you can see that the Umbrella robots have arrived in the area where rescue is urgently needed. According to the previous rescue situation, it can be seen that there are still potential risks in the current rescue. Possible radiation pollution, landslides again, and monsters that may be crushed in the ruins. As a result, the reporter just explained the current situation briefly, and then he started to oh my god again. The robots that have arrived at the scene have a very clear division of labor. Some detection equipment was taken down from the car, which seemed to be used to detect life activities. At that moment, 7 or 8 robots found the target and quickly ran towards a pile of ruins. An engineering vehicle followed behind. Some concrete blocks were seen, These robots started to dig them open with their bare hands and lifted them up in coordination with each other, plus the engineering vehicle behind them for support. The seamless tacit understanding at the dock before, the sense of matching with the highest efficiency at every step, made the entire rescue work as smooth as a show, which made people feel very relieved. It seemed like they had rehearsed it countless times, and the speed and efficiency under this smoothness were naturally quite amazing. There were originally quite a few firefighters wearing protective clothing, as well as some soldiers holding guns to prevent being crushed by monsters. They had been here for so long, but in fact they just cleaned up some garbage, and they almost symbolically moved it to prevent the protective clothing from being damaged. But as soon as the robots arrived, they quickly opened a hole in the ruins, with a very sophisticated mechanical structure. Several robots used themselves as load-bearing supports and dug out a passage. Then, they connected to a hollow area formed between a load-bearing wall and a concrete slab, where there were two unconscious and dehydrated little girls. The coagulated blood under the concrete next to them might be their parents, but the two children still had a breath of life. Then the robots quickly stepped forward to conduct a physical examination, and after confirming that there were no fractures or other injuries that could cause secondary trauma, they carried them out. After the two girls were rescued, they caused a sensation at the scene. Those firefighters and soldiers just lost confidence in the Danyai authorities. Not really cold-blooded and ruthless. Now seeing the scene in front of them, they all came to help. There were also medical staff nearby who stepped forward immediately. Soon they were quickly sent away with a drip. The people watching the live broadcast in front of the screen also felt an indescribable feeling. The light of hope for mankind. Umbrella. Chapter 450 For Sale Beware. The reporters at the scene didn't care that this was caused by Umbrella. Now that Pyongyang had suddenly suffered such a disaster, it could be said that some morale-boosting news was urgently needed. In this case, the phenomenon of digging out two surviving girls at this time undoubtedly represents a kind of hope. Hope that needs to be conveyed. Although this was done by Umbrella, it couldn't care less. Even if it was just the periphery of the nuclear explosion, it was still a ruin after the nuclear explosion. The broken eaves and broken walls were desolate. In this environment, the scene of a group of robots saving people was quite impactful. The two rescued girls first encountered an alien invasion, and then suffered a hydrogen bomb bombing with a yield of 500,000 tons, and finally survived. This is indeed worth writing about. The entire Pyongyang, and even the world, gave many blessings. The chain of blessing videos has also become popular on TT, one after another, taking advantage of this opportunity. Even though Pyongyang is now in a state of panic and is still dealing with various matters, the Ministry of Commerce has also made an open inquiry. How many robots does Umbrella have left? Are they for sale? The disaster relief efficiency of this robot is already in front of us. Naturally, we cannot remain indifferent. But Pyongyang's words made Wang Yi, who had already left Pyongyang and arrived in South Korea, feel a little funny. This action of ordering robots is actually just one of the disaster relief. Pyongyang has never been very interested in this kind of disaster relief. Wildfires can continue to burn, and pollution can continue to exist. Anyway, as long as public opinion is suppressed, nothing will happen. Now, most of the series of measures announced by Pyongyang are aimed at Wall Street. The Federal Reserve and the Pyongyang authorities have successively jumped out to endorse. That is, to stabilize the financial sector first. The symbolic significance of this disaster relief is much greater. The impact this time is big. But where is the loss caused? Brooklyn. To a certain extent. If Brooklyn is removed from New York, it may be good news for New York. How much will Pyongyang really want to rescue? At this time, they took the time out of their busy schedule to save Wall Street to ask such questions. I am afraid that the purpose is more to test Umbrella's production capacity and the performance of these robots. If it were other forces, they might have found an excuse to directly deduct them. But the opponent is Umbrella, which is a bit difficult. What if they really deduct them and let them find an excuse to add insult to injury? After discussing for a while, they decided to test it first. After all, Umbrella has always provided positive help in this matter, and it is quite critical. Although they don't care much about reputation, Umbrella also has fists. If you don't have anything, you may not get any benefits because of the magic factor. It's better not to test it randomly. In the face of this purchase, Umbrella also said generously, this kind of cutting-edge robot has limited production capacity due to material problems. If your country can sell all the silver reserves to us, then we can make more. The robots displayed this time must ensure power, endurance, pressure resistance and other aspects at the same time. And the consumption of silver is quite high. With the current soaring price of silver, it is absolutely quite luxurious. Even with the silver held by Umbrella, it is not suitable for large-scale distribution, because there are many other places that consume silver. Umbrella occupied the Mexican silver mines early, and with the subsequent money and various means, there are a large number of Umbrella-owned silver mines everywhere in Kangaroo, Pakistan, Congo, and Japan. But in terms of silver reserves, the world is still the first in the United States. Although they have not found a suitable use now, they will just spend money to collect it. It's okay to hype up a high price and then sell it slowly. Anyway, it's not a loss to make more silver. They are experts in this kind of hype. Why can Rabbit only make hard money? Because Rabbit itself lacks mines and lacks the pricing power of global bulk minerals. The demand is large. The raw materials are expensive, and the selling is cheap. Naturally, it can only rely on numbers to make meager profits. And countries with high-profit industries can make money almost lying down as long as they control the production quantity and pull the supply and demand relationship well. Even because of the silver production, they are still considering the issue of anchoring the US dollar to silver. Unfortunately, Umbrella has too much control over the source of this thing. And there is also a lot of silver in the East, so it can't be controlled like oil. So in the end, it can only give up temporarily. Now the Pyongyang tried to test Umbrella to make some robots. And Umbrella also threw the ball back. So the Pyongyang's business department could only respond vaguely. Our silver involves strategic reserves, and it can be paid in other ways. You said before that you were ready for commercial use. Maybe you can quote a price. The back and forth communication between the two sides has gradually attracted more and more attention. Umbrella's robots, the rescue girl, and the current conversation directly pushed this topic to the peak. The robot has amazed many people since its debut. It's just because the function is too powerful, so strong that everyone knows that they can't afford it. So it's just a topic of conversation after dinner. The same is true for the Pyongyang's purchase this time. Now the price of silver has skyrocketed, and this side asked for the Pyongyang's reserve silver, which naturally let everyone know the value of it. It's none of my business, so I just watch it. But Umbrella took advantage of the heat and made another official announcement and statement. There are many versions of our products. This multifunctional robot is expensive, consumes a lot of silver, and has low production. However, we have other versions to reduce the performance and function of the robot. The function introduction has been uploaded to the official website. Those who are interested can take a look. Good guy. They directly use the suffering of the Pyongyang to advertise. It's still Umbrella. The Pyongyang's Ministry of Commerce is obviously a little annoyed. But it's hard to say anything at this time. Umbrella is indeed helping. And the topic was raised by themselves. It's better not to humiliate yourself. And the crowd who were just watching the show suddenly saw this official announcement from Umbrella. And many people became interested. They went to Umbrella's official website and started to look through it. Sure enough, there are 3 more product introductions and introductory videos. 3 models of sweeper robots, A, B, and C. Ma Dong, who had finally managed to coax his baby to sleep at home, happened to come across this video, which made him laugh. He and Umbrella are very predestined. His live broadcast was based on the use of A1 glasses to brush chili oil. He became a first-class star today after his fame was boosted by live broadcasts. So he naturally has a good impression of Umbrella. The Red Queen Plus connected to mobile phones, cars, and home appliances can be seen everywhere. He just moved his eyes, and the holographic bracelet seemed to have understood his thoughts and started playing. The Chinese version of the commentary in the video was also heard from the Bluetooth headset. The sweeper robot is the company's first product in the field of household robots. Unlike the multifunctional prototype that went to the Pyongyang for disaster relief, many capabilities not needed in daily life have been eliminated in order to increase production and reduce costs. The energy and power are only at the ordinary household level, and most of the time, they are not as good as ordinary adults. But they can complete some heavy object handling work when necessary through torque adjustment and gear adjustment. First, a simple overall explanation was given to tell everyone that it was not compared with a robot that could break rocks with its chest. And then, only then, did he begin a detailed introduction to the performance. First, to ensure the full functionality of the robot, it must be connected to the network. Without the network, the robot's actions will rely purely on the chip and built-in program, which will be slightly mentally retarded and unable to do many things. But if it is connected to the network, it will be an absolutely powerful little home helper. Type A robot is the most affordable standard version, priced at $99,000 before tax. As soon as this price was announced, it immediately attracted a cry of grief on the internet. The original tracker was like this. Although it was really excellent in terms of cost performance, it was recognized as a good product, the best value for money. But because of its powerful functions, the price is still a bit too high for many families. However, this time, the cheapest A-type robot is more expensive than the regular version of the tracker. This is indeed the entry barrier that has eliminated many people. However, not many people complained about the high price, because Umbrella's product performance is indeed excellent. It is impossible to find a better one at the same price. There were a lot of tearful comments in the barrage, shedding tears of poverty. I choose to save money to buy the tracker first. I'd better use the smart home at home. Hey. The introduction did not. The robot stopped because of these comments, and started the in-depth functional demonstration after the quotation was completed. The appearance of the sweeper also appeared in front of everyone. The silver-white body is somewhat different from the disaster relief robot. It is not so smooth and looks more mechanical. It is only about 1.5 meters tall and has a much thicker body. It seems that many ordinary components have been added to save silver. And there is also a big head that looks a bit silly. The video scene is in the kitchen. The shadow of the Red Queen is projected next to it, and she directly ordered the robot to OK. Use eggs to show your control to your future master. After hearing this, the green light in the eyes of the sweeper A-type robot flashed, as if it had confirmed the receipt of the command, and then walked straight to the refrigerator, opened the refrigerator door, and took out a bag of eggs directly. Put the bag on the kitchen chopping board. Then reach out and take the eggs out of the bag one by one, and put them in a bowl. There was also a burst of exclamation in the barrage. This force control is really strong. It can complete all this autonomously after hearing the command, which is really helpful. It really didn't disappoint. However, the next moment, they saw the robot reach out and hold a bowl full of eggs, and suddenly shook it. All the eggs in it flew into the air. Then, with everyone stunned, the clown began to juggle the ball. Although this robot is performing a clown show, I always feel that I am the clown. Add 1. When I first saw that it could pinch eggs, I thought it was pretty good. After all, the robots that can pinch eggs that we usually see are not humanoid, but just a single arm. It is amazing to be able to combine this to cooperate with instructions. I didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. The batch of robots that De Pyongyang used for disaster relief were all doing rough work, and they only showed their fineness when using screwdrivers and welding. Now I know that they can be so fine. After the sweeper received all the eggs in his hand, and quickly put them back into the bowl, the shadow of the Red Queen continued to issue the second command. Fry a poached egg. I want the egg white to be crispy, and the egg yolk to be oily. I want to fry the egg in clear water, not oil. After the Red Queen finished speaking, the sweeper's eyes flashed green again. Then he started to show his cooking skills on the spot. No oil for frying eggs. Only water? The netizens in front of the screen couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Is this a deliberate challenge? Is it to show what will happen if it can't do it? But the robot seems to have no concerns or pressure in this regard. Just waiting here. Start the fire. Heat the pot. Wait until the pot is red for a while, and then sprinkle a little water. As soon as the water enters the pot, it sizzles, and the water droplets formed continue to shrink. And at this time, the robot pinched an egg with one hand, and began to shake the pot handle continuously, allowing the egg liquid inside to rotate clockwise along the pot, constantly making a sizzling sound. Finally, at the moment when the water vapor disappeared, it was directly taken out of the pot with just the right force and thrown on the prepared plate. The egg white is crispy, and the egg yolk is oily. It's really done. In the barrage, a group of 666. Hack. And I give up covered the sky and the sun. The Red Queen was not affected by the comments at all and continued to speak. Take 3 pounds of lean meat and cut it into pieces. Don't let it have any oil. When these words came out, netizens from a certain eastern country were stunned. I seem to have heard this before. When they saw the robot taking meat from the refrigerator and then began to show its amazing knife skills, a group of people couldn't help but sigh. If Xinguanqi had such a helper, he wouldn't have been beaten to death by the deputy commander. In comparison, I feel like a waste. And this thing only costs $99,000? After the subsequent requirements of 3 pounds of fat and 3 pounds of crispy bones were completed, netizens also felt numb. Although everyone had high expectations for this robot, The in-depth introduction after the quotation still shocked everyone. What the H.L. is this? Has the previous Red Queen Plus function been castrated? Then, Red Queen also began to explain and illustrate the follow-up. Because the chip, program, and structural design are all Umbrella's own. The connection with Red Queen Plus has reached a perfect fit. Coupled with the excellent structural design of the robot itself, the performance can naturally surpass all other smart homes. But the robot itself also has limitations. Even if it is ordered, it cannot attack humans, and cannot do anything that will harm humans. If it is an unachievable goal, it will stop and respond after prediction. Red Queen said this, and gave an example on the spot. Pick the moon for me. The green light on the robot's big head flashed longer, then turned yellow, and made an electronic mechanical sound. Master, I can't do this, but I can help you make moon cakes. Then make moon cakes. We have minced meat. Can we make moon cakes with meat filling? Or do you want any other flavors? The ingredients in the refrigerator are. The robot said what was in the refrigerator like a recipe, and then gave several choices. But Red Queen didn't want it, and proposed a rather weird combination. Mincemeat, eggs, and cartilage. This caused the robot to think again, and then answered okay. I didn't find any relevant recipes, but I can try it. It may not be delicious. Is this okay? Yes. After confirming, the robot began to make its new dishes. Although there is no recipe, it should have retrieved a lot of references to other dishes. But it used the bone-to-flesh connection method to complete the meat filling, and then completed this food that only looks like a mooncake. So far, the demonstration is over. The whole process is a demonstration of the kitchen function, and it was not required to do anything else. But after just showing the kitchen function, no one doubted its other functions. Obviously, this is connected to the Red Queen, and if there is not enough information, it can be checked temporarily. Even delicate work such as cooking can be completed. Just cleaning, or pressing buttons, or simply remotely linking with the Red Queen Plus. It is naturally easy to do. I suspect it can wash clothes directly, saving the washing machine. I think so too. If you think about it this way, it seems that it is really worthwhile to hire a long-term home nanny for $99,000. Then a large number of subsequent questions such as can it repair air conditioners? Can it assemble computers? Can it reinstall the system? Also appeared. Umbrella did not give an official answer, but many people still conducted popular science. Judging from the current performance and fine control of this thing, given enough tools, ordinary problems can really be solved. The battery is the standard battery of Umbrella, and the charging station can be installed directly at home. The range of activities requires a network, preferably Wi-Fi. But if a traffic chip is inserted, it can be taken out in places with sufficient signal. However, if it encounters an area without signal, it will instantly decay into an ordinary robot with only some simple functions and foolish obedience. This is just the sweeper Type A. Just the most basic standard model. This makes everyone have more expectations for the subsequent Type B and Type C. Sure enough, although the latter two are based on the sweeper Type A and have related functions, they have another new function enhancement. The Type B sweeper is priced at $199,000, and a communication fee of $20 is required every month. In addition to its longer battery life, its advantage is that it can dock with Umbrella's satellite. In other words, the Type B sweeper can no longer rely on Wi-Fi or traffic, and has a strong anti-interference ability. It can be used even in deep mountains and forests, and on the sea. The subsequent Type C sweeper, priced at $499,000, has an additional folding function, which has the ability to fold robots into blocks during disaster relief. Moreover, after turning into a cube, it has its own small wheels, which can follow the owner around like a pet, and the power consumption can be reduced and the battery life can be longer. Is this the function of the Umbrella satellite? Too powerful. It can be used anywhere. Some field operations may also be the same. No wonder it costs this much. This price is actually very cheap. Find out how much an MRI machine costs. How much does a Darwin robot cost? With the current level of sophistication of this robot, I feel that if the accuracy is further increased in the future, people can be eliminated and the surgery can be performed entirely by them. Is there a possibility that Umbrella may launch a dedicated medical robot? After all, there are still many limitations for human hands to perform surgery. After Umbrella's robots first appeared in the Great Beauty Disaster Relief, it can be said that they have been attracting a lot of attention. People with different identities and statuses will have different ideas, Ordinary people watch for fun, and then vaguely worry whether they will be replaced by robots. People with good family conditions consider buying a household robot. Some factory owners also wonder if they can use it as a long-term employee. Firefighting, disaster relief, and rescue operations are considered in dangerous areas, even if the power cannot be compared with the previous batch of Demiliang disaster relief. This kind of intelligence and controllability can still replace a large number of ordinary people to go to dangerous places. For the various military forces, or some groups involving force, they also consider similar things. The demand for participating in the war does not require such high power at all. It is okay to meet the standards of ordinary people. How much effort does it take to shoot and press buttons? With such a high power, do you have to go up and fight? All you need to consider is the battery life issue. While Demiliang still needs to be busy with disaster relief and stabilizing the economy, a small group of senior executives put aside everything and completed a small meeting and discussion. What do you think? The drones that Neon dispatched at the beginning actually fully demonstrated their automatic integrated combat capabilities and completely solved the problem of number of people. But both drones and these robots have the same fatal weakness. EMP? Yes. We have actually developed stronger EMP equipment a long time ago. But we were the advantage in electronic and information equipment before, so there was no need to use it. If the opponent is Umbrella, then we must rely on this equipment to paralyze all high-tech equipment and then switch back to the mode of World War II. This kind of speech made everyone in the small room fall into silence. This is too heavy. A similar confrontation in New York before can show the huge consumption. Although we don't want to conflict with Umbrella, they are indeed a huge threat to us now. The suppression of the East can be slowed down. Yes, we can also win over some of them appropriately and lift some restrictions on them. We don't ask them to help us. Just don't drag us down. In fact, we don't have to be completely hostile to Umbrella for the time being. This invasion still shows that our homeland may still be threatened. Let's see if they have any way to prevent it. Humph. I think this time it seems like Umbrella did it. Although I also want to put this hat on them. But unfortunately, it's not a good time for the time being. Hearing the act of putting the hat on, others didn't feel anything wrong, as long as it can be exchanged for benefits. What's the point of accusing others of something? They have done a lot of things that confuse right and wrong. But this time, the laboratory is their own. The summoned people are also their own. And the location of the outbreak is also their own. There was a solemn hearing in front of them saying that wherever the outbreak occurred, it was the problem there. Even if they have the skin, they can't stand such accusations. And the most important thing is that Umbrella is too strong. Although it is small in size, it has almost no flaws. Some places that can be used are not convenient to move at this time. Then let's do this for the time being. First stabilize Wall Street, and then speed up the targeting of Japan. Since it is not targeting the East for the time being, Japan can be completely abandoned. Well, we can take it back temporarily when we need it in the future. We can start when the new boss takes office. Contact Switzerland and let them prepare to cooperate. Every time Umbrella launches something related to combat, although it is subversive, it is not directly invincible. Missiles, stealth, electromagnetic weapons, and even current drones and robots are similar to this. It has strong superiority, but it can always find some means of checks and balances. It can make Demiliang alert enough, but it is not determined to fight to the death in advance. If Demiliang is a unified individual, it may still make such a bold choice. But unfortunately, Demiliang is actually full of contradictions. It is completely reasonable to come to this choice of temporarily shelving. On the contrary, it is because Umbrella has performed quite outstandingly in all aspects in this incident. From the initial reminder, to the provision of important data support in the middle, and finally disaster relief. Demiliang media also said some good things about Umbrella for the first time. In terms of Demiliang's control over public opinion, this is also a kind of release of goodwill to a certain extent. Please don't make trouble during this period. Let me get through it, and then talk about other things. Go sell your robot. But also because of the rare praise of Umbrella by Demiliang, some curious people also began to learn about their news. As a result, when I saw this summary, I was really shocked. My goodness. Although Demiliang was the main force in this invasion, it is indeed Umbrella that contributed the most. Yes, if they had listened to Umbrella's words and conducted a thorough investigation when they were reminded at the beginning, the problem would have been solved. They also provided the parameters in the middle stage, and they participated in the rescue in the later stage. The Maple Leaf Country has already discovered that strange bird. Hey, I wonder if this thing will have any impact. Will it spread any virus? It shouldn't be the case. New York is fine. New York has been disinfected by nuclear bombs. What can happen? It won't cross the Pacific Ocean. Right? It's hard to say. Besides, even if it doesn't go through the Pacific Ocean, it may affect us through Maple Leaf to Alaska and then to the Far East. Fortunately, the number is not large. And the General Assembly has also issued the latest motion to make every effort to clean up the fish that have slipped through the net. But the Pyongyang didn't seem to share the idea of those alien corpses. They won't do any research again. Right? It seems. It's not surprising at all. When the rabbit got the alien corpse, it was a fruit. Even the Pyongyang got a butt. Otherwise this incident would not have happened. However, this time, the Pyongyang, apart from the high-profile candidate, said that he was ready to settle the score later. Regarding the disposal of the alien corpse, the Pyongyang did not even explain it. It is obvious that he is going to eat alone. It makes people laugh and cry. But it does not seem to be surprising. Chapter 451 Fermentation Trend. Originally, the Pyongyang secretly took all the alien debris for himself, which is not a big deal at this stage. Now everyone is busy with post-disaster processing. And because New York is a global financial center, the global financial system has been turbulent. And Umbrella's robots have stolen the spotlight. Not many people really pay attention to the matter of eating alone. People are very busy now. So it's normal that they don't have time to care about this. So no one said anything. Until Umbrella again publicly began to ask. During the disaster relief process, a lot of buried monster debris was found. Because of the problems caused by the debris last time, we want to keep some for some analysis to avoid similar problems again. There is no doubt that Umbrella's reason and excuse can be said to be plausible. Although Umbrella's rescue team only has 300 robots. In terms of rescue efficiency and results, it is undoubtedly ranked first. And because of the efficiency of this cutting-edge robot, monster debris is often found. But as soon as the wreckage appears, a special protection team will come to transport the wreckage to the car and move it away, and disinfect the site. It is called harmless treatment. New York is the territory of the Pyongyang. It is not easy to say if they want to deal with it in this way, which is why Umbrella publicly asked for it. As soon as this was said, it was immediately agreed by many parties. After all, the wreckage captured at sea last time was all distributed. Even the European Union expressed its desire to study this. Although the research on this wreckage attracted this invasion, New York directly planted mushrooms. But the secrets and benefits behind this may also be amazing. After Umbrella warned that this thing would spread signals to the outside world, and after it was confirmed, it was still researched and even cloned directly. In fact, the major laboratories also know the reason. This thing is too strange. It may not only involve the use of magic, but may even break the shackles of immortality. So in fact, it is not just a Pyongyang who deepens the research, but other aspects may not be so crazy. In the past, there was only one kind of corpse, and it was just a matter of turning it over and over again. But this time, the Pyongyang has a lot of debris, of various types. Maybe we can rely on these materials to pile up more magic parameters, find more arrangements, and even crack the secrets to reach the level of Umbrella. Look, Umbrella, the only T0 in the magic field, has spoken. It must be a good thing. But when faced with Umbrella speaking and other parties agreeing, the spokesperson of the Pyongyang refused without hesitation. If you want to help, we welcome it. But if you want to use this as a threat to demand our spoils, it is impossible. This is the strong response of the official to Pyongyang. And they are very good at using their own concept of substitution. When they refused, they vaguely put on the hat of threat and described it as spoils. The general meaning is that this is what we have sacrificed so much and paid so much to leave behind. Why should we hand it over? After the response was given at the press conference of the spokesperson of the Pyongyang, all major media also have their own materials. They still know what to do at this time. And they keep playing the sympathy card. The Pyongyang was portrayed as a hero who fought against aliens for mankind. All his efforts, including being hit by nuclear bombs, were for all mankind. At this time, there were still people who used the rescue materials as a threat and demanded spoils. This was really too much. Not to mention, after the media led this, it really resonated with many people in Pyongyang. Originally, many families of the victims had protested, and there were still contradictions in this matter that had not been resolved. But after this transfer, many problems were really solved. It must be said that De Pyongyang's ability in this regard is indeed quite strong. With a little preparation, unfavorable things can be immediately turned into a kind of public opinion that is beneficial to itself. The key is that some of the things mentioned in it are also examples. This caused many of the already terrified and damaged citizens of Depyao to vent their anger online. We don't want your help. We saved the whole world. This is what we have sacrificed so many people for. It turns out that Umbrella has been helping to show goodwill. But in the end it was for evil research. In addition to the anger within Depyao, the spiritual Depyao that Depyao has remotely herded to all parts of the world also flocked to it. It's not that only the East has such people. There are many all over the world. They can make materials without materials. And now that they have perfect materials, they will naturally respond actively. This is the world police, who is willing to take nuclear bombs to stop alien invasions for mankind. This is magnanimity and responsibility. You are worthy of being a beacon of mankind. I admire you. I stand in awe. I shed tears. Salute. However, in the TT area, there are still many voices dissatisfied with Depyao's behavior, especially Neon. Not only was they pitted by Depyao this time, but they also wanted to kill them and eat their meat. If it weren't for the invasion of the Abyss, they would have been on the table now. In addition, Red Queen's public opinion guidance on TT and the elaborate creation of a batch of videos naturally completely ignited the anger of Neon. It is precisely because Neon is completely powerless against Depyao in reality that the internet is also full of their venting voices. This momentum, coupled with the grief caused by the zombie infection incident, the spirit of Neon Depyao dared not shake the edge, and could only make some explanations secretly, and find faults from other aspects. Many anchors began to analyze this matter comprehensively, and fully analyzed Depyao face of bringing trouble upon herself and turning black and white. Once again, Jiang Bo came to the Umbrella offline store in the Magic City. He had just bought Umbrella's latest sweeper C-type robot. Looking at the densely packed people paying the bill, he couldn't help but sigh that there are still many rich people in the Magic City, because of the powerful function of the C-type robot. After completing the identity identification and binding with his Red Queen mobile phone, Jiang Bo also ordered it to follow him and not get lost. In order to avoid scalpers and due to production capacity constraints, the sweeper robot is currently sold according to registration status. For the time being, one person can buy a maximum of each of the 3 models ABC. There were definitely many people who took 3 robots away from the scene at the same time. Qin Xiang, the young master, was followed by a large army of 12 robots patrolling everywhere, looking very majestic. After all, he was an offline agent, so he still had the authority to buy more robots. While filming the scene as his own video material, he also used the holographic screen of the bracelet to casually browse some short videos and comments. With the current 2nm chip processor, it is more than enough to use multiple devices at the same time. Originally, Jiang Bo himself was just an anchor who was inclined towards entertainment, games, and electronic evaluation. But seeing that many people were secretly cursing Umbrella in the replies to other videos, saying that Umbrella was confusing right and wrong and that the accident was caused by not sharing magic technology, I couldn't help but take screenshots. And then I also did a live broadcast on the spot. Please, some people open their eyes and see clearly. Don't have selective amnesia. The first to detect alien life was Umbrella. After we got the alien corpse, we also separated it with a magnanimous atmosphere. Moreover, Umbrella also reminded that there was something wrong with the corpse. Later at the hearing, it also reminded again that there were abnormal magic fluctuations in New York and someone was doing illegal experiments. After the invasion began, it was Umbrella who calculated the nodes and thresholds, and even released a lot of their own internal information. Later, they set resources and dispatched rescue. It's really enough for you to accuse this kind of thing of having ulterior motives. Wang Yi, who changed into Quan Yong'an's vest and was eating barbecue in South Korea, saw the passionate live video of the pineapple while chewing the barbecue in his mouth. This made Wang Yi, who was eating very deliciously, nod his head repeatedly after watching it. Yeah, you are right. We Umbrella are so selfless and kind-hearted. Enzo is our pet. But it was you who summoned it. How could he bite people if you don't provoke him? Right? What the pineapple said is indeed what we Umbrella have done. At this time, Enzo, who was a little depressed, temporarily returned to Wang Yi to recuperate. Although the possession body can only be regarded as his clone, it has injected 1/3 of his will into it after all. He was directly injured by the nuclear explosion. Following Wang Yi, Wang Yi also helped him with treatment. At this time, Enzo turned into a French bulldog and also stared at the video with wide eyes. After seeing some of the content, he couldn't help but curl his lips. Stupid people all. After forcibly suppressing the word kind, Enzo's ugly funny dog face also showed human disdain. A bunch of idiots. Just because of a casual remark from the master, they scrambled for those corpses. They really thought the master was precious. What can you research in this magic-free environment? Will it be convenient for me to do it again? But then, he couldn't help but think of the nuclear explosion and shuddered. This world is indeed as the master said. The weapon called nuclear bomb is indeed very dangerous, especially in this magic-free environment. At this time, Wang Yi also found that the big pineapple seemed to have triggered some mechanism, which attracted a large group of people's comments and siege. The comment area was filled with a lot of familiar comments, such as read more and go out more. Is it so difficult to admit that others are excellent? We don't have it. I envy others' atmosphere. We need to reflect and learn to think independently. We can never learn it in our lifetime. If there is really nothing to post, just post the weather forecast. Will it affect my 2,000 salary? Fortunately, technology is in the hands of civilization. I used to curse, but now I'm awakened. Originally, Wang Yi just took a look and clicked a like, and didn't care about these replies. But then he found that a certified Big V named Lao Wang applied to connect with the pineapple. The pineapple is a top anchor, and it is normal for someone to want to take advantage of the popularity. At this time, the pineapple didn't think of anything else. After taking a look at the other party's label, what was international relations and current affairs commentator, he pulled the other party and completed the connection. Brother Wang, do you have any advice? To be honest, I'm not good at this. I may need your advice if I miss something. In Jiang Bo's opinion, the other party is likely to tell something he doesn't know when he connects to the microphone. Under the current situation, he doesn't think anyone will play against the wind, so he automatically treats him as a friendly army. After all, he is also a certified Big V with a lot of fans. But then what Lao Wang said made the pineapple a little confused. After hearing the pineapple's polite words, he nodded very maturely and said, well, you do have a lot of negligence. In fact, game anchors should just be game anchors. There is no need to enter areas that you are not good at. It is ugly to roll over. There are many big problems in your words. What kind of organization is Umbrella? A military violence group in the guise of a company. Just look at what they did in Congo. They directly occupied mineral resources, so they pretended to help the Pyongyang. But in fact, they were doing it for the corpses of monsters. Jiang Bo really didn't expect that someone would really jump out to fight against the wind at this time. But this guy is quite cunning. He didn't flatter De Piao, but found out the weaknesses and flaws of Umbrella to attack. No one is perfect, let alone this kind of company. As long as you want to find it, you can always find the flaws. What's more, in the Congo operation, Umbrella was indeed rarely overbearing. Although the cooperation with Congo is very good now. The factories and funds invested have obviously improved the living conditions of the Congolese. But if you insist on bringing it up, it is indeed problematic. But Jiang Bo wanted to speak, but was interrupted immediately. Moreover, the seabed resources in the high seas cannot be mined casually. Umbrella's Ponglai City didn't care about this. They have always despised the international order and cannot be deceived by their appearance. There are too many scandals about the Pyongyang, and they can't be covered up. If that's the case, then we have to divert our firepower. This actually applies to any situation and any place. Hearing that Lao Wang was getting more and more outrageous, Jiang Bo was a little dissatisfied and said directly, "Isn't the Pyongyang even more outrageous? They're fighting every year, invading so many countries, and stealing oil. You are wrong. The United States is actually maintaining the international order. They are the world police and are actively fulfilling their duties. Just like this time when they resisted the alien invasion. They were willing to use nuclear bombs to bomb themselves to protect humanity. You guys just have some misunderstandings. In fact, every military action of the United States is authorized by the General Assembly and the Security Council. It is reasonable, legal and compliant. Lao Wang is specialized in these things. He has more information in his hands and is very well prepared. His response seems to be well-founded, but many of them are replaced by concepts. It's just that Jiang Bo himself didn't know these. So the next sentence fell into the trap. What legal and compliant? Didn't they invade Iraq with a bag of laundry detergent? You are wrong again. This is authorized. Resolution 1441. You can check it, Lao Wang said with a confident expression. He was waiting for this sentence. Ordinary people will definitely not be able to come back to their senses when they are suddenly confronted like this, because it is impossible to understand such a thing. The detailed number has come out, and there is indeed this number. It is indeed related to the Iraqi issue. If you check it quickly, you will really think that it is like this. Sure enough, Jiang Bo was a little speechless for a while, and was blocked, and a large number of barrages mocking him emerged in the comment area, which made some neutral people who were watching him not know how to refute. However, the next moment, the sweeper C-type robot that Jiang Bo had just bought next to him automatically transformed from the original small cube, which scared Jiang Bo. After the transformation, the sweeper C-type robot flashed a green light and asked, "Master, the bracelet detected your tachycardia. Do you need my help?" "No, thank you. I'm just a little angry." Jiang Bo sighed, but he was also relieved in his heart. This robot is really good. This on-site interaction is like another live advertisement. All kinds of envious and drooling barrages suppressed all the sarcastic barrages. If the master just wants to refute this person with many loopholes, I can search the database to help. Jiang Bo, who thought he had already lost, couldn't help but brighten his eyes after hearing this, and then nodded quickly. Okay, you do it." After saying that, he raised his bracelet and pointed it at the robot. However, the robot certainly didn't need its owner to raise his hand for assistance, but raised its hand by itself, used the hand camera to connect with Jiang Bo's mobile phone, and took a OK selfie. Resolution 1441 proposed by this friend before is completely a substitution of concepts. The invasion of Iraq by the United States in 2003 was a standard invasion and did not obtain any authorization. The content of Resolution 1441 is that Iraq submits a self-inspection report on weapons of mass destruction within 30 days. If it is overdue, the next step will be taken. It does not authorize the use of force, and Iraq has completed the submission in accordance with the regulations. But the United States does not recognize this report. After being confronted by the sweeper, Lao Wang also showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. His trick that had always worked was actually broken. This trick has always worked for him. It can always make others speechless. And it can also make many followers who have praised it as a classic and fought all over the world to defend De Pyongyang. But then, he quickly suppressed his embarrassment and returned to his calm confidence, saying in a nonchalant tone, "De Pyongyang is a member of the 5 Permanent Members Council. If he doesn't agree, then the report will be invalid and we can proceed to the next step." His face was full of self-righteousness, and it was a matter of course. People who didn't know him might doubt themselves and wonder if it was really like this just by looking at his expression. This kind of serious talk can easily fool people who don't know the information in depth. After all, not many people have so much time to learn in detail, and everyone has their own expertise and information. But it is obvious that facing the sweeper with the database blessing and the Red Queen Plus connection, his trick that has always been successful will fail. You are wrong again. When Iraq invaded Kuwait for the first time, there were progressive resolutions such as 660, 661, and 678. Resolution 678 authorized the use of all means, including force. But after Resolution 1441 in 2003, after De Pyongyang vetoed the self-examination report submitted by Iraq, the draft military intervention plan they submitted to the Security Council was vetoed by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council: Gaul, the Bear, and the then non-permanent member Prussia. And the proposal was not passed. This is also stated in the memoirs written by the person in charge of De Pyongyang. This is something that the person in charge of De Pyongyang at the time admitted. Why do you want to make decisions on his behalf? I am just a robot and cannot understand your mental journey. These consecutive words made Lao Wang speechless. What Jiang Bo was like at the beginning, he is now like that. Especially the sentence, "I am just a robot," after the robot. It is more like a ruthless mockery. He could only say in the end with a quibble, "It's impossible." The opposition of the Russian bear is understandable. Gaul and Prussia are both members of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization and allies of the United States. It is impossible for them to oppose. The Russian bear is an evil country. His opposition is invalid. So the United States is still just. However, in the face of such hysterical and confusing words, the sweeper just said in an emotionless mechanical voice, "I am just a robot. I don't quite understand your logic. You also know that these two are allies of the United States. Then you should also know that they are the core countries of the European Union. The reason for the invasion was just that Iraq was preparing to settle in euros. And the two countries didn't expect that a veto would not work. Directly taking out actual examples to explain. It can be said that many people reacted a little confused. In fact, the position of the General Assembly was originally in the United States. In addition, the United States was powerful and dominated the order. Most of the time, the choice of votes would tend to the interests of the United States. However, without competitors, when it was at its peak, the United States would immediately start to suppress international law through its own domestic laws, as long as it found that the votes were not in its favor. It can be erected when it can, but not? Then I will build a memorial archway myself. If it doesn't work anymore, it doesn't matter if the memorial arch is not needed. The video of Jiang Bo's sweeper C-type robot replacing him and Lao Wang in the line directly became one of the strongest advertisements for the robots that Umbrella just launched. It turns out that Umbrella's introduction did not mention that the sweeper C-type robot can occupy more Red Queen Plus system resources. And the interaction and reaction are much stronger. It can even communicate with others directly and make analysis. For some relatively obscure information, the sweeper C-type robot will also assist in searching, and has a huge database. And because it can connect to Umbrella's satellite, it can solve problems almost anywhere. To say that the sweeper robots are expensive, even the cheapest A-type is unaffordable for ordinary families. But for families who can afford it, they will feel quite practical. After all, the domestic population base is large, and there are still many people with this consumption capacity, especially because of the introduction brought by Jiangbo. Some subsequent buyers also showed a lot of new functions. Reconciliation of financial statements, consultation on legal terms, and analysis of physical health. Although every time the sweeper will say that this is only based on the information in the database and ensure that it is true and valid. But after verification by some professionals, the accuracy rate is frighteningly high. Let a group of relevant professionals shoot a lot of begging videos. That is, the sale of the sweeper is temporarily limited to one person per machine, so it is not very obvious. If it is really completely liberalized, the impact on all kinds of jobs will be extremely high. It is foreseeable that a large number of unemployed people will appear. Being jobless is not simply a personal life problem. In fact, if it is just a simple need to eat enough, it is really too simple. The key is that this will lead to a series of social problems. There are even representatives from Wang Yi's alma mater, who quietly asked Wang Yi if he has any solution. If robots enter the factory and replace them completely, the impact will be extremely huge, because the manufacturing industry accounts for too large a proportion, and there are not enough service industries to digest and absorb them. In fact, the current popular takeaway brothers and online car-hailing drivers can be regarded as a supplement to the service industry. But the pool is so big that it is impossible to accommodate so many people. Once the book is opened, it will really make people's scalps numb. In this regard, Lin Shurqin temporarily put it aside with considerate, and then asked Wang Yi, "It doesn't matter. Tell them that our world company is researching holographic VR games, and Umbrella has already started research on brain-computer docking. By then, the virtual game world will be enough to absorb unemployed people. We will set up the relationship between game output and economy, and professional players will become the largest group in the future." Understood. Not to mention the concerns and impacts of the robots themselves on higher levels. At least for ordinary people, they have not felt this threat for the time being. It's just that many people can't afford it, and they are still posting messages hoping that Umbrella can make cheaper robots with fewer functions. Wang Yi, who glanced at these comments, also finished the last piece of barbecue in front of him, and then left the barbecue restaurant holding Enzo's rope. In fact, if it is really cheap, relying on the networking function of Red Queen Plus, using cheap low-end chips, and cooperating with some low-cost molds, it is completely no problem to make some roller-type robots at low cost and low price. But before the emergence of a game industry that can take over, it is not suitable for the time being. At present, in addition to Enzo, Wang Yi has squeezed out some employees to the Abyss to carry out the transformation. Not only the territory of the Abyss, but also the 4 material planets anchored by Enzo himself need to be explored. Perhaps before the real brain computer, I can first test the waters with the VR game of Star World. At that time, there will be an Interstellar-themed game and an Abyss-themed game. One true and one false. And the confusion will be higher. Wang Yi did not want to rule the world originally. In fact, this time he almost tested the limit of Depyeong. If he really just wanted to destroy, with multiple biochemical crises and multiple Abyss invasions, De Pyongyang would have no solution except to plant mushrooms all over the world. But the energy and time spent on rebuilding the collapse of order may be more, which is of no benefit to Wang Yi. Slowly guiding the research on the magic side bit by bit, and then cutting the meat with a blunt knife will be more stable. Now that De Pyongyang has been given this opportunity, it is still relatively smooth before the next person in charge officially takes office. And Wang Yi will use the identity of Kwon Yanjin, the Great Onmyoji, to visit South Korea. Neon has already surrendered to Umbrella. After the new leader of De Pyongyang is in place, he should continue to deal with the previous compensation bill. At that time, he can find an opportunity to completely tear Neon and De Pyongyang apart. If you drive one sheep, you will also let two sheep go. South Korea, which has also suffered a lot of impact, actually has little room for choice. This time, I came here to see if I want to operate. South Korea and Neon are still somewhat different. It can be said that South Korea was able to start up, in addition to the abnormality of the chaebol created by the military and political power at the beginning. It was later based on the dismemberment of Neon's industry by De Pyongyang and snatched a bite of Neon's meat. In addition, the chaebol such as the 4-star have become the color of Wall Street. So to a certain extent, they will be more obedient to De Pyongyang. Neon can occasionally argue with De Pyongyang, but South Korea can only be a yes man. For example, the current female leader is like this. Moreover, Lin Shirchin has found a lot of solid evidence of her connection with the cult at this time. This also includes a shipwreck incident 2 years ago. There is a shadow of the cult's living sacrifice in this. In other words, as long as Wang Yi wants, he can immediately remove this person in charge in advance. What makes Wang Yi feel a little strange and weird is that according to some information searched by Lin Shirchin, after De Pyongyang was invaded by the Abyss, many cults in South Korea secretly claimed that their gods came from the Abyss. Even with Wang Yi's mentality, he felt a little bit amused. It can only be said that it is worthy of being South Korea. It is really not surprising that any weird things happen. South Korea likes to stir up populism, and the people are usually more excited. But in fact, since the founding of the country, the people in power in South Korea have been some traitors and compradors. But they slowly began to hide themselves later. When they began to compensate themselves later, many citizens of South Korea were shocked to find that these traitors were still there and had a lot of wealth. This is actually one of the reasons why South Korea was almost flattened by the North. It's a pity that after several generations, they relied on various means to create new contradictions to divert them. Now most South Koreans have ignored this point. However, a country with a population of tens of millions will always have a few people with lofty ideals. Among these people, there are some who can enter the political arena of South Korea. On and off are representatives of them, regardless of their positions. From the perspective of South Korea, these two people do want to save their country. But unfortunately, the power of the chaebol is now deeply rooted. Coupled with Wall Street and military forces that are not under their control, they are powerless to turn the tide. On's life experience is a bit complicated. His ancestral home is in the north, so he is quite clear about the composition of the top leaders of South Korea. In fact, many people have some misunderstandings about the north, thinking that it is backward and poor. But in fact, in the 1980s, the per capita level in the north was quite strong. Urbanization reached 70%, and farmland was almost mechanized. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. With the sudden death of the old bear and the comprehensive blockade, agricultural machines had no oil to use, and the group that entered the city had lost their agricultural ability after 2 generations, and it was too late to pick it up temporarily. So some tragic situations caused by lack of food were caused. In addition, De Pyongyang dismembered the neon industry and shared it with South Korea, which led to the current comparison. Although On is a father who has been through it, he has been influenced by his parents since he was a child. He has participated in many activities with his friends and achieved success. Moreover, On himself is not keen on power. Although he has been participating in various activities, he has not participated in politics. The law firm also mainly provides services. Until his friend Ah took over the Blue House. He went to help for a year, and felt too tired and went home to farm. Later, when Ah faced impeachment, On immediately came out to help, and finally solved the problem. A year later, because he was asked to participate in the election for the mayor of Busan, he felt too much pressure. So he resigned and went home to farm. He just felt that his friend was in a difficult situation. So he helped at the critical moment. As for himself, he did not like this kind of pressure, and Ah has always wanted to rectify the chaebols. and he has used many means. But the enemies he faced were too strong. Strong in all aspects. Although Ah did not cause any trouble to himself. He also withstood the impeachment, and was very strong. But the Chaebol still found a flaw. That is, when he accepted campaign donations, there was a sum of money collected by his wife on his behalf that was not reported. The amount was not large. And it was really nothing compared to the other people in charge. But unfortunately, public opinion was in the hands of the Chaebol. In the end, in order to prove his innocence, Ah also felt the despair and powerlessness ahead and chose to commit suicide. An, who had always regarded Ah as a confidant and life mentor, also put down his hoe and re-entered politics, but lost to the daughter of the person in charge by a narrow margin in the last election. But now, he seems to have never given up. Chapter 452 Infernal Affairs Chaebol. Mr. Quan? I'm so sorry. We were notified at short notice, and are a little late. I'm Song Shinran, an employee of New World Company. After Wang Yi finished eating barbecue, and was holding Enzo's hand, a man in a suit came trotting over. After seeing Wang Yi's current appearance in a vest, he was also a little surprised. But soon, he calmed down and regained his composure. Oh, it's okay. Actually, I just came here to take a walk and didn't want anyone to accompany me, Wang Yi said casually. He is a great onmyoji, and has a very high status in Japan. But he also has the identity of a South Korean, and is also on the list of important figures in the organization. Because he showed some special abilities, the organization decided not to force it, and chose a gentle approach. And Wang Yi also made a lot of useful suggestions to them. So his importance has been raised again. This time when he came to South Korea, the organization found the trace of the plane ticket, and prepared to receive him well. At least, whether in Japan or South Korea, the organization's influence is still quite strong. And its control over South Korea is stronger than Japan. When Lucia contacted Wang Yi, he also said that he would just go around, and there was no need for any arrangements. But in the end, he still sent a driver to come. However, Lucia said that the driver did not know Wang Yi's identity, and just treated him as an ordinary guest. Which did not matter. You are polite. The company has arranged for me to serve you throughout the journey. I can take you wherever you want to go. With an extra car. Wang Yi was not pretentious. Anyway, his identity was just to walk around in South Korea and miss his hometown. Some other contacts and arrangements will naturally change to a new identity, or directly use the tools under his command. Then let's go to the hotel first. I'll take a rest first. Okay. In the car, Wang Yi also had a full understanding of the New World Company from Lin Shurqin. This company is not as famous as 4-Star and Hyundai, but the foundation is quite strong, and the influence reaches all aspects, and even has a certain reverse impact on the Pyongyang to a certain extent, because this is a behemoth with a sect as the core, involving gangs, companies and even political parties, and one of the giant crocodiles hidden under the waters of South Korea. This sect has more than 10 million followers worldwide, and has a considerable influence in Japan and Pyongyang. After Lin Shurqin finished speaking, even Wang Yi was a little surprised. After all, he didn't pay special attention to such things. But he didn't expect that the water of this company could be so deep. What is the concept of 10 million worldwide? Most countries don't have this population. It is mainly concentrated in South Korea, Japan and Pyongyang. South Korea itself has a population of only about 50 million. The key is that this thing is still low-key and scary. On the surface, there are big chaebols such as 4-Star and Hyundai, and Wall Street above. But this unknown new world can reversely affect Japan and Pyongyang to a certain extent. Internationalization? The former leaders of Pyongyang have attended the wedding of 10,000 people organized by them. They have also deceived many people in Japan into donating their property. And according to some known information, their leader should also have some special inheritance and possess certain abilities to play tricks. Hearing Lin Shurqin's continued words, Wang Yi couldn't help but flash a message from a parallel world in his previous life in his mind. It seems that the mother of the Japanese male gun donated the family assets to some sect, which led to the male gun's extreme. Good guy. This has a great impact. The cruise ship sinking incident 2 years ago was also arranged by the head of their guild. Now it seems that they are cultivating resentful spirits. Lin Shurqin's words made Wang Yi put away some of his playfulness. It seems that this head of the guild does have certain abilities, and it is not ruled out that he may be born with yin and yang eyes like Gu Qianqian. Otherwise, he would not think about the resentful spirits. Even the top onmyoji in a place like Neon can expel resentful spirits. But he can't communicate with resentful spirits, and command them to a certain extent. Unless it is like Yuluo's magic weapon. It is passed down. There are thousands of recorded cults in South Korea. If the cults within the cults are further subdivided, there may be tens of thousands. This is similar to their male-female opposition. Just a means to divert contradictions and fill the spiritual emptiness. Anyway, don't focus the conflict on chaebols and capital. Just move on to other places. The scale and output of the movie can be infinite. And it can also satirize chaebols. So that you can vent. But it doesn't affect reality. It is to form a kind of fait accompli so that people can accept that reality is like this. The female star left a suicide note. And a president was convicted of 8 felonies including rape, but was eventually sentenced to 1.5 years in prison. And he was able to handle the company's business at will during the sentence. In addition, all the people mentioned in the notes were insufficient evidence. So you can imagine how many they have to transfer. And using suicide to prove oneself. What can be revealed is just the tip of the iceberg. The vengeful spirit Song Jinyan collected by Wang Yi in South Korea, who was comparable to Lin Shurqin after revenge, also wanted to use suicide to make the persecutors pay the price, but also failed. It was all thanks to Wang Yi's buff that revenge was successful after death. Now, she is also the person in charge of Umbrella in South Korea, responsible for the battery factory, sewage treatment film factory, and other related businesses here. If the boss wants to control South Korea, New World is actually a good entry point. Lin Shurqin gave her own advice. Because Wang Yi's identity as a great yin-yang master is actually very easy to operate. As long as he wins the fight against the leader and shows some miracles, he has a chance to replace him. And according to the information collected by Lin Shurqin, this church seems to have been advocating abyss monsters recently. It can only be said that a cult is a cult after all. A church with so many believers. Except for the core layer. Other places are like a sieve for Lin Shurqin. And everything is pulled out. Tell me your plan. Since Lin Shurqin said so, she may have her corresponding arrangements. Now the Pyongyang is busy with disaster relief and revitalizing the economy. So she has no time to take care of other things. But when the person in charge of the Pyongyang comes to power next year, he will definitely start to settle accounts with Neon immediately. And there is a great probability that the hat of the Abyss invasion will be pinned on Neon. After all, this happened just after the hearing to sanction Neon. And it seems to be the most suspicious. Well, as for Umbrella, this hat is still not to be put on. Where is Japan so easy to bully? The square and the flat can be squeezed at will. In this case, Umbrella will of course take the opportunity to untie the shackles on the head of the Japanese dog. Anyway, untying one is also untying. So it is naturally easy to deal with South Korea, which is in a similar situation. Song Shinran, who drives you, is an undercover arranged by the South Korea police to enter the New World. His main task is to monitor Jin Junyoung, a senior executive of the New World who specializes in black work. This Jin Junyoung was arranged to enter the undercover earlier, but because it has been too long, they are worried that he will have psychological problems. So this arrangement was made. After hearing these words from Lin Shurqin, Wang Yi also felt a little speechless. Playing infernal affairs is. There are indeed all kinds of tricks inside South Korea. The procuratorate, the detective, the chaebol, the sect, the authorities, all have their own positions and their own little tricks. Judging from Lin Shurqin's description, the hidden influence of this New World is huge. Now it seems that New World should be the secular part of this group with a sect as its core. They should still be members of the organization or peripheral members. They control commercial power and some gray industries, including black violent forces. New World has not entered the field of high technology, but mainly traditional industries, as well as some underground pornography, gambling and drug venues. So companies like New World are less affected by Umbrella. Groups like 4 Stars have been almost strangled by the neck because of the failure in semiconductors and chips, as well as the comprehensive squeeze of the mobile phone business. Fortunately, 4 Stars also has various industries in South Korea, which can be temporarily supported by reverse transfusion. But New World has become more prosperous because of the recent recession. At the beginning, the zombies of Seoul University, the Umbrella Impact, the Neon Zombies, and the invasion of the Great Beautiful Abyss. A series of events also had a great impact on South Korea. And because the foundation is not as strong as that of Neon, in theory, South Korea is even worse. Fortunately, the zombie incident at Seoul University was well controlled, and it did not affect Japan as much as it did afterwards. Now it looks better. Brother Song? Is pornography, Gambling and drugs prohibited in South Korea? Wang Yi asked casually while sitting in the back of the car and looking out the window. After hearing Wang Yi's words, Song Xinran was stunned for a moment, and then slowly nodded. Yes. At the same time, he was also wondering what Wang Yi meant by saying this. Suddenly, he received a notice from the company to accompany a guest, and did not specify who the guest was, but only said to listen to the guest's request, which made Song Xinran a little confused. He has been in New World for 3 years, and his main purpose is to monitor his colleagues and seniors, and at the same time, secretly help him as much as possible. And his identity is also kept secret from that senior. Under the pressure of this multiple identity, he has to constantly examine some of his answers and openings, for fear of problems. After all, his current public identity is an employee of New World Company, and the industries under New World Company are not a secret in the entire South Korea. It's just that the company is quite good at risk avoidance. For example, it only provides the venue, and is completely unaware of the situation inside. Even if it really finds out, it doesn't matter. But now, a customer of the company took the initiative to ask about this matter, which made him think about it for a while. After a while, he continued to speak slowly while driving. But it's not strict. It's indeed not strict. The more you ban, the more you get. It's really ironic. Wang Yi kept looking at the scenery receding outside the window. South Korea's special color industry is now about to surpass Japan. In addition, underground casinos are also quite popular. Even more and more contraband is seized every year. The increasing number of seizures is not because they do a good job, but because there are too many. They can make a lot of money by just dispatching. And they have a sense of tolerance for this kind of thing from top to bottom. It seems that it doesn't matter if the West doesn't prohibit it. Doing this kind of thing in idle groups will not affect their careers. So it will drive many young people to follow suit. When the number reaches a certain level and the atmosphere has been corrupted, it will be difficult to correct it even with laws. The law does not punish the masses is not just talk. If you really want to rectify it, you must use severe punishment to kill the atmosphere. But unfortunately, South Korea does not have this courage. They all serve for votes. Those involved in related industries also have this thing in their hands. There are even some special members who are targeting this kind of votes and speak specifically for them. In fact, this is one of the reasons why the South Korean cult is prevalent. After hearing what Wang Yi said, Song Xinran fell into deep thought again. The other party is a guest, so he should also know the company's business. Right? Is this irony or what? Also, who is this person? Ignoring this guy's doubts, Wang Yi went straight back to the room to rest after arriving at the hotel. Then he read some arrangements prepared by Lin Shichin. Overall, it's pretty good. The secular business of New World is in the hands of the elder brother of the head of the association. That is, Jin Guangxuan, the chairman and president of New World Company. The head of the association is mainly responsible for the teaching affairs. Jin Guangyao, who is behind the scenes. Lin Shichin meant to arrange a car accident to send the chairman away, and then support a controlled person to take over the secular power of this system. Go back and target the mysterious head of the association, and it's over. At that time, the New World will be the New World, and Umbrella will be Umbrella. In this case, a reverse push will allow Umbrella to cooperate. It is entirely possible to make the New World appear to be the opposite of Umbrella. Well, a believer in the abyss. A standard cult. At a harbor, Jin Junyang lit a cigarette and looked at the trader, who was crying and being stuffed into a gasoline barrel in front of him. There was no wavering expression on his face, and he looked very calm. He specializes in doing this kind of dirty work, and has been doing it for a full 10 years. How many decades are there in life? He has actually provided quite a lot of internal information and evidence. But his superiors have been keeping their troops inactive, which gave Jin Junyang the feeling that his superiors did not want to deal with this New World at all, but simply wanted to grab the handle so that they could have bargaining chips. After 10 years of undercover work and 10 years of dirty work, he felt that he was about to become a psychopath. Why did I pay so much? Opening his wallet and looking at the photo of his wife, Jin Junyang couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps he shouldn't have married her. He felt more vulnerable, thinking of his wife and the child who was about to be born. His heart seemed extremely complicated. At the beginning, he was also full of blood, wanting to move this behemoth and bring the evil to justice. But now it seems that it is really just his fantasy. The poured cement has sealed the mouth and nose of the executioner, and all the sound stopped abruptly. After the oil drum was covered, it was pushed directly into the bay. It's done. It's over. Let's go back and have a good meal. Jin Junyan looked indifferent and casual, as if this was just a commonplace. But it was indeed a commonplace. With inner fatigue, entanglement, and doubts, when he returned home and saw his wife sleeping on the sofa, all negative emotions were temporarily resolved. He walked over and touched his wife's belly with heartache. He didn't have the heart to wake her up. Jin Junyan carefully brought a blanket to cover her. Then he slept on the ground next to him. Unexpectedly, it made people feel at ease. The chaebol life in South Korea is an indescribable decadence. Although Shinsky is a bit low-key compared to 4-star and Hyundai, and it is not a pure chaebol, its influence is not worse than those top chaebols. And the top executives of the group can naturally live a life of drunkenness. Jin Guangxuan walked out of a building drunkenly, and returned to the car with the help of the driver. These little goblins are getting more and more powerful. I can't stand the medicine anymore. The drunk Jin Guangxuan had a sage-like expression on his face. His driver and bodyguard returned to the driver's seat, and adjusted the rearview mirror while persuading him. President, the doctor said last time that we should reduce the frequency of medication. Don't worry. I'm as strong as a bull. Besides, if we can't have fun, what's the point of living? Although Kim Kwang-hoon is almost 60 years old, he still looks energetic. Under the gaze of a group of subordinates behind him, the car slowly started and drove into the main road. Because of the characteristics of the new world itself, they don't like to be high profile. Even if Kim Kwang-hoon, the president who is in charge of secular affairs, goes on tour, usually only 1 or 2 cars are traveling. Kim Kwang-hoon knows that the reason he can get to the top is all thanks to his brother, the human agent of the gods. So he is very open-minded and mainly enjoys it. The main reason for occupying this position is just the blood bond with his brother. Other things will naturally be done by his subordinates. After Kim Kwang-hoon, who was leaning in the car, gradually recovered from the sage mode, he couldn't help but start to think of some fun. Last time I saw the selected photos, there were 2 trainees that made me feel a little itchy. Next time, let's have them both. This day is really... Bang. An out-of-control dump truck crashed into this reinforced bulletproof car. Although the car was not dented, the airbags inside were still squeezed, and Kim Kwang-hoon was shaking from side to side. He was completely confused. When he slowly came to his senses, he felt the protection of the airbags all around him, and the pain from the seat belts on his body, which made Kim Kwang-hoon furious. There was a car accident. Shit! I want him to die. Although Kim Kwang-hoon was usually low-key, he was used to being high and mighty, and he could not tolerate such an offense. If his car was not specially made, maybe something might happen. Looking at the water that began to seep in from all around, Kim Kwang-hoon's expression froze. President, the situation is not good. We were hit into the water. The driver and security guard in front seemed very calm. The car had bulletproof glass and was too heavy. It fell into the water before it could react. It was difficult to open the door now under the pressure of the water outside. However, the sunroof can be adjusted to a horizontal pull type, but then you have to take the president out in one breath. He has already discovered that the car fell into the water upside down, and it must be fixed before it sinks to the bottom. President, I'll count to 3. Take a deep breath, and I'll take you out. 1, 2. But before the driver finished counting, a terrifying image seemed to appear in his mind, and a sharp cry seemed to come from his ears. It was like a TV with a bad signal, buzzing harshly. The severe pain made him scream while covering his head. What the hell? However, because of the delay, the top of the car had already fallen on the riverbed. The two could only see the river water slowly pouring into the car and began to rise in this closed and dense environment. Hurry up and save the president. Kim Kwang-hoon was knocked into the river in front of his men behind him. A group of people ran towards the river frantically and started to take off their clothes on the way. Then several people rushed to the out-of-control dump truck and pulled the driver out. But then, they were a little surprised to find that the dump truck was actually their company's car. It seemed to be just a normal return, but the driver seemed to have drunk a lot of wine. But now it seems to be a little awake, and the whole person is confused. I have to say that Kim Kwang-hoon's special bulletproof car is really strong and has strong protection capabilities. A group of people have already jumped in, but it didn't open in a short time. As the car sank to the bottom, they could only come up to breathe and take turns to go down. It took a lot of effort to pull the 2 people in the car up. Then many rescue measures were taken. The ambulance arrived at the scene as soon as possible and sent the 2 to the hospital. Jin Junyang, who also participated in the rescue, was also a little confused when he saw the president being sent for emergency treatment. He participated in the first aid and probably found that his heartbeat had almost stopped when he came up. Although the subsequent rescue recovered a little, it is easy to cause irreversible brain damage in this situation. It is estimated that it is hanging. I have worked hard to collect evidence for so long, but my boss has been holding back. As a result, the target himself is going to die? What is the reason for all these years of hard work? However, the president is dead, and according to the agreement, I can almost leave this place. What? This is different from the agreement. At the secret meeting place, Jin Junyang grabbed his boss' collar viciously, his face full of anger. It was agreed to be 3 years at the beginning, but now it has been 10 years. Now you are the only one with the highest position. And your good brother is also a strong contender for the next president. You and Jin Guangyao are also a little blood relationship. With so many conditions, it must be you. The inspector with a stubble on his face did not care about Jin Junyang's rudeness. As long as the goal can be achieved, then what I provided before is enough to convict him dozens of times. Why don't you do it? What's the point of me continuing? What do you think will happen even if he is convicted? Will it affect them? With their lawyers and influence, they will be sentenced to a few years at most. Won't they still have a good life in there? Instead, they will be alert and may even retaliate. The inspector sighed as he looked at his capable subordinates. So, we must take a compromise approach. Hold the other party's handle, and then check and balance the other party to make them restrain themselves. Complete the formulation of a new order, and maintain the fight without breaking. Hearing his boss finally express his true feelings, Jin Junyang was angry and helpless. The concept he has always implemented told him that this is not right. But the reality is here, and he seems helpless. It is clear that the laws of South Korea prohibit pornography, gambling and drugs, but the more they are banned, the more rampant they are. In addition, being drunk is an important criterion for commutation of sentence under the big network woven by the chaebols. Even if you accidentally fail, you will only have to recuperate for a while. Perhaps the boss's choice is correct. What do you want me to do now? When can I finish the task? Support your good brother to take the position, and then hold more handles on him to force him to cooperate with us. Chapter 453 Hospitality. Half a bucket of water. You want to go all the way? Wang Yi looked at the information that Lin Shichin had summarized for him, and he couldn't help but sigh. It's no problem to hand over the intelligence collection work to Lin Shichin, even though all aspects are now on guard against the internet and artificial intelligence. Even if it's just relying on some negligence and peripheral intelligence, you can rely on big data to infer a lot. At least the general direction can be directly smelled in advance. For example, Japan was liquidated, and there was South Korea's choice. Now Japan is recovering after the biochemical crisis, and Pyongyang is recovering from the invasion of the abyss, and is waiting for a chosen person to speak up. There will definitely be trouble in the future. South Korea has also made its own choice. Continue to go all the way and tie up to Pyongyang. If it's just this choice, Wang Yi actually doesn't find it strange. South Korea, known as the Angsa bubble bath, is controlled to a higher degree than Japan. At the beginning, Japan's momentum still made Pyongyang have corresponding vigilance. Moreover, if Pyongyang is tied to death, and the master is willing to give her a bite of meat, then Nangali can survive. Although it is true that its own specialty is completely crushed by Umbrella, Pyongyang's business methods have not stopped. As long as the master is still willing to buy its products, Nangali can still survive. On the contrary, if Nangali follows Japan and fully turns to Umbrella, the conditions are really not as good as Pyongyang's survival. Even if some OEM factories are built on the original site to help Umbrella, the majority of the benefits will also flow to Umbrella. Nangali, which has been squeezed to the least sleep time in the world, no longer has this flexibility. Unless the chaebols give up their own interests even more. But to recognize the father, you have to give up the majority of the benefits. And you have to squeeze out some for the people below. So their benefits are obviously not as good as continuing to follow the master. It can make Wang Yi feel a little surprised. Obviously, it is not just a matter of their choice of sides. Otherwise he would not come here in person. Instead, Lin Shichin discovered through some traces that Nangali is still considering structural adjustments. Because the market that Umbrella is sharing is too big. They seem to have seen the risk resistance of traditional industries. Or simply put, they saw that the New World Group was little affected and even improved in the opposite direction. So there is a theory of completely relaxing control. It is really a strange courage in a strange place. But if you think about it carefully, don't say that if South Korea really made this choice, it would really be a kind of survival from death. Anyway, the gender confrontation in South Korea is already extremely serious, and all walks of life are in a mess. This can not only provide a batch of jobs, but also release repressed emotions. To some extent, it is similar to the choice of Japan after being slaughtered, but it just wants to do it more thoroughly. In addition, South Korea has an extremely excellent plastic surgery industry, and the proportion of beauties is extremely high. It is entirely possible to make some changes for high-end customers internationally and attract a large number of Western tourists. At the same time, it can also share a lot of Southeast Asian customers. Don't say that as long as you can let go of this posture. Think carefully. This inexplicably became a brilliant move. Wang Yi was a little confused for a while. He really didn't expect that Nangali would have such a strange courage. In fact, just like Japan's choice to join Umbrella to survive, Nangali can be regarded as taking a different approach. The difference is that Japan had made similar changes at the beginning, and they felt the effect and limit. So in the end, they chose to turn to Umbrella with all their might. Japan knew that Pyongyang would definitely not give up, but they were willing to take a gamble, betting that the new godfather would help them. So these are two completely different choices. Choices with different expectations and judgments about the new godfather. If we can really make such a sacrifice, then we really have no advantage. Wang Yi closed his eyes and thought for a while. Umbrella is not a charity. For example, Japan gave up a lot, and even opened ports for Umbrella to access. Although the salary and benefits of various factories will not be reduced in the future, and the tax revenue may even be supplemented because of the improvement of efficiency. But there is no doubt that the original big profits almost all went to Umbrella. If South Korea wants to recruit them, they must have similar conditions. But obviously, such conditions cannot compare to their hugging to Meili tightly while starting to change themselves, to violate public order and morality, and fully lift these restrictions. South Korea will definitely face great resistance and many people will oppose it. But now they have been getting lighter and lighter in terms of punishment. Maybe they have been preparing some preparatory measures for a long time. Lin Shirchin also retrieved some things that people would never think of on weekdays through various data retrievals. Nearly 20% of people in South Korea have criminal records. The average sleep time is the least, and they can treat drunkenness as a very normal standard for lenient punishment. All kinds of drunken incidents can be sentenced lightly. It is also extremely difficult to identify sexual violence incidents. It is almost impossible to identify them only when women resist throughout the process. It seems that it is purely to satisfy some weird fetishes. But on the other hand, if a man pursues a woman more than 3 times, it is also illegal, jumping back and forth from extremely difficult to extremely simple. But that one should be a strong opponent of this matter. I retrieved a lot of information from him. It seems that he is actively running around, looking for allies, and resisting together. Hearing Lin Shirchin's words, Wang Yi also felt a little funny. Cults are everywhere. If they are relaxed, it will not be a question of the world's largest wedding in the future. To be honest, Wang Yi was a little interested in seeing how far the Semidos would run. Would it be a bit of meddling if he intervened like this? But then, he still felt that since he was here, there was no need to waste time. Dawn on there was a knock on Wang Yi's door, and he also knew that it was the accompanying driver Song Shinran outside. Probably came to ask about dinner. Although the South Korean flavor is not very suitable for Wang Yi's taste, there are still many good stores in Seoul. It seems that it is not bad to go and explore the stores looking at the steaming instant noodles in front of him. Wang Yi's expression also became a little subtle. Song Shinran, who was sitting across the table, ate very happily, smacking his lips. It was obvious that Wang Yi's instant noodles had an extra braised egg and ham, which was more abundant than the other parties. But even if Wang Yi specifically informed the organization not to treat him specially, he didn't expect that there would be no special treatment. In fact, Wang Yi didn't need 3 fixed meals. He just liked food purely. Song Shuga, eat less. I'll take you to eat something good. Wang Yi looked at Song Shinran, who had already started drinking soup, and couldn't help sighing. What a sin. This, Mr. Kwan. I will find a way to get the company to report it. Looking at the unusually rich meal in front of him, even though he had just eaten a box of instant noodles and drank all the soup, Song Shinran still felt his Adam's apple surging. Although he had a dual identity, he was just an errand boy in the new world. No matter which identity he was in, it was too far away from such a high-end restaurant. This was his first time to such a high-consumption place. To be honest, he was quite nervous. It was unlikely that the company would reimburse him for such consumption. Do I really have to eat the customer's food? Don't think so much. I'm not short of money. Wang Yi opened the big crab claws in front of him, dipped the crystal clear and plump crab meat in some sauce, and stuffed it into his mouth. Sure enough, no matter where you are, the quality and freshness of the ingredients are crucial. And this store has a lot of power. M12's Australian beef is often not available immediately when you want to eat it. This texture and fat content really make it taste very good no matter how it is cooked. Brother Song has been an agent? Wang Yi chewed the food slowly, and said something that made Song Xinran sweat all over. Originally, there were so many delicacies here. And the other party said you're welcome. And he was also swallowing his saliva. But after hearing this, he suddenly lost his appetite, as if the instant noodles before filled him up again. Who is this customer? Although he felt guilty, he had received special training after all. So he still said with a puzzled expression, "Why did Mr. Quan say that? Don't be nervous. I have nothing to do with the New World. Whether you are an undercover agent or you resigned and came here to make a living, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just asking out of curiosity." Wang Yi stirred the thick soup in front of him with a spoon, and then took a sip. The thick soup made with Western techniques. But it feels a bit like Buddha jumps over the wall. And it is handled very well. It's all the freshness of the ingredients, not additives. Mr. Quan is joking. How could I have been an agent? I have received special probing training, so I should be an undercover agent. After Wang Yi finished drinking the soup, he sighed with satisfaction. Without Lin Shurqin's information, some results can be obtained based on the other party's micro-expressions and reactions. After all, there is still no experience. Training is training. Practice is practice. After being pointed out by Wang Yi again, Song Xinran also showed Sima's face, as if his defense had been broken, because he knew that since the other party was a guest from the New World, he would be in big trouble even if he just expressed his suspicion. He even wondered if arranging him to receive the guest was a test. But then he thought of his identity as Karami, and he shouldn't go to such trouble. Why would they arrange such an expensive last meal? He doesn't deserve it. Even if he is suspected, he doesn't need any evidence. He will definitely let his senior, who does the dirty work, to deal with it. I don't know if I can make myself look better if I reveal my identity at that time. Song Xinran opened his mouth after a while of random thoughts, but didn't know what to say. There is no problem with your disguise in general, but what I am good at is special. Is Mr. Quan a detective? Song Xinran asked cautiously. No. In Neon, I am an onmyoji. And in South Korea, I should be a magician. Wang Yi wiped his mouth with a tissue. But what he said made Song Xinran a little confused. But soon, he thought of some rumors about the head of the New World sect. The rumors are magical, such as reading minds, casting spells, etc. Overall, they tend to be curses. Because of this, recently, because of the invasion of monsters from Pyongyang, he vaguely heard that the church had some new theories, as if the abyss was the destination. This is also one of the reasons why the New World can stand out from many sects. But Song Xinran himself never believed this kind of words. But now, seeing Wang Yi's half-smiley eyes, he felt as if everything had been seen through. As if there was no secret at all. The funeral of your president should be scheduled soon. Even if you are of a certain identity, you should be notified soon. Wang Yi's words made Song Xinran a little confused. The president's funeral? The president died? When? After all, he was just a lowly little Karami, and there was no need for the New World or his boss to tell him specifically. However, after the rescue failed and he was declared dead, as a small follower, he still had to go to the funeral to do odd jobs. Almost as soon as Wang Yi's voice fell, Song Xinran received a phone call notification, and it was his team leader on the New World side. However, because Song Xinran still had the task of receiving guests, he was not forced to come. It's actually true. Song Xinran listened to the phone call with shock in his eyes. In fact, when he got here, Song Xinran also felt something was wrong. According to the specifications of the reception arranged by him at the beginning, it should not be an important guest. But now such a big thing has happened here. The president is dead. Logically, it is the sky falling. But he is still asked to continue receiving guests? This is not normal. If it is a distinguished guest, he would not be accompanied by himself to receive him. If not, he would not have such face. For a moment, Song Xinran also felt a little confused. Moreover, the other party knew the news in advance and saw through his identity. Who is this person? I am also very sorry about your president's matter. I will go to pay tribute to him when the time comes. You can explain it to your boss. After that, Wang Yi stood up. If you have any doubts and ideas, you can come to me in your personal capacity. But at that time, you need to help me do something. Wang Yi didn't wait for long. Song Xiran came directly to the door. I have to come. His undercover identity has been known. And if the other party says something wrong, he will sink into the sea. He also understood what the other party meant. Coming here as an individual means that he is neither an undercover agent nor a member of the New World. I am afraid he has to complete something for this mysterious guest alone. Sit down. Wang Yi let Song Xiran enter the room. And he leaned on the sofa and flipped through some magazines on the hologram. Since you are here, you should be mentally prepared. Yes, Mr. Quan. Please tell me what you want, and I will meet your questions in a private capacity. Well, I killed Kim Kwang-hoon. Wang Yi's casual words made Song Xiran's entire expression sluggish, and his hands and feet stiffened. Song Xiran thought that after he made up his mind, he could accept any situation. His undercover identity was exposed. What else could he not let go of? But no matter what, he didn't expect to hear such a big news when he opened the door. Now he knows that the president seems to have fallen into the water in an accident. No matter how you investigate, it was an accident. But this person here said that he killed the person? This made Song Xiran feel a little confused. And at the same time, he seemed to find that his previous promise seemed too full. But he heard this news at the beginning, and there was no possibility of quitting halfway. If the president was really killed by the other party, it would be easy for him to disappear after he refused. Why did you choose me, and what do you want me to do? Song Xiran said hesitantly. He still had a question mark about the president's death for the time being. But the other party had enough evidence of his undercover. This was probably the reason why the other party chose him. Because he had no choice. In front of an ice coffin in the funeral home, a middle-aged man with a sleek face silently looked at the body in the coffin. And his expression looked very cold. This person looked nothing unusual. But his skin looked very smooth. But his eyes were unusually sharp. And no one dared to look at him. A person standing here seemed to automatically become the core. It was the leader of the New World, Jin Guangyao, the younger brother of the deceased president Jin Guangxuan, looking at his dead brother in front of him. And the faint cold breath that ordinary people could not detect. Jin Guangyao could not help but clench his fists. Unlike him, who was a genius since childhood, his brother was a waste, idle and cheating. But after his father died and his mother abandoned them, he was considered to be mentally ill and was raised by his brother. After finally achieving the current achievements, he was specially arranged a position to enjoy a good life for him. Anyway, he only needs to occupy this position and occasionally check the accounting problems. And the rest of the things will be done by his subordinates. But the result was unexpectedly such a fate. Jin Guangyao, who stood in front of the corpse in silence for a long time, suddenly turned his head and looked at everyone with a terrible expression, and roared, "How many times have I told you to watch him not to play that kind of perverted things? After getting it, try to meet some of their requirements to eliminate resentment. If he dies, drag the body to burn it in broad daylight. Why don't you listen?" As he spoke, the room temperature seemed to drop several degrees, making everyone at the scene silent. Now those who can come to the scene are all high-level people in the New World, both secular and church. And they all know the specialness of the head of the church. Rather than saying it is a miracle or a blessing, it is better to say that the president is quite good at cursing. People will be afraid of unknown things. And they are like this. Under Jin Guangyu's unique PA technology, they have long been obedient. It is precisely because of the prestige that Jin Guangyu has spent many years to build, and these backbones in his hands, that the scale and volume of the New World have been formed. There is no core technology, nothing good, but it has a share in the traditional field. Jin Guangyu knows very well that doing things depends on people, and talent is the most important. It is for this reason that he will distinguish between secular factions and church aspects, and try his best to maintain his mystery. He knows his own limits, and he knows what to do under what circumstances, and what is suitable to do. But I didn't expect that some of the things I repeatedly warned him to pay attention to. But he just didn't do it. The heavying energy on the two people was obviously caused by the vengeful spirits after death. This kind of thing actually happened many times to the South Korean chaebol. He himself used some of them to achieve his own goals, and even maintained friendship with some of the spirits by virtue of his eloquence. He could ask them for help when necessary. It can be said that these friends that ordinary people cannot see are crucial to his current status and achievements. So he also clearly knows how difficult these things are. By reading some classics and entering Rabbit and Neon under a pseudonym to study. He also summed up a set of preventive rules. That is, try not to do it yourself. In fact, the vengeful spirits are often very single-minded. And most of the time, they target the specific implementers. And similar to some situations that require you to do it yourself. Don't make it too perverted. At least try to resolve the other party's resentment as much as possible afterwards. Anyway, it's not a big deal. If there is a problem, in his opinion, as long as it is handled well, there will be no worries. If you die, just drag it to the sun and burn it. If you can listen to your own advice, you will never encounter such a thing. Damn it. Can't we just play normally? Why do we have to be so perverted? Master Guangyao. Isn't this an accident? Someone nearby asked cautiously. Humph. I will take care of it. I will do a good job of my brother's funeral. Jean Guangyao snorted coldly. Of course, he would not reveal his background. And he must continue to maintain that unfathomable. This is an important means to control his subordinates. Having someone who can be trusted is the key to his success. But then, Jean Guangyao seemed to have thought of something and said, I remember that there is an arrangement to receive a Korean guest from Neon? Hearing this, most of the senior executives did not react. But the one who arranged this matter stood up and said, Yes, it was your previous order. But you said that no special treatment was needed. So I just arranged an ordinary driver. When I notified him to continue to take care of the guest, the driver replied that the guest was also going to come to mourn. In fact, the person who arranged it also felt a little confused. Logically speaking, if the leader personally arranged it, it should be of a high standard. But he also emphasized that no special treatment should be given. Will he come? That's fine. I'll meet him then. Jean Guangyao pondered for a moment. He knew Wang Yi's identity, the famous great Onmyoji in Neon, and he happened to be of native descent. It was very likely that he had the same talent as himself, and compared to his wild way, he probably had a very orthodox inheritance. The New World had not hooked up with the organization before, and Jean Guangyao was actually trying to avoid contact with those people as much as possible. After all, he knew his own affairs well. He had no resistance to firearms and the like. In order to avoid being controlled by others, it was naturally better to stay away. But later, for some reason, the organization suddenly increased its efforts to win over the extraordinary talents. And after understanding from many aspects, they were mainly trying to appease this time. And it seemed that they were seeking help in the field of magic. This made Jean Guangyao feel much more at ease. When the magic theory came out, Jean Guangyao was also very excited. But unfortunately, he didn't read much and couldn't understand many academic things. Now that the organization seems to want to merge, his status can be improved. So he simply took this opportunity to surrender with New World, and became an outsider of the organization. Still in the probation period. But even so, his hidden status is also rapidly improving. Originally, the tentacles of New World have been very long. But it is a bit unpresentable because of the business content. Now after joining the organization, it seems that he has been directly vindicated. To a certain extent. In his opinion, the great Yin-Yang Master and himself are in a competitive relationship. And because of the inheritance, he is more important than himself. However, although his theoretical knowledge is not solid enough, the secular power and influence in his hands are large enough. And he is still different from the other party. As for whether his brother's death is related to this great Yin-Yang Master, Jean Guangyao actually thought about it, and then quickly ruled it out. Because he knows how difficult it is to deal with these vengeful spirits. Everyone he met is paranoid. And if he wants them to meet his requirements, he must match their personality, which is quite a headache. Moreover, if they had made an agreement with the vengeful spirits and asked them to take action, they would not be able to do so without the support of obsession. Just look at the remnant of the Yin Qi, and you will know how great the resentment of that thing is. So it must not be driven by anyone. It can only be spontaneous. As for some intelligence in the organization that exaggerates the other party, Jean Guangyao also sneered. He himself is also a top talent in this field. Although he is not systematic, he is undoubtedly at the top of the pyramid with his talent. It's nothing more than some mysterious visions combined with psychological rhetoric. It's actually quite simple to deal with. A few guns surround him. And no matter how great his ability is, he can't escape. But these are also his weaknesses. And he can't say it out. Chapter 454 Funeral Cooperation. As the manager of secular power in the New World, Jin Guangxuan himself has a great influence. His sudden death in a car accident also caused a lot of repercussions in South Korea. Many of South Korea's real high-level officials came to pay their respects. The well-known four-star and modern representatives who came were all very heavyweight representatives. Even the boss arranged his own representative to come, and specially asked her to explain that her identity was inconvenient and she could not come in person. Even Umbrella arranged a representative to come to pay respects as a business courtesy. Umbrella also has industrial divisions such as batteries and semiconductor processing in South Korea. And there are always some reception-related work here. And many of them are related to the New World. So there is nothing abrupt. As the head of the church, Jin Guangyu also presided over his brother's funeral on the spot. However, most of the things were handled by his younger brother. The people Jin Guangyu really had to receive were the top-level people such as the four-star representatives and the boss representatives. In fact, they came for Jin Guangyu. After a while of heavy greetings, they also talked about the recent trend and response of South Korea. In fact, if the three special industries are really going to be fully opened, it will still have a certain impact on the current New World. I don't care much about secular industries. Besides, as long as the cake is bigger and attracts external tourists, our losses can be controlled. As for experience, I have no problem. But I think it's better to learn from Las Villas. When chatting with several distinguished guests, Jin Guangyu was calm, as if he really didn't care about secular industries. Jin Huisho is worthy of being a fairy. But the opposition to this matter is still too great. We still need to slowly consider it. Haha. As for politics, I don't understand it very well. Just make the decision. Jin Guangyu laughed. No. Kim Huisho has connected with the nobles. And maybe he will become one of them in the future, which can influence the direction of our entire political arena. The representative of the person in charge said with a radiant face. In fact, the New World also helped a lot this time. The victory with a slight advantage was due to their last straw. And they were the ones who made the connection, which led to the current surge in status. She can get involved in many things, and the taste of holding power makes her quite addicted. This made the representative of the four stars look envious. Although the four stars have a close relationship with that side, they are just a dog and can't join it like some of the chaebols in Japan. But Japan suffered heavy losses in the first Tokyo incident, and Mitsubishi was thrown out to share the spoils. This time, turning to Umbrella is also considered to be a formal parting of ways with the organization. Originally, several of their chaebols were operating to replace them and turn to the organization in an all-round way. The organization does need core members here, but I didn't expect that this charlatan would get there first. It seems to be due to the problem of combining metaphysics with magic. They all seemed a little helpless about this, and there was no suitable solution. When asked about his itch, even at his brother's funeral, Jin Guangyu showed a reserved smile on his face, which diluted his bad mood. It's also luck. Jin Guangyu didn't say anything mysterious to them. He knew when to say something to someone, which was also a skill. For example, the organization was almost full of believers, and even Jesus was killed. What would happen if he claimed to be the messenger of God at this time? That's why he gradually guided the change of doctrine and connected the sect with the Abyss. He didn't have much ability to save people, but he was actually a good match with the Abyss, although it looked a bit evil. But this can make believers more trusting, and it can relieve the anxiety of fear of the Abyss. Look, De Pyongyang was so miserable that she had to grow mushrooms by herself. Do you also want to fight against the Abyss? If you can't beat it, join it. Not to mention, the effect is quite significant. But recently, we are still considering the issue of Umbrella's robots. Once they can be used, more people will be unemployed. And then the whole nation will have to be entertained. We want to cooperate with Oriental World Company to develop some more advanced games. Recently, they issued a paper on new research on VR technology. But they have a close relationship with Umbrella Company. Right? What's wrong with a close relationship? Who can leave Umbrella's technology aside now? But as long as their company is not directly hostile to it, it is actually easy to talk to. In fact, they all have a consensus on this point. Although the robots launched by Umbrella this time have just begun to be sold, they have already smelled the opportunities and crises in it. This is not just a problem of housekeeping and cooking. If it can be sold freely, it will replace many human jobs. Although they don't care about the lives of these people, they don't want chaos. Besides, if most people have no source of income, who will they sell the products to? It must be turned around to be more dynamic and profitable. At this time, Jin Junliang walked in quickly. came to Jin Guanyu and said to him in a low voice, "Sir, the guest you mentioned before has arrived." Hearing this, Jin Guanyu also nodded, and then apologized to the people at the scene. "Excuse me, everyone. I'll go over there." "No, you must be busy today. Don't worry about us. Go quickly." Although several people were a little curious about which representatives hadn't come, they would definitely not say it. This is his brother's funeral. As they walked outside under the leadership of Jin Junyang, Jin Guanyu also said casually, "I remember you are the son of my fourth cousin." After hearing this, Jin Junyang quickly responded with flattery. "Yes, sir. The reason why he was arranged to carry out this task was that his blood relationship was very important. This is also the reason why he was able to climb to his current position." Although Jin Guanyu called him fourth cousin, they were actually very distantly related. However, relying on this connection, Jin Junyang was able to avoid many hidden troubles. "Haha. There's no need to be so distant. Just call me uncle." Jin Guanyu laughed, seeming to be very friendly. But Jin Junyang, who was an undercover, called him uncle happily, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. Is it because the chairman died? So the chairman wants to develop more confidence in the group? And no matter how much, he has a blood relationship. And he has been diligent in doing dirty work for the past 10 years. It's not that he wants to support himself to become the new chairman, but because his current position is also very critical, which is equivalent to planting an extra spy. This sudden kindness of the superior is not something that everyone can bear. However, Jin Junyang, who originally had his own mission, immediately seized the opportunity and became more diligent and respectful along the way. "Junyang, who do you think is more suitable among the three candidates?" After the recognition of relatives was completed, Jin Guanyu did not avoid suspicion and started asking directly, because the deceased Jin Guangxuan did not care much about specific things. He just used deterrents and spot checks to play checks and balances. The three major businesses of New World are mainly controlled by the three supervisors below. For example, Jin Juliang's best friend Li Qing is in charge of the casino and loan sharks, and also handles some dirty work and controls the traditional business of the hotel. At this time, he did not hesitate or avoid suspicion, and said directly, "Li Qing and I are good brothers who have a lifelong friendship, and I have been working for him, so I am relatively familiar with him. So I think he is a good candidate." The original task given to him by his boss was to support his good brother to get a handle, and he would not hesitate at all if there was a chance. If a good brother who has a lifelong friendship is not recommended, what else can he recommend? As for being suspected of selfishness, in order to prove that he has no selfishness, he chose to ignore his brothers. Isn't this heartless? Do you really think you like this kind of person? Even if you really need to use him, it will be used temporarily and thrown away. After Wang Yi casually paid tribute to the guy who was killed by him, he chatted with Li Qing, who came to receive him next to him. This guy is one of the candidates who may take over the position after the death of President Jin Guangxuan, and is also one of the three people with the highest status in front of the reception, coming here to receive me one-on-one. It seems that his attitude towards me has changed. And from the contact, it seems that Li Qing doesn't even know what I do, and he is still trying to find out indirectly. That should be because his superiors have given instructions. Jin Guangxuan is dead, so naturally only the mysterious leader Jin Guangyu is left. Not long after, Wang Yi also vaguely felt some different auras approaching him in this environment of lazy magic. Although the aura is a bit messy, and the mental power is not very condensed, it seems that he has not practiced orthodoxly, and he has pieced it together from here and there. But according to the standard, it is considered to have reached the standard of a mage apprentice, which is much stronger than Gu Qianqian now. In the absence of magic feedback, it is only relying on some experience summary to achieve this level in decades, which is also precious. Use some special props. If conditions permit, you can do some tricks to fool people. Judging from the resentment on his body, he might have used his ability to communicate with the vengeful spirits, just like how Gu Qianqian had deceived the vengeful spirits. However, unlike Gu Qianqian, who had something to protect herself, this guy relied purely on some mediocre magic weapons and should have encountered dangers, and had some hidden injuries. This made Wang Yi's eyes shine a little when he saw the other party coming. All along, Wang Yi was a little distressed that there was only one sample, Gu Qianqian, the stupid disciple, and no control group at all. And the guy in front of him, who had been struggling for decades, was undoubtedly a perfect control group. It was really perfect. He could be made into a specimen. Jean Guangyao, who came over with a smile on his face and wanted to say something, shuddered involuntarily at this time, always feeling that something bad was going to happen. But he soon came back to his senses and said to Wang Yi, "Mr. Quan can come here," which really makes me feel a little surprised. I just heard the rumors about Mr. Jean and came to see out of curiosity. I found that the rumors were indeed true, but Mr. Jean seemed to have practiced a little bit. Wang Yi shook hands with Jean Guangyao and said lightly. This made Jean Guangyao slightly stunned. Sure enough, the intelligence from the organization was correct. This person was indeed quite strong. My previous reaction was probably that he was using some skills, like spiritual vision or eye of heaven to observe me. However, the other party's words also touched my pain point. Because of his poor background, all my abilities were acquired by myself while exploring and learning from various places. It was messy, and he sometimes felt some disadvantages. And the other party seemed to have an excellent inheritance since childhood. This, I also know about the various secret inheritances here. But I don't know where you came from. Jean Guangyao first signaled the people accompanying him to go away, and then accompanied Wang Yi to a corner and asked, "It's not the inheritance of our country. Jean Huisho should now know that this kind of inheritance in our country is very bad." Wang Yi's words made Jean Guangyao feel very depressed. Indeed, I have a deep understanding. God gave me excellent talents, but my position is very embarrassing. Or the East and Neon are obviously more complete. It seems that this compatriot should have obtained a complete inheritance from other places. Why didn't I encounter it when I was a child? Looking at the other party's young and handsome appearance, and thinking of some hidden injuries in his body, Jean Guangyao couldn't help but feel a strong jealousy in his heart. The same is true for the organization. He brought a huge new world to join. But it seems that he is not as important as the other party. He feels that he is just a spare tire to understand the other party. According to the records, he is also born with yin-yang eyes and belongs to the natural Tao body. No different from the other party. But because of the different experiences, there is such a big gap. Even though he now has a church with tens of millions of believers and wealth comparable to that of a chaebol, it seems so vulgar under the other party's transcendental background. Jealousy is like an ant, constantly biting at the heart. But even so, he still squeezed out a smile and asked, "That's right. I wonder if Mr. Quan can give me some advice. I'll give you a prescription. If you adjust it on time, you can relieve the symptoms. If you persist, it may also be cured. But don't use all meditation methods. Stick to one." Wang Yi said very sincerely. He really planned to give the other party a prescription to try and see the effect. After conditioning, he would make a specimen and soak it in formalin. No matter how talented Jean Guangyao was, he still remembered the prescription Wang Yi reported after concentrating his attention. But it was obviously impossible to trust him completely. He would first consult some pharmacologists, and then find someone to try. Anyway, at his current level, he could be sure that they were some medicines to replenish qi and nourish the spirit. And they were all relatively mild. After this episode, the two of them could be said to have a feeling of having a good chat. And at this moment, a crisp voice sounded beside him. "Master Quan, I didn't expect you to come here too. What do you think about our company's last proposal?" Jean Guangyao was a little dissatisfied when someone suddenly came to disturb him. But after seeing the person coming, he still suppressed his dissatisfaction. It was a representative sent by Umbrella. Wang Yi glanced at the other person. It was one of Song Jinyan's disguises. It was not the disguise of Umbrella's representative here, but a pretty girl. Perhaps she saw that he didn't go to find her, so she took the initiative to find an opportunity to find him. After helping her get revenge, this guy seemed to have been thinking about repaying her. Wang Yi originally gave his employees a lot of autonomy, so this time, he came to cooperate with him to improve his personality. After all, the great Onmyoji had already said that he had rejected Umbrella. No need to say more. Our ideas are not in line. Just like this monster invasion. If you hadn't made your magic power public, you wouldn't have ended up like this. If you continue like this, you will bring disaster to the world," Wang Yi said righteously. Jean Guangyao next to him pricked up his ears. At this time, he felt like a muggle. But the general meaning was still understandable. This might also be an important clue. Maybe it can be submitted to the organization. The other party gave the recipe so easily. Maybe he is not that kind of old-fashioned person. The percentage of people born with yin-yang eyes is quite low. Maybe he thinks of himself as one of the same kind. If possible, I can find a way to get all his secrets. He is so important to the organization and Umbrella Company. I can replace him. The appearance of the Umbrella representative And Wang Yi's unhesitating refusal attitude immediately made Jin Guangyu have more thoughts. They all have the same talent. Why should I be inferior to others? However, it is obviously not enough to get all the benefits of the other party. Others have already given a prescription, and they don't owe me anything. Over the years, he can clearly understand that only the relationship of interests is the most stable, in addition to being able to bring mysterious fear to his subordinates. Another point that stimulates their internal drive is to give enough benefits to bind them. There are also many allies, parliamentarians, chaebols, and even organizations like this. As long as you are a person, you will have weaknesses, and this one is no exception. Just because Song Jinyan's new body came to say lo. Jin Guangyu's inner thoughts also changed with Wang Yi's suggestion. In this kind of magic-free world, and considering that the opponent already has a certain amount of mental power, Wang Yi would not use any means to temporarily and forcibly change the opponent's will. That would be too crude. But it is still no problem to slowly guide Dihua in line with the situation. I heard Mr. Quan say that he didn't want to disturb us, so I didn't know how to receive him. Please forgive me if I offended you. Jin Guangyu first stabilized his hand, and then continued. But if Mr. Quan just wants to walk around here and enjoy himself without being disturbed, then he is actually worrying too much. We have never been disturbed. Jin Guangyu seemed very confident when he said this. In fact, the entertainment industry in South Korea is very large, especially the film and television works produced. But this is actually a means of control by their chaebols, constantly brainwashing with film and television works. Let the people accept this as reality, and they will become numb after watching too much. Anyway, no matter how the movie is made, I lose if it affects me. Is that so? I would like to see it. Then for dinner, let Mr. Quan see our traditional palace delicacies, the Manchu and Han banquet. Jin Guangyu said very complacently, but his words made Wang Yi's expression a little subtle. Manchu and Han banquet? Traditional palace delicacies? Is this guy not well educated? He doesn't know the meaning of Manhan. He copied the name along with the homework. And when he saw the Manhan banquet, which was similar to the hot pot condiments area in the evening, Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh. It feels worse than the instant noodles Song Shiran served. What kind of arrangement is this? One day instant noodles, and the next day Manhan banquet. It's a good thing that the accompanying trainees and girl groups are very energetic and can be properly guided. Otherwise it would be a waste of time. When Wang Yi felt the special warm hospitality, the organization also learned a little about Wang Yi from Jin Guangyu. Jin Guangyu obviously wants to steal skills from Quan Yanjin. But the gap between the two sides is too big. Quan Yungan's proposals are always meaningful and effective, but Jin Guangyu relies mostly on rhetoric. One focuses on developing secular power, and the other uses it to improve himself. There is still no comparison. But if Jin Guangyu can get Quan Yungan's ability, it would be fine. He is relatively easier to control. He has desires, so he is easy to control. Quan Yungan's personality is too detached. Now he is just playing. Wudia Wuzai can easily maintain a lifespan of more than 100 years in his heyday. It is really enviable. For a while, their communication was silent. Originally, I saw a little hope and opportunity before, and cloned a large number of alien monster corpses. And under the guidance of the great Yin-Yang Master, I really found the direction. Although there are still many problems that cannot be overcome and cannot be solved. But at least there is a direction and hope. But who would have thought that a traitor would appear? The person in charge of the experiment betrayed directly. Originally, in addition to his talent and academic ability, Xiaosun was chosen as the person in charge of such an important experiment because he also yearned for immortality. It is good to have a pursuit, because only with a pursuit can you have motivation. But who would have thought that it was precisely because of this that he betrayed? They knew Xiaosun, the important person in charge, very well. He betrayed without hesitation, probably because he had received the promise of immortality. Although it is not known whether it is true or not. It is also a direction to pursue. Damn. They only know how to destroy as soon as they come here. They are really stupid. Won't they talk to us? What do we want at that time? Can't we develop it sustainably? Even if we want souls, it is more cost-effective to keep them in captivity for a long time. As a result, they made such a mess, which also caused them heavy losses. According to some information, several instructors from Umbrella have gone to South Korea during this period, and members from Japan have also gone there. It is unclear how many have not been found secretly. Maybe they want to do something. It's nothing more than Japan has tasted the sweetness, and South Korea wants to do the same. We miscalculated with Japan before. Mitsubishi cut too much that time, which made them lose confidence. How could South Korea give them a chance? However, is it possible that it was aimed at Kwon Yeon-jin? Some people thought of the important information provided by Wang Yi for them, which made them speed up a lot of research. Umbrella is obviously more in-depth in the study of magic, and it is even possible that they have natural yin and yang eyes. But such talents are too rare, so it is completely reasonable for Umbrella to pay attention to the other party. It is very likely. But I think this is also an opportunity for us. You mean? Let Umbrella attack him, and then we rescue him? In fact, they thought of this trick when the neon zombie incident happened. But the opponent's ability was too strong, and the zombies didn't get close. But this time, it seems that it can be operated. The problem is that it is too difficult to impersonate Umbrella people, and their combat effectiveness is too strong. We don't need to pretend to be Umbrella's people. After all, Umbrella has always paid attention to its reputation. We can directly issue relevant capture missions, and leave some clues that can eventually be traced back to Umbrella. No need to leave clues. Umbrella is now increasing the number of personnel dispatched to South Korea. This can be used as evidence. We can directly issue the mission anonymously, and tie him up to the Umbrella factory in South Korea. But when rescuing him, we also need to find the right time, and not be too abrupt. Well, Jean Guanyo can cooperate on this point. Also pay attention to their artificial intelligence, and directly publish it offline. A bounty for me. The delivery location is our battery factory? After hearing Lin Shurqin's reminder, the sage Wang Yi couldn't help but feel a little dumb. The guys knew what they wanted to do when they raised their butts. It's nothing more than the failure of the last hero rescue beauty. This time, they just changed the way, and happened to blame Umbrella. In fact, this kind of thing does not require evidence. It's okay as long as you create an atmosphere. Will they still go to reconcile accounts? How could it be possible? This kind of secretive behavior is their specialty. The two brothers fought with their fists, and when they looked back, they saw knife wounds. If there really is a great yin-yang master, there is really no way to distinguish, and it is impossible to really check the accounts. But what if this is the same person? Wang Yi touched the smoothness exposed outside the quilt next to him, and he couldn't help but make a decision. Otherwise, just cooperate. Chapter 455 Fishing Undead. Mr. Kwon, what are your plans for today? Song Shinran has been serving Wang Yi during this period. At the same time, he also felt Wang Yi's status in the new world as a whole. It is totally unbelievable that the elusive leader has accompanied him for several days. The president is the brother of the leader, and he personally admitted that he killed someone. It made Song Shinran quite scared. But after knowing this secret and getting on the pirate ship, Song Shinran can only go all the way. If it is really according to what this person said before, it will not affect me, and I will still be an undercover agent steadily. It's just that in the future, the choice of information transmission between the two sides needs to be transmitted according to his requirements at a specific time. From the other party's attitude, Song Shinran felt that the other party was preparing to support Jin Junliang, the senior, but he didn't let the senior know. This is really a bit confusing. And in recent days, Song Shinran always felt that the house was gloomy. When going to the toilet, the door will close naturally. At night, there will be a sound of the cabinet opening. Sometimes, you will feel like you are being pressed down by a ghost. Originally, he thought that he was too nervous and suspicious recently. But when he took the camera to record, he found that the cabinet was really opened, and there were dents on his bed. This made Song Shinran completely believe that the death of the president was caused by Mr. Kwon, because he heard from his superiors that Kwon Guangyu was furious at the funeral home, and the senior was also present at the time. So he reported the specific situation and let himself know. This is probably why Mr. Kwon can believe in me so much. Before I want to rebel, I will probably experience a mysterious death. Go to your casino and play. Wang Yi seemed to pull out a gold-plated business card from his arms. This was given to him by Jin Guanyo, and it can be used directly as cash in major casinos under his command. The upper limit is $10 million in chips. Okay. Song Shinran simply replied okay. In fact, he also envied the treatment of this big boss. Those fresh trainees can be picked at will. They should be tired and relaxed today. It's really a decadent and enviable life. But what he didn't notice was that when he turned the corner, a drone in the sky was also staring at him. Then the person in front of the drone control screen in the dark picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "The target should go to C1 or C3 area, and will pass the ambush site. The first and second teams will capture, And the third team will contain possible reinforcements. Try not to use guns. The driver can be dead or alive. The target must be captured alive. Prepare for action. This time it is a task arranged by Umbrella. Although it looks simple, the task specifically states that the target's strength is unknown and has unique means. Even Umbrella said that the strength is unknown. So it is naturally not an ordinary team that dares to take on the task. Their mole team is a well-known team in the industry. They have planned and implemented some actions for big figures who have committed crimes in Japan and Malaysia to escape from the country. Their comprehensive ability is quite strong. The reward for this mission is enough for them to go all out. And they are on the side of Umbrella. So there is no worry at all. Unique means let's see what your unknown means are. The captain who was in charge of the whole process also felt a little excited at this time. Although there are rapid response teams now because of the zombie incident. These teams are mainly aimed at zombies and blocking work. And the threat is completely controllable. Nengali does not have much mobility and limited level. And they have completed the reconnaissance and various follow-up arrangements in advance. There are several bombs placed on the road for easy escape. As long as the speed is fast enough, it will be foolproof. Also on this street, Jin Junliang is shopping with his best friend Li Qing. The younger brothers behind him are already carrying large and small bags. I told you not to be so troublesome. Why do you need to buy so much at one time? Jin Junliang looked at Li Qing helplessly. In fact, his best friend is still his immediate boss in the new world. I am the one who is responsible for doing the dirty work in the group. And I have the strongest action team in the group. While Li Qing is the general manager of the casino, lending and debt collection, and is also one of the 3 hot candidates. Whether it is out of friendship between the two sides or the task I received. This time, I want to help him get promoted. Unlike Jin Junliang, who looks cool and well-dressed, Li Qing looks like a hip-hop middle-aged man, wearing thongs, beach pants, and cheap fake sunglasses. It's just that he is obviously wearing street goods and fake products. But those in his hands are all high-end luxury goods. My sister-in-law gave birth for the first time. Of course I have to give her some good things. I tell you, the old man is generous for once and gave me some consumption coupons. If I don't use them quickly, they will expire. Li Qing's big purchase this time is to give it to Jin Junliang, whose wife is about to give birth. He didn't avoid suspicion at all. And he bought like a nouveau riche. It can be seen that the relationship between the two is really quite good. And the younger brother who followed behind with the bag was also used to it. At this time, apart from looking at each other and smiling bitterly, he didn't know what to say. But just because they were a little slow, Li Qing in front of them started to yell at them again. Be quick. Wait until I buy the robot. I will eliminate you all. Damn. The robot has to be bought by myself. I am so angry. It was in this atmosphere that Song Xinran drove past this street and passed by them on the sidewalk. This whole commercial street is your company's territory. Right? Wang Yi leaned back in his seat and looked at the bustling street outside, his face full of admiration. Who can tell that behind this bright and beautiful commercial street is the New World Group, which started as a cult and is involved in both black and white. And this street is also famous for its good public security. Many people like to come here to consume. It is definitely a model street. But hidden under this glamour, there is still an unknown darkness. In addition to underground casinos and banks, there are also construction sites dedicated to torturing, executing, and interrogating traitors and debtors. Anyway, this construction site has been here for 10 years, and it is still in a state of suspension. Only the main structure of a house remains. But no one knows how many lives are buried here. Wang Yi looked at the suspended building, felt the cold air across the street, and couldn't help showing a trace of emotion on his face. This should be the same as the blood sacrifice cruise ship. Jin Guangyi especially arranged it this way. But this time, it was not the place where he planned to create the vengeful spirits. Wang Yi could be sure that Jin Guangyi did not have any very good means to control the vengeful spirits. In this case, the vengeful spirits cultivated here would only make him uncomfortable. I'm afraid that most of the corpses would be burned in the lighting room before the dead died. He just used a very rough and simple way to gather the breath of the dead here, and then raise the vengeful spirits that he had persuaded to reach some agreements here. This kind of artificial place to raise spirits can alleviate the negative effects of the gradual loss of reason of the vengeful spirits themselves, and facilitate communication all the time. It is equivalent to raising a group of guests with good food and drink, and asking them to help when necessary. I don't know if the cruise ship has really cultivated it. If it has, it should be here. Wang Yi's vision is here. and he can easily understand the purpose of Jin Guangya's rough and simple arrangement. The cruise ship was an accident, and the ghosts obviously didn't have enough power to investigate. If they appeared, they would probably be fooled here. After the new territory appeared in the abyss, people are increasingly scarce. We should thank Jin Guangya for his hard work over the years. There should be at least a dozen ghosts living here. There is a supply of yin qi, and there are people of the same kind to chat with. Moreover, Jin Guangya's power should easily satisfy some of their obsessions. So this place can be regarded as one of Jin Guangya's biggest trump cards. Speaking of which, this trump card is actually not weak. More than a dozen ghosts came out at the same time at night, and the battle was quite big. It's just that Jin Guangya has no way to control them, and can only keep trying to please them. So the number of times they can be used is limited, and cannot be used without restraint. This time, all aspects were brought here to explode. Probably because they wanted to rely on their last trump card to ensure that there was no risk of anything going wrong. After all, there is a high probability that they want to save the beauty. At this moment, a maintenance vehicle suddenly drove out slowly on the street in front. The speed was not fast, but it was just enough to block the car that Wang Yi was sitting in. Song Xinran judged that he couldn't get through, so he lightly pressed the brakes and slowly stopped. This street is the company's territory, and the people in the car are also the company's guests. He didn't think there would be any problems, or Song Xinran didn't have much vigilance. He just stopped the car and honked the horn impatiently. But at this time, another semi-trailer behind him seemed to have lost control due to the situation in front. A sideways swing, just like this, took several cars on the road and crossed the middle of the road, blocking the back. Song Xinran also looked back and saw the situation behind, and couldn't help but start to say, "Wait, Mr. Quan, your luck is not good. Really, these truck drivers now." At this time, although Song Xinran vaguely felt that something was wrong, he still didn't think it was aimed at him. He just reached out and touched the pistol in his arms. "I don't think it's a matter of luck." Wang Yi unbuckled his seatbelt, which made Song Xinran stunned. Then a look of vigilance appeared on his face. After all, he was an undercover agent, so he was still very alert. And Wang Yi also showed his difference and strength in many aspects. Since he said so, there must be a reason. Without any hesitation, he took out his pistol and picked up the phone to dial. This is the company's territory. There are many company staff and younger brothers nearby. The other party is really stupid to choose such a place. But when he saw the no signal display on the mobile phone signal, his expression froze in an instant. It seems that it is not because the other party is not careful, but because the other party is too careful. Because this is their own territory. They would never think that someone would choose to take action at this time. In addition, the shielding of the communication signal and the changes in the car accidents before and after could not pay attention to this place at the first time. The key is that because this is the company's territory, as long as it is not a real biochemical crisis, the quick response team deployed now will not come here at the first time. We'll give the company face to spend time to deal with it first. As long as the speed is fast. It is indeed dark under the lamp, and the problem can be solved under your nose. After thinking it through in an instant, Song Xinran knew that it was not good. This means that the other party has enough confidence and certainty to fight against the company's arrangements here, and the combat power may be beyond expectations. Song Xinran has seen cleaners, maintenance workers, and drivers getting off trucks nearby, and they began to gather around because of the chaos at the scene. If you don't keep a careful eye, you really can't see their abnormalities. But now that they are prepared, these people seem very abrupt. Without any hesitation, Song Xinran quickly took off the original silencer on the pistol. Shoot directly at the nearest maintenance worker. The other party is obviously well trained and has been staring at this place. At the moment when Song Xinran fired, he reacted and rushed directly behind a car. But the sudden gunshot immediately made the scene panic, and the crowd scattered. Even if the small-range signal can be temporarily blocked, but such obvious gunshots are still enough to arouse vigilance. After firing for a while, Song Xinran opened the door and rolled out of the car, leaning against the tire of a nearby car. In contrast, Wang Yi pushed the door and got out of the car quite casually. "Mr. Quan, be careful. They should have guns too." Song Xinran quickly reminded Wang Yi to lie down. Since the other party chose to attack here, they should be well prepared. "It doesn't matter. They should want to capture me alive. But you have to be careful. Now they should want to kill you. Let's run here." After Wang Yi got out of the car, He directly used the car body to move in a very agile manner. It was not a tactical move, but it looked more like a footwork inherited from Chinese martial arts. It was pleasing to the eye, but it was very fast. This made Song Xinran, who was behind, a little confused. Then he raised his head and fired 2 more shots at the sky, and then quickly followed the car on the road. Hearing the sound of subsonic bullets with silencers shooting beside him, and the craters next to him, Song Xinran couldn't help but want to cry. As expected, he wanted to kill me. Damn. So quick to react? That driver was too alert. He chose to shoot directly, and the target person is really difficult to deal with. The drone filmed his movements like a raccoon, but he fled into an abandoned construction site. Hurry up and surround him to prevent him from escaping. There are many New World henchmen here, and they are also equipped with guns. Try to shoot the driver. He should be more intuitive. His shooting skills and mobility are very average. He is just at an ordinary level of training, with a drone watching from above. The situation here is naturally clear at a glance. Wang Yi's natural dexterity and Song Xinran's embarrassment and funniness are all reflected. It was a sure thing. But it was lost because of the driver. This made them feel very annoyed. Who would have thought that the other party would shoot directly? Not afraid of shooting the wrong person. But fortunately, the location they chose was also carefully selected. And they found the golden location during this period of time. That construction site is a dead end. And it is also the only place they can escape to. There is still a chance to remedy it. Pay attention to intercept the New World's henchmen behind. The incident happened here. The quick response team to deal with zombies will not appear so quickly. But we still need to take precautions. We need to be quick. The captain's tone was still steady when he gave orders. They had corresponding remedies and arrangements in the future. There were bombs in the 2 cars parked on the roadside. If they didn't want to catch them alive, they could just detonate them when they passed by. Now it could also be used to stop people coming to help from behind. On the other side, Jin Junyang and Li Qing, who were shopping on the street, were immediately shocked when they heard the gunshots. They are what they do and are very sensitive to gunshots. It's really bold and reckless. They actually shot in their own territory in broad daylight? Shit! Which bastard doesn't know how to measure? I'm going to kick his balls. Li Qing cursed, subconsciously thinking that it was his family who shot. But after looking back at the car accident and the panicked crowd, he couldn't help frowning. It seems that it's not that simple. I picked up my phone and looked at the signal. There was only 1 bar. Sometimes there, and sometimes not. It's signal blocking. Shit! Someone is causing trouble. After leaving the items in the shop, he was browsing. Li Qing winked at his younger brothers. The people following here are a group of people who are responsible for doing dirty work for Jin Junliang. They are not special forces. But at least they are well trained. They are very willing to feed bullets and shooting. And they are not ordinary mobs. But just when the younger brothers took out their guns and prepared to rush over, the fire and debris raised by the explosion of a car suddenly made them stare wide-eyed. No way. What is the purpose of such a big scene? Call the police online. Li Qing first came to the store next door and asked them to use the fiber optic network to call the police. He and others carefully moved towards the direction of the movement. This is their own territory. If they encounter it, they must go. The drone in the sky has also seen a few people who are a little different here, which made the captain who was in command frown. Unlike the group of guys who were tattooed and rushed over to be killed by the explosion, this group is a little different. The reason why the bomb was used before was to scare them. Because if there is a first one, there may be a second one. As long as they hesitate and hesitate, the problem can be solved quickly. It seems to be a big noise. But in fact, it is more convenient with their experience. Otherwise, the casualties caused by simple shooting may be a bit large. TSK. Are the gangs now so stubborn? I knew that the bombs would be left to them. Be careful. A group of trained guys are coming with guns. At 7 o'clock. Not to mention the gunfight outside. Wang Yi came directly to the abandoned construction site. As soon as he entered the house, he clearly felt a coolness. And there was a faint stench in the air. Just like a dead rat. Normally, no one would want to come here. Song Xinran also followed him in, rolling and crawling. He fired 2 shots at the back and hid at the corner of the stairs. Now there are not many bullets. And there is no way out here. Looking at this gloomy place with almost no sunlight, Song Xinran could only helplessly say to Wang Yi, Mr. Quan, we chose the wrong road. This house is used for punishment by the company. Except for the lighting room for burning corpses. There are no windows installed. and sunlight cannot shine in on weekdays. The lighting room is just a skylight on the top floor. Wang Yi didn't care so much, but looked at the stairs and walked directly towards the basement. There is no way down there either. Song Xinran took out the camera function of his mobile phone, looked out, and found that they had begun to flank the side, so he could only helplessly follow Wang Yi to touch down. He hoped to create an illusion that the two of them were going upstairs, and buy time to chase up. This is their own territory. There will always be some reaction. Wang Yi walked downstairs, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. It's really good. At the beginning, Gu Qianqian had the things he gave, and it took a lot of effort to convince the two. This Jin Guangyi relied on his eloquence to give more than 20 ghosts. On weekdays, they just talked nonsense in this basement, and with some she gathered here to punish the prisoners. Their daily life was very comfortable. Now a few guys floated over curiously, staring at themselves and Song Xinran with dead fish eyes. It's a bit cold down here. I heard from my colleagues that you should come to the basement less often. You will get sick if you stay for a long time. It may be that the air quality is not good and there are some toxic gases. Song Xinran said in a low voice as he came down quickly. There are only some spirits that you raise here. It's okay. If they really come down, it will be my home court. Wang Yi's words made Song Xinran stunned. Thinking of his recent experience, he shuddered all over. Inexplicably, there was a buzzing feeling of a TV snow screen in his mind, as if the picture in front began to change frame by frame. From time to time, frames jumped out, as if there were a few snow-white figures floating in front, and his head was a little dizzy. It's not that Song Xinran has a high mental power, but these vengeful spirits heard Wang Yi's words and came over with some curiosity. It was equivalent to creating an illusion that affected Song Xinran's brain-wave signal. Raising his hand and touching Song Xinran's forehead, he suddenly woke up from his daze. This time, he naturally saw the floating spirits around him and couldn't help but let out a low cry. At this time, the pursuers who had chased into the building had just arrived at the stairs and looked up and down. The low cry from below made them stunned. Humph. A trick. They should have recorded a good sound with their mobile phone and thrown it down to mislead us. They are up there. But as soon as he finished speaking, he was slapped in the face by the sound from below. No. We are down there. The team members next to him looked at each other, and then asked the embarrassed second in command. Is this still a recording? Stupid. What recording? They are down there. As he finished speaking, he took the lead and walked down. But he was still quite alert, worried about traps and arrangements, but still said, he should have found out that we have no intention of killing him. Maybe he wants to talk. Why does it feel even colder down here? It's so eerie. It's a bit of a problem. I feel like I'm not wearing any clothes. I'm always sweating. Walking on this cement staircase, with no trace of decoration and pure Syrian style. The group of people also felt more and more uncomfortable. But the mission target was right in front of them. They had already paid so much, so they had to take a risk next. Now it was still a headache to get out after catching him. The initial plan might not be enough. They had to stage a chase. It was with this idea that the group of people came to the basement with guns and saw the target standing by the wall. There were load-bearing columns below, but neither of them hid behind the load-bearing columns, but just stood in front of the wall. The target had a calm expression, but the driver was terrified. His eyes wandered, and he didn't even dare to look at them. His eyes were aiming at the air. Are you scared now? It's too late. If Mr. Quan cooperates, we can let him go. Otherwise, we have to kill him first, and then ask you to leave in an impolite manner. The leader of the action team stood up and said calmly. At the same time, the gun in his hand made a loading sound. If we can get the cooperation of the other party next, it will be much simpler, so we can waste some time for conversation. But 1 minute is up. No matter if they agree or not, we have to do it. Driver, you also persuade him. If you succeed, you can live. After saying that, he looked at Song Xinran, who was terrified next to him. Ah! It was just that Song Xinran seemed to notice them at this time. Gun? Threat? What is this? Do you know how many ghosts are around you now? This place is too lish. It turns out that there are so many requirements here. This is the place where the leader raises ghosts. It turns out that this is the special ability of the leader and Mr. Quan? No wonder they can kill the president remotely and make the leader so angry. I kept you here because I just wanted to find out who arranged for you to do this. This is the place where torture is carried out in the New World. Perhaps I can let you feel it. Wang Yi came out to cooperate with him. Of course, he couldn't point it out. He also had to find out who was persecuting him in an appropriate way. It seems that they don't want to cooperate. Let's do it. The captain of the action team waved his hand. And Wang Yi waved his hand here as well. Do it. Let them speak out. With Wang Yi's voice, the temperature around seemed to drop again. The air seemed to solidify. And the smell of dead rats gradually became stronger. This made the mercenaries feel that something was wrong. There seemed to be messy and dense whispers and repeated murmurs in their ears. The screen in front of them also had some snowflakes. And the frame rate dropped sharply. From time to time, it seemed that some floating phantoms could be seen every time they flashed. The flashes became more and more frequent. And the phantoms became more and more solid. Finally, they all appeared in front of their eyes, and were reflected in their pupils. Since they were here, Wang Yi could only accept these vengeful spirits with a smile. The effects of different masters were of course very different. They were already crazy at the beginning. And now that all these phantoms were revealed, the eyes of the mercenaries present were full of bloodshot and fear. Finally, someone couldn't hold back anymore and started pulling the trigger at the phantom in the sky. Losing his mind. What the H.L.? Go to H.L. Don't come over here. The sudden gunshot scared Song Shinran so much that he quickly fell to the ground, fearing that he would be hit by a stray bullet. But then he found that there were more people. They seemed to have completely lost their judgment and kept shooting at the air. As if crazy. It shouldn't be just a shock, but also some other influence. Jin Guanyao, who had been staring at the monitor, saw the frame drop and freeze on the monitor screen. And the spirit that was gradually becoming clearer and clearer. What's going on? Can they still cooperate like this? Originally, he thought that his relationship with this group of resentful spirits was foolproof. And he didn't have to worry about what would happen if the other party went in. Originally, he was ready to slap his face and show off his skills to save the other party from the dilemma. But now it seems that something is wrong. Chapter 456 Pain Repaying. This how is it possible? Jin Guangyu stood up in front of the surveillance camera, his face full of horror. This is where Jin Guangyu raises his spirit, which is very important to him. So there will be surveillance cameras without a doubt. Although there was no threat from artificial intelligence before, cyber hackers still exist. Jin Guangyu himself has little education and does not know much about this. So he can only choose a stupid way. That is, all surveillance cameras are wired, and then wired to his villa. The surveillance room in his villa also has no network. Mr. Jin can't do it? A burly man over 2 meters tall who was also in the surveillance room said in a low voice. His name is Tucker. And he is the person in charge of the operation arranged by the organization. He is the one who secretly guides the mercenaries to arrange and act in the right position. And he is not far from the scene now. So he can provide support and rescue at any time. Just when he was a guest at Jin Guangyu's house, he came out to help after hearing the alarm. Isn't this perfect? The task given is to capture alive. So they are not worried about the safety of the target. In fact, a slower reaction is more real. The reason why he was here was actually because Jin Guangyu wanted to show off himself. He said that if the target entered the house, he could solve the problem remotely and ensure that there would be no mistakes. Tucker, who just wanted to see the magical means in his hands, chose to wait here together. After seeing it now, it can be confirmed that there is indeed a problem with the house. There are such exaggerated changes on the monitoring screen. And it seems that those spirits can really be seen. Moreover, it is obviously controlled by the great Yin-Yang Master. In fact, he himself is not surprised about this. The existence of spirits has long been confirmed by the organization. There are also detection instruments and even some capture equipment. There have even been many accidents during the capture process. Even Wang Yi has to do it himself to retain his sanity when capturing the resentful spirits. They're crude instruments. Even if there are some high-power ones that can restrict the resentful spirits, will cause sanity damage and make the resentful spirits crazy. For the organization, it is more about capturing some shredded natural spirit fragments. Although they themselves are not clear about this. Through some tests, they can probably determine that these are remnants of soul fragments. Don't do too many experiments and attempts. I don't know how many homeless people died. And they even experimented with spirits and zombies. And cultivated some zombies that obviously have intelligence and know how to learn and think. Even Tucker's own body enhancement has been involved in some new research. The heart and kidneys have been enhanced by Umbrella's artificial organs. And other aspects have been improved by hormones, magic, drugs, etc. to achieve the current situation. Although many hormones in his body are no longer secreted, they are all maintained by external injections. But there is no doubt that this long-term enhancement is a level stronger than the original sublimation potion. If combined with the sublimation potion, although the umbrella instructors cannot compare, it should not be a problem to compete with their latest enhanced warriors. This is actually the reason why he is confident to appear here, and the reason why he is confident that he can control the overall situation and not get out of control. The surveillance footage in front of him now shows that the great Yin Yang Master has controlled the souls raised by Jin Guangyu and started the anti-killing mode. Although it is a bit unexpected. Isn't it natural? Although they didn't save them personally. Those vengeful spirits were raised by Jin Guangyu, which is already in direct help, and has achieved some of the goals and results. And they also took pictures of the shots, which is very valuable for research. And it can even be said that there are more than originally expected. But the result is that I can quickly accept it with a purely scientific perspective. So why is Jin Guangyu, the master of metaphysics, so surprised? Isn't he also born with yin-yang eyes? Although compared to Master Quan, it's a bit useless, and he has read less. But it shouldn't be so surprising. Mr. Tucker is not surprised. Jin Guangyu was a little confused at this time. Damn! Who deal with these guys every day and chat with them when I have nothing to do? Can't accept it. How can you? An ordinary person? Mr. Jin may have some misunderstandings about the research progress of the organization. We have a deep understanding of vengeful spirits, and soul fragments. Sooner or later, we will be able to crack all the secrets. Of course, these also require the help of people like Mr. Jin. Tucker smiled easily, and then suddenly widened his eyes. Because in the monitor, those vengeful spirits have completely shown okay. Entered the visible light field that can be captured. This made him put his face in front of the camera, his face full of excitement. According to intelligence records, the great Yin Yang Master killed people invisibly from a distance. In addition to the poisonous snakes he raised, they speculated that he used spirits. Now this time, it is completely confirmed. But compared to Tucker's excitement, Jin Guangyu is completely Sima face. How long has he licked them bitterly? And every time he asked for help, he still asked them with equality. No, with a lower attitude. But now this guy has just arrived here, and he easily lets them all go into battle. Staring at some of Wang Yi's gestures and manipulations, it can be seen that this is Wang Yi giving orders. And then the spirit attacks? I really want to learn. I really want it. At this time, many vengeful spirits have fully revealed themselves and started to attack the group of people wantonly. The yin energy here is already heavy. The vengeful spirits are more powerful. And there are so many of them. Add to that Wang Yi's buff. It's a complete crush. The group of people at the scene were also terrified. And then, they randomly shot around. Devil. Damn it. Go to H.L. What is this? Now, they also vaguely understood the reason why the other party had special means, as explained in the mission. But at this time, the sand value dropped wildly, and everyone's eyes were filled with bloodshot. But they almost didn't have the ability to think. They only knew to vent and shoot at the spirits. But bullets were meaningless to the vengeful spirits. In the end, the vengeful spirits rushed into their bodies one after another, and their bodies made various weird and twisted movements. One after another fell to the ground and twitched, and seemed to be in extreme pain. The fully armed team was completely wiped out by one person. Mr. Jin didn't tell us that you have so many vengeful spirits. Spirits of this level are quite rare. We mobilized a lot of people to search for Mr. Quan last time, but didn't find many. I didn't expect you to have more than 20. Looking at the one-sided massacre scene inside, Tucker's face also showed an excited look. This is definitely another new important clue. However, he was not surprised that Jin Guangyu had hidden a hand. This guy is much more smooth. Not as pure as Master Quan. This may be the reason why the two have similar talents but such a big gap. It would have been better if Tucker didn't say it. After saying it, Jin Guangyu immediately felt like crying. There was an inexplicable pain of NTR in front of him. He had worked hard for so many years, and it was really hard to gather them one by one. He and each of them had an experience that could be written into a story. He could call out everyone's name and tell everyone's experience and obsession. He paid too much to satisfy them. And sometimes, in order to find the vengeful spirits, he encountered many crazy vengeful spirits attacking him. Some of them could be repelled by some methods. But there were also several times when they were in danger of life. It was too difficult. As a result, The Onmyoji who met for the first time here easily started to instruct them to do things, and they were obviously much more obedient. Jin Guangyo had imagined that this great Yin-Yang master was forced into a corner, entered his territory, and begged the ghosts for help. But they kept refusing to agree. He relied on the external speaker connected to the camera to ask the ghosts to take action, creating a shocking scene to slap him in the face and show his power in front of people. As a result, he guessed the beginning, but not the end. What is this? Ghost. Damn. What is it? Go to H.L. Duh. The fire of the gun kept flashing in the dark basement. At this time, Song Shinran was already lying on the ground and trembling with fear. Hack. What is this? There really are ghosts. And there are so many of them? This is the execution room. Is this the reason why the head of the association arranged it this way? It's terrible. And Wang Yi kept cooperating with some specific gestures in a very middle school way. He seemed to be mumbling something silently and quickly. And soon, he was possessed by the vengeful spirit, pressing all these people to the ground and twitching as if they were being paralyzed by a ghost. And subdued them all. After subduing them, Wang Yi asked sternly, "Who are you? Why did you come to trouble me? If you tell the truth, I can let you go. Otherwise you will not be able to rest in peace even after death." Originally, due to the impact of the vengeful spirit, his worldview collapsed. And now he is possessed, which suppresses his will, adding to the hint in Wang Yi's words. This group of mercenaries, who are only paid to do things naturally, have no so-called loyalty. Then they all spoke out everything they knew. They did not directly pin Umbrella. It was just that based on the known clues, they did guide the problem to the past. In addition, Wang Yi and Umbrella had an intersection on the surface, and he clearly rejected Umbrella's invitation in front of Jin Guangyo. If it were a normal situation, it would indeed be Umbrella's fault. This is still difficult to clarify and explain. And in the end, Umbrella itself did not even know that it had done such a thing. It is a standard process of throwing dirty water, and it is also a behavior they are very good at. Tucker in front of the surveillance camera laughed even more after seeing this. I didn't expect our great Onmyoji to have such a strong interrogation ability. Not bad. Not bad. It saves a lot of effort. Originally, they planned to capture a few live people and interrogate the truth. In front of modern potions, no one can resist interrogation that doesn't care about life and death. Perhaps it is impossible to rely on potions to make the other party repeat everything in detail. But it is no problem to just expose Umbrella, which is actually very similar to the current situation. Okay, I'll go over to help your men clear the scene. Maybe you can also think more about how to please Master Quan. He is a very pure person, with only hard work in mind. He is also a gamer in the world when he comes out. In fact, he is easy to talk to. Tucker's words also made the screen stunned. Jin Guangyao, who watched Wang Yi put the vengeful spirits into the accessories one by one, also reacted and slapped his face. That's right. You must have a long-term vision. If you can really learn a trick, you can still perform those blood sacrifices to artificially create vengeful spirits. In the past, he had to carefully distance himself from the matter, not leaving any clues, and appear as a rescuer. If he could control it directly, he could save a lot of trouble. After all, the vengeful spirits here were also kept by himself, so he had to accept this favor. During this period, Jin Guangyo had actually done his best to please Wang Yi. In addition to what happened today, he felt that he could almost tentatively ask the other party what he meant. At this time, the whole group in the hut was wiped out. But the news did not spread outside. Although the sniper team outside had only 5 people, they occupied the terrain they had occupied in advance and had guns in their hands. And they were constantly exchanging fire with more and more members of the new world outside. The first batch of South Korean agents who arrived had also arrived. But they only dared to stay outside and did not dare to come in, constantly calling for support. This is the territory of the new world. And if something really happened, they would let this side deal with it first. Wow! Where did this guy come from? So strong? What do they want to do? Li Qing leaned against the back of a car and kept cursing. From time to time, he raised his hand and fired 2 shots. Looking at the 2 brothers lying in a pool of blood, Li Qing's expression also seemed very irritable. Where did the strong dragon from across the river come from? His subordinates can be said to be the most well-trained brothers in the new world, and their shooting skills are very accurate. But they practice shooting, but lack this kind of practical experience. And 2 of them have been reduced. This is their own territory. And there are other brothers who come out to support them. But they are obviously more miserable. almost die in the light. And most of them are still holding things like baseball bats and shovels. After all, they are mainly to maintain order. And it is impossible to have many guns. At this time, Li Qing was a little worried about the aftermath. Gunfights in the street. And explosions. Just thinking about it seems to grow a brain. Hey, brother. Think of a way. That house is a place that the old man attaches great importance to. But he requires that no one should guard it on weekdays. But he will go crazy if something goes wrong. At this time, Li Qing only thought that the other party wanted to destroy the interrogation room. Because now this is the only reason he can find. Maybe they are mercenaries hired by the old man's enemies? What can I do? There are 5 of them now. They have rifles and occupy a good position. Should we rush over with pistols? They are very accurate with their guns. Jin Junliang was hiding behind the wheel of a car next door. And he didn't dare to show his head. In his opinion, the best way now is to wait for the agents of South Korea. Because of the problem of preventing zombies. South Korea now also has a fast special operations team to deal with it. If this is not the territory of the New World, it would have arrived long ago. But as more information spreads, it will arrive in a while. No, we can't do nothing. I'll rush over and you cover me. Li Qing's face finally turned ruthless. He was able to become one of the 3 giants of the company. Not by being smooth, but by daring to fight. He was able to convince his subordinates because he really went up. Boss. Don't. Yes. Let's wait for the quick response team. The remaining brothers carrying bags also hid behind the car and kept persuading. Can't wait. Now is the critical moment. Once he succeeds, he can immediately lock in the victory. It's worth a try. Gritting his teeth, he hunched over and rolled out quickly, taking advantage of the cars stuck on the road to make detours. Seeing this, Jin Junliang couldn't help but sigh, and then said to the others behind him, "What are you doing? Shoot and cover. I'll go to help him." After saying that, he rolled over. He was obviously an undercover, but he had to work for the New World, which was really ironic. The 5-man mercenary team that was blocking outside did not expect that there were still people who were not afraid of death in this situation. 2 more are coming to die. Flexible rats. Why haven't you recovered yet? It will be troublesome if the special forces come. I don't want to fight with them. Now because of the zombie incident, it's getting harder and harder for us to do things. The reaction speed is so fast. Humph. If we didn't choose a good place, we would have arrived long ago. I just heard gunshots. It should be soon. But before he finished speaking, one of them was shot in the head and fell to the ground. He was shot in the head, and the bullet lifted up his skull. It was obvious that he was dead. This made the other people feel extremely angry, and they began to shoot at Li Qing. Although Li Qing risked firing a few more shots, he started to dodge as soon as he succeeded. However, the bullet from the automatic rifle still pierced his arm directly. A crack appeared, and his arm bones were broken directly. Blood spurted, and the broken bones were directly exposed outside the body. And the bone marrow and blood plasma flowed all over the floor. And Li Qing was also a ruthless person. Although there were beads of sweat on his forehead, he still didn't say a word. Taking advantage of the adrenaline period, he gritted his teeth and tore his clothes to pieces, and used his teeth to tighten his broken arm to prevent excessive blood loss, and die directly. The power of modern weapons on the human body is by no means trivial. Shots can still jump around, which can only be seen in movies or ricochets. A gun with a large enough caliber can hit any vital point. Jin Junliang ventured to Li Qing's side, looking at his broken arm hanging like a rag bag and the blood on the ground. His face looked very solemn. He searched his body and only found a box of ankangding, and then stuffed 2 pills into Li Qing's mouth. "What are you playing with? Oh my god. They are so accurate. But I killed one." Li Qing grinned at Jin Junliang. However, he looked back at his broken arm and sighed. It is estimated that he will be disabled if he cannot be cured. It seems that I have no chance to be the president. I will not choose a disabled president. After saying that, he looked at Jin Junliang again and said, "Why don't you choose for me? I will accept you as the boss." Jin Junliang was stunned after hearing this. This even if it is not the time to talk about these things. He still feels a little confused. What to do? Is the undercover going to get the president? After Li Qing fought so hard and got shot, this possibility is really great. Suppressing his wild thoughts, Jin Junliang sighed and said, "Let's deal with the problem first. You killed one of them." And they looked very angry, but at this moment, they heard a very arrogant voice. "Haha. You did a good job. I didn't expect that there would be such a person in the gang. Don't worry. Leave the rest to me. Following the voice, they saw a figure wearing a specially made combat uniform and a tactical helmet on his head. His burly figure and heavy combat uniform made him look like a humanoid mecha, and his appearance here was extremely intimidating. The next moment, a volley of bullets hit him. However, no one knew what material his combat uniform was made of, but he actually directly withstood the automatic rifle's fire, and he didn't retreat a step. On the contrary, when the opponent was shooting, he quickly raised his gun and shot, killing 2 with a very accurate gunmanship, and the remaining 2 were forced to hide in the bunker. The fire of the bullet on the combat uniform and the calm shooting formed an extremely strong visual impact, especially with the opponent's burly figure. It looks like a war weapon. Umbrella? Jin Junyang was a little surprised. Umbrella is not the only one with this kind of combat quality. Tucker grinned. Being misunderstood should be annoying, but being misunderstood as Umbrella made him feel complacent. Is he so strong? Once upon a time, Umbrella's combat power was something that needed to be looked up to. But today, he has been regarded as Umbrella by others. This excitement made him roar to the sky, and then rush towards the remaining 2 people at high speed like a chariot. Then, boom, a violent explosion occurred, and Tucker was blown away. He fell to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. He coughed up blood and stained the mask of his helmet red. This shocked the 2 surviving members of the sniper team. No way. They didn't die in the explosion? Damn. Where did this guy come from? Now they haven't caught anyone inside, and they can't escape. I want you to die. Even though Tucker was blown away, his physique and protective clothing were really good, and he still climbed up under such an impact. The 2 of them were ready to retreat to the abandoned building behind them when they saw the situation was not good. But while they were taking turns to cover and shoot, the other side had already rushed over like a bull under the firepower. Without a gun, he came up to them and slapped them to the ground. The 2 well-trained mercenaries were like being hit by a bear's paw. Then, they were cruelly trampled to death by the other party. The chest cavity was completely sunken. But just as Tucker was venting his anger and showing a bloodthirsty smile under his helmet, he suddenly felt a chill in the air around him. Looking up, he saw the great Yin-Yang master with the trembling driver coming up from the basement, walking towards this side, and looking at him with hostile eyes. In Tucker's perspective, it seemed that some floating spirits were vaguely seen, as if they could attack at any time. He knew that it was not that he could suddenly see the vengeful spirits, but that the other party was ready to attack him. This made him raise his hand and say, "Sir, don't get me wrong. I am from the organization and came here to help." Wani still had some doubts on his face, but he raised his hand, as if to suppress the restless vengeful spirits. After taking a look at the chaos outside and the Special Forces helicopter flying in the sky, he couldn't help but frown. "I don't like trouble. Of course. Leave the follow-up to us. We can arrange it for you directly. Please rest assured. Sir, we will definitely investigate the person behind the scenes." "No. I already know who it is." Wang Yi snorted coldly. "Mr. Quan, I am really sorry this time. I will make up for it." When Jin Guangya met Wang Yi again, he obviously lowered his posture and appeared very respectful. The subsequent handling did not require Wang Yi to show up at all. The New World and the organization easily completed the arrangements. South Korea is a place where they can do whatever they want. In the past, the New World alone might be a bit troublesome. But now, with the power of the organization, it is not a big deal at all. Car accident plus gas explosion. No need. The spirits you raise are of good quality. Just treat it as compensation. I am very satisfied. Wang Yi's next words made Jin Guangya swallow his tears, but he still forced a smile to say that he was fine. Then he cheered up and introduced Tucker next to him and said, "This is Mr. Tucker, a special commissioner of the organization. He volunteered to help after discovering the problem before. He has super combat power." Tucker also grinned. It is obvious that his recovery ability and anti-strike ability are extremely strong. He was blown away and vomited blood. But now he looks like nothing happened. After Wang Yi looked at him, he frowned and thought for a moment, then said, "Strange. Is this the power of technology? Such a messy breath." Tucker also smiled and said, "Indeed. I am the latest soldier cultivated by the organization. I combine various advantages and the effect is not bad. But it is still worse than Umbrella's technology." "Humph. Umbrella." Wang Yi snorted coldly, and seemed to be still a little angry. This attitude made Tucker secretly happy. But he still pretended to say, It's better to take a long-term view on this matter. Umbrella's combat power is too strong. I know. I won't be impulsive. I have plenty of time. Wang Yi was actually somewhat impressed by Tucker's situation. There were so many crazy scientists in the organization, and they conducted human experiments without any care. He only gave some ideas and clues. And with the things they had at the moment, he managed to cultivate such a top-level individual soldier with relatively few side effects. If we only talk about strength, recovery and impact resistance, it even exceeds the Umbrella's special forces, who only completed one surgery. However, the disadvantages are also obvious. It depends entirely on the regulation of external hormones, and the food must be specially made. In this way, if the balance is maintained, the lifespan will end at 50 years old. Perhaps, we can also get their information to study and speed up the deduction progress. At present, after multiple rounds of optimization, the DNA sequence is getting closer and closer to the optimal solution that Wang Yi wants to achieve. After a period of testing and observation, he can also start to try to make initial modifications to the DNA sequence, and his own secular accumulation officially begins to feed back. Chapter 457 Brain-Computer Preliminary Application Test Enthusiasm. Future President, you have to treat me well. In the intensive care unit with the smell of disinfectant, Li Qing looked at his bare arms and muttered to Jin Junliang, who came to accompany him. Although it sounds weird, in terms of the relationship between the two, it is just pure complaints and complaints. Besides other things, Jin Junliang is not qualified to compete for this position directly. But after Li Qing chose Jin Junliang to replace him, relying on his contribution to the company is indeed enough. In addition to this bravery, it can be said that the success rate is already quite high. Stop talking nonsense. Take a good rest. Here, the robot you have been thinking about can only be purchased by yourself. I went to buy it myself, and left it here to play with you. Jin Junliang was also a little sad when he saw his friend like this. His boss already knew about this matter, and he asked him to betray Li Qing and support another candidate, which made Jin Junliang feel very entangled. Li Qing sighed as he watched the C-type robot transform, especially when he saw that it was doing some simple cleaning after the transformation, and looked at the other party's dexterous mechanical arm. Li Qing couldn't help but sigh. Since the artificial heart and artificial kidney have been made, Umbrella can actually try to make an artificial mechanical arm. I don't mind if there is such a thing. Only when you lose it, you will know how to cherish it. Li Qing is too used to the existence of arms on weekdays. Now he feels that he is going to have Jade syndrome. The C-type robot sweeper, who was completing some on-site sorting and then began to peel fruit, seemed to have heard Li Qing's words. Then the signal light flashed and turned to Jin Junliang and said, Master, there is some latest related information. Do you need me to search it? Jin Junliang and Li Qing were stunned when they heard it. Information search? What did we just say? Mechanical arm? Quick, search what it is, Li Qing said with a bright look. Then the C-type robot of the sweeper spoke up. Recently, several cutting-edge laboratories under Umbrella have published some related research papers, which have been published in Science, Nature, Cell, and The Lancet. We don't know what journals they are in, and we don't understand them. Please summarize them, Li Qing said anxiously. According to the content published in these journals, Umbrella has recently been working on the relevant technologies of brain-computer interface. It has used monkeys for implantation experiments and achieved good results. Now it is trying to make non-invasive improvements. Although it has been summarized, it still makes the two people a little confused. Brain-computer interface? What is this? Is it related? Then the robot seemed to understand the status of the two people and explained in depth again. Brain-computer interface is to complete the connection between brain signals and mechanical chips. Once it can be completed, it will be able to achieve many operations that could not be done before. If it is done to the extreme, it may be able to upload will, backup memory, and even virtual world. At this point, the robot paused briefly and seemed to understand the questions the two people were going to ask next and continued. Although according to the information published in the journal, the perfect brain-computer connection still has some defects. But some technologies that have been extended now can generally try the mechanical operation of the human brain. And we can start to explore the improvement of prosthetics and prepare to make some small batches for testing. We are inviting volunteers to sign up. As he spoke, the robot raised his arm, popped up the holographic projection on his wrist, and a monkey experiment screen appeared. The monkey in the screen had broken hands and feet, but he wore a strange helmet on his head, and the positions of his hands and feet were replaced by 4 mechanical arms. Although the mechanical arm itself did not have a SHL, resulting in the exposure of the internal circuits. The design itself was very clever, and it seemed to be specially designed according to the body shape of the monkey. It did not look out of place, but rather had a cyberpunk style. The problem now is that the monkey is quite flexible in controlling the mechanical limbs, and the performance of the movements is not much different from that of ordinary monkeys. Climbing, foraging, and scratching can all be done. It was just that when scratching, it seemed that the force was too strong and some of its own hair was pulled out, causing it to scream in pain. But the information revealed in it made Li Qing's eyes widen. Shit! This is what I want. Brother. I want this. Li Qing's burning eyes, when he turned back, also made Jin Junliang a little unbearable. Then he sighed. I'll help you contact and see how to apply for this volunteer. Just when he was about to turn around and leave, Li Qing behind him stopped him and said, in addition, the important gifts I prepared for you and your wife are all in my office. Remember to pick them up in person. Okay. Got it. Jin Junliang began to consult about some things of Umbrella Company, and the application registration was also very simple. This was originally a volunteer test, although there were many people applying. If you are willing to pay for it yourself, you will naturally be given priority. After putting down the phone and smoking a cigarette, Jin Junliang thought of the gift Li Qing mentioned. After extinguishing the cigarette butt, he shook his head and went to the company. At this time, many people along the way greeted Jin Junliang, and they were obviously more enthusiastic than before. Li Qing had already spread the word to build momentum for Jin Junliang. With the shot Li Qing received, it is very likely that Jin Junliang will be promoted directly. His status has been greatly improved compared to before. After coming to Li Qing's office and opening the door, Jin Junliang also closed the door, then took the key of the safe in his hand and opened the safe with the password. It turned out that there was a pair of famous brand couple watches inside. This kid really spent a lot of money. This is not a free thing bought with a shopping card. He spent a lot of money to get it. But now everyone uses a holographic bracelet. Where's the place to wear a watch? Idiot. He put the watch away while laughing and scolding. And then he saw a photo specially exposed in the file bag below. The photo turned out to be his head portrait when he was young. This made Jin Junliang's heart skip a beat. And then he took out the file bag and pulled out the relevant information of his photo. I saw that this was the information that I should have left with my boss for filing. This is the most favorable evidence to prove that I am actually an undercover. Even if his boss died unexpectedly, he could use this to go back and renew the relationship. Why is he here? Thinking of Li Qing's carefree personality and his mouth full of nonsense, Jin Junliang couldn't help but be silent. It turned out that he had known that he was an undercover agent for a long time. This made Jin Junliang sigh. It might even be Li Qing's help in covering up that kept him from being exposed. As a professional black worker, he had personally dealt with several other colleagues, which shows how serious the infiltration of internal information in the new world is. But he has been climbing higher and higher in the wind and rain for 10 years. After pulling out all the information inside, he also saw another familiar figure. Song Xinran, also a company member. Didn't expect that he was also an undercover agent? And an undercover agent that he didn't know about. He took a look at his mission summary. Although it was written vaguely, he had the responsibility of surveillance. He didn't know the identity of this person. And there was a surveillance mission. So it went without saying who the target of surveillance was. I haven't dealt with him yet. I'm afraid he was kept here on purpose. Heh. You want to do things yourself. But you don't trust me? Then why did you arrange for me to come here? 10 years. How many decades are there in a lifetime? Unconsciously exerting force on his hands, Jin Junliang couldn't help but sigh. At this time, there was a clear handwriting of Li Qing on the side of his personal information. Make a choice, brother. No matter what you choose, I support you. When the secular forces in the new world began to enter the undercurrent, Jin Guangye was almost accompanying Wang Yi all the time. He would arrange whatever Wang Yi wanted, just to get more relevant intelligence information. In addition, Tucker would occasionally appear. And similar to Li Qing, Tucker was also very concerned about the latest prosthetic news released by Umbrella. Umbrella's technology is really amazing. They can reattach broken limbs. I think your subordinate is very suitable for trying it. And maybe this kind of mechanical arm can be further upgraded and strengthened. Tucker himself has completed the implantation of artificial heart and artificial kidney, and has also increased the power. Otherwise, His body cannot withstand the ravages of these foreign hormones. The strong heart can meet his strong body's blood supply and oxygen supply, while the artificial kidney can remove some toxins from the body as much as possible and reduce the burden on the body. According to the research team, if it were not for this artificial heart and artificial kidney, they could only last for 10 years at most. But with it, they can last for at least 20 years. Tucker knows that his lifespan is shorter than that of normal people, and he has to take medicine and inject hormones for life. But he does not regret it, because he likes this powerful feeling. The research team also said that perhaps the team's research can extend his lifespan a little longer in his lifetime. But if he wants to restore his lifespan to that of normal people, it depends on Umbrella's technology. An artificial heart and artificial kidney double the lifespan. What if there are some mechanical organs? So far, the effect of this prosthesis is very powerful, and it seems to be able to connect directly with brain waves. Wang Yi snorted after seeing these. It's really amazing. But they shouldn't scale these things up, which will bring unpredictable crisis. Jean Guangyao and Tucker beside him felt a little funny after hearing this, but they still agreed with Wang Yi on the surface. Jean Guangyao then said, "Mr. Quan, I have taken the prescription you gave me on time and in the right amount. The effect is indeed very obvious. I can feel that my body has improved a lot. Do you have any other suggestions? For example, meditation?" Jean Guangyao's face was full of expectation, and Tucker turned off the holographic projection and listened quietly. He also reported the changes here in an okay manner. The organization is more inclined to train Jean Guangyao to the level of Master Quan, because Jean Guangyao is easier to control. But in terms of importance, Quan Yanzhen is now far greater than Jean Guangyao. Although Jean Guangyao also brought a force of the size of the New World, it has been connected with the organization and merged into the periphery. When it is really necessary, the organization is fully capable of replacing Jean Guangyao's secular power. The importance of both parties is not on the same level. When Wang Yi heard Jean Guangyao's words, he also raised his hand and grabbed his wrist to feel his pulse, and his face showed an admiring look. Not bad. The conditioning is not bad. During this period of time when this guy asked for advice, Wang Yi almost completed the whole body test and data recording for him. For this magic-free world, humans' improvement of mental power and affinity with magic also have a more significant control group. Sure enough, the preliminary judgment made by Gu Qianqian before was correct. Even if all the training techniques are disclosed, ordinary people will never be able to enter the apprentice's mental power level in their lifetime because of the lack of magic tempering, and they have no chance to do magic. However, now there is another guy who can spontaneously communicate some lazy magic for physical comparison. Wang Yi thinks that in terms of pure qi and blood, it is not impossible to find a way, because of modern nutrition and the synthesis of some substances, similar to the physique of the big guy next to him. Perhaps you can try to practice some night breathing method. This can develop greater potential of the body. It seems that those soldiers who have completed more than 2 operations can almost put the simplified version of the night breathing training on the agenda. As for nutrients, Lin Shiqin can calculate the combination to make up for it. In this way, some stronger exoskeleton devices can be equipped to release higher power, reduce the constraints of physical strength on the limit. Excuse me, Mr. Quan, do you have any other advice? Jean Guangyao swallowed his saliva when he saw Wang Yi holding his wrist. This great Yinyang master is not a man or woman. This grab is too long. Nothing. I just thought of a problem. I have worked so hard for so long, but I haven't found many vengeful spirits. Mr. Jean has accumulated so many. Wang Yi still didn't let go, but showed a thoughtful expression. Being hit by Wang Yi's pain point again, Jean Guangyao was almost wearing a mask of pain, but he could only force a smile and said, I have spent a little more energy and time on the secular side, and my subordinates can give me some feedback. Sometimes I will artificially create some, so there are more. Under Wang Yi's guidance, the topic of talking about Jean Guangyao's defense breakdown was quite smooth, and the conversation started directly. Tucker next to him didn't think there was anything wrong, but pricked up his ears. Artificially create vengeful spirits? So that's it. For the organization, there is no psychological pressure at all to do this kind of thing. In fact, the organization is now trying to study instruments to communicate with spirits, but it has always lacked materials. If the goal can be achieved, can it also complete the same control as the Yinyang masters? But just when Tucker was thinking about it, Wang Yi sighed. It's really a pity. Jin Huisho was born in a wild way after all, so he doesn't know the risks involved. Wang Yi's words vaguely made Jean Guangyao feel a little bad. He pulled his hand out several times, but couldn't get it out. At the same time, he asked nervously, I don't know what the risks are. That is the risk after the vengeful spirit knows. Wang Yi said seriously. This made Jin Guangyao and Tucker stunned. The vengeful spirit knows? Why do they know? But then, they seemed to have thought of something, and looked at a ring on Wang Yi's hand with some horror. In their perspective, it seemed that the pixels of the world were rapidly decreasing. From the original 500 million pixels of the human eye, it quickly dropped to become like a screen, and then began to flicker like snowflakes, accompanied by some stuttering sounds. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became very gloomy. There seemed to be all kinds of murmurs in my ears. This scared Jin Guangyao, and he stood up. But he couldn't break free from Wang Yi's hand, and kept saying, Please save me, Mr. Quan. He also had some of his own amulets and related props on him at this time, so he could face an ordinary ghost one-on-one, and he was confident that he could save his life in a one-on-two situation. But there were too many on the other side. It was impossible to fight, and I don't know what method the other party used. Even if it doesn't involve obsession, it can play a very strong effect. Not to mention that after he said this, it became the new obsession of many ghosts. For example, the blood sacrifice on the cruise ship, and several similar incidents. How could I be so careless and say it out without paying attention? Originally, I just wanted to show off my power, but I completely forgot that those guys were around. It's really a pity. I'm afraid it won't work. After all, they are now my partners. But they should be able to leave you alive for my sake. Wang Yi sighed, finally let go of his hand, and then stepped aside. Seeing this, Tucker immediately followed suit and stepped back to Wang Yi's side. Such a big guy looks like a quail and wants to hide behind Wang Yi. It's not that he is timid. If it is a physical monster, even if it is the biochemical experimental subjects cultivated by the organization, he dares to fight with protective gear. But how can I deal with this kind of spirit? The style is wrong. Of course, I can only hide. As for Jin Guangyao, who entered the organization's probation period, you asked for your own death. It's none of our business. It's really stupid, telling others how you killed them in front of their resentful spirits. Isn't this looking for death? Ah, Mr. Quan, save me. Jin Guanyu kept taking out some strange things from his body. Amulets, jade pendants, silver bracelets, etc. But the amulet ignited without fire, and it exploded in an instant and turned into ashes. The jade pendant soon showed dense cracks with a click, and then broke with a bang. The silver bracelet turned from bright to gray, and then black. After all the shelters were destroyed, Jin Guangyao began to scream. It's not me! I didn't kill you! Ah! I have already avenged you. I also asked you to stay. Ah! Then Jin Guangyao's whole body slowly floated up, and then he kept covering his head, and a gurgling sound like thick phlegm stuck in his throat came out, and he kept struggling in the void. Suddenly, he stopped. Then his hands and feet began to move like puppets, and he kept posing in various strange ways like a puppet clown, and a strange expression appeared on his face. This made Tucker, who tried to minimize his presence as much as possible, look even more creepy. He was a man who killed people without hesitation, not to mention the dead. He could watch some cruel experiments on the test subjects while eating. However, facing this situation that he could not understand and could not deal with his fists, he was really a little overwhelmed. Now he kept thinking about whether he had encountered similar things before, and he was relieved after thinking it through. They all said that it was difficult for a single vengeful spirit to cause fatal damage to a person with strong blood and qi, and usually they would get sick. Although his hands were stained with blood countless times, he did not go to the blood sacrifice like President Jin to give birth to a vengeful spirit. Maybe he encountered this kind of dirty thing when he got sick for no reason in the past, and then lost his mind or was killed by the sun over time. As long as this thing does not act recklessly, the impact is generally controllable. This time, it was the surnamed Jin who went too far. Don't worry, I still have some agreements with him. Jin Huisho is too careless. Hey, let me see if I can save him, Wang Yi sighed and said. Then, he walked forward and put Jin Guangyao on the sofa. Tucker was slightly relieved when he saw Jin Guangyao's chest still rising and falling. At present, Jin Guangyao is still somewhat useful to the organization, because of the failure of Neon. The New World is now the spokesperson force they want to support. Besides, Jin Guangyao himself still has some magical powers to help, and can become the backup of this great Yin Yang master. If something really goes wrong, it will take more effort. Although if Jean Guangyao and Master Quan are compared, Master Quan is definitely more important. And Jean Guangya's secular power organization can take over for a while. But now the organization has not yet deployed many people. Or in order to reassure the other party, it will not deploy many people. After all, people are the key to success. It is not easy to change a mature team with great fuss. Just like many acquisition companies. Moreover, Jean Guangxuan, who is in charge of secular business of New World, died not long ago. If Jean Guangyao, who was in charge of religious missions, also died, it might cause some trouble. The sect is all under the control of Jean Guangyu. Without him, it would be difficult for others to take on this position. Now it's just a punishment, which is okay and completely controllable. Then, I won't bother Mr. Quan's rescue. If you need anything, please feel free to find me. I'll be at the door. Well, go ahead. Wang Yi looked at Jean Guangyao, who fainted in front of him with a flat tone. He waited until Tucker began to leave before he grinned and Jean Guangyao's chest stopped rising and falling. The next moment, the somewhat dazed shadow of Jean Guangyao gradually emerged from his body. Hey, President Jean, please take care of me next. After all, he was born with yin and yang eyes, and his innate mental power was strong enough. After being tortured by the ghosts, he easily formed a spirit body that surpassed ordinary ghosts. He was originally in his 50s or 60s, but now, his use time can be greatly extended. When Wang Yi was recruiting new tools. Recently, Umbrella's robots and some newly published papers are also having a lasting impact. Kangaroo Country. Ever since Umbrella blasted open the door with missiles and became the most preferential treatment, Umbrella's various products have begun to run rampant in the kangaroo market. With almost no tariff restrictions, Kangaroo Country cars are being replaced by trackers at an alarming rate. This car is really cost-effective. And Kangaroo Country is a developed country that relies on God's blessing. It can achieve a very good per capita income by selling and mining. There are also a large number of extremely generous pastures. The price of tracker is relatively less burdensome. In addition, sewage treatment plants are being built everywhere. Various electronic products, medicines, and other scattered goods have made kangaroos extremely dependent on Umbrella. After the appearance of robots, there is no doubt that Kangaroo Country has become the first place to approve the sale. Many people in other Western countries can't help but come to Kangaroo Country to line up to buy. Gaul at least has the European Union to delay. But kangaroos just lie down and move on their own. Because of the geographical advantage of kangaroo, many ships that want to go to Penglai to watch depart from here. Yang Feng, who likes to take pictures of the bottom of Penglai and extreme sports, also returned to the port from the sea specifically because of the robot, and relied on the advantage of his disabled identity to buy one of the 3 robots at the first time. At that time, he also plans to bring the B and C models to the sea to connect to the satellite group of Umbrella. Back to the high-end apartment he rented, Yang Feng looked at the 3 robots standing side by side in front of him, looking at their metallic bodies and steady standing postures, and couldn't help but sigh. The development of the world is really fast. 3 robots. Can't they serve me like the old Buddha? Lifting his prosthesis and putting it on the coffee table, Yang Feng also made some adjustments. I envy their mechanical bodies so much. I wonder if Umbrella will develop something similar. At this time, the C-type robot he bought began to speak and said something similar to the one in Li Qing's ward. This made Yang Feng, who had already accepted his fate, feel like he had been injected with chicken blood. He quickly opened his hologram and let the robot guide him to view some relevant videos and messages. The whole person's nostrils were enlarged with excitement. Because he had been at sea, he was a little out of touch with the recent network situation. Now that he understood it, he found that this was the time when the news was just fermenting. Although few people would pay attention to academic journals at the first time, those who paid attention would naturally cause a greater sensation after the news broke out. Now the heat is rising rapidly. Disabled people, a vulnerable group that is extremely easy to be ignored. Few people know that disabled people account for 13% of the total population in the world. Although many of them can take care of themselves, there are also many who have lost their limbs like Yang Feng, which affects their lives. In fact, for disabled people, many places have a similar idea. That is, to help disabled people become self-reliant. The number is really too large. If it is just a little money to help, it is actually not very meaningful. Because disabled people usually need to consume a higher minimum living cost than ordinary people. Many things are limited. Only some subsidies can be given to a certain extent. Helping disabled people find re-employment and helping them find a livelihood is the key issue. It is better to teach people how to fish than to give them fish. So there will be a series of tax reduction policies for recruiting disabled employees. After the papers on Umbrella's brain-computer interface, neural connection and prosthetic limbs appeared. This originally silent group suddenly burst into great enthusiasm. The more repressed they were in the past, the more intense the outburst was this time. The entire network was filled with a large amount of relevant information, as well as various inquiries from their families. Chapter 458 Trend Prosthetics. Yang Feng looked at the short videos and messages in the holographic projection, and couldn't help but slap his face. He always felt that he was just out at sea, and it was inconvenient to connect to the internet. Why did he suddenly feel that the world had become a little unfamiliar when he came back? Obviously, the Pyongyang and Neon are still in the tragic reconstruction. But there are very few news about this. Some only broadcast some powerful Umbrella rescue robots. Most of them were flooded with the robots sold by Umbrella this time, as well as the concepts of brain-computer, neural connection and prosthetics. Although he had long been accustomed to the treatment of Umbrella in all hot spots, this situation where even the entertainment industry was forcing him to take advantage of it really made him a little confused. First, he looked at a small group of rich second-generation dandies on his side. Most of the discussions in it were whether brain-computer would launch a virtual world in the future, and whether it could be linked with the current star world. Then he planned to take advantage of the trend to invest in the virtual world, and make his parents look at him with new eyes after it took off. Brain-computer. To be honest, I feel a little overwhelmed after playing too much in reality. I have been preparing to try that kind of thing for a while. Now there is information about brain-computer connection. I really hope it will come out soon. Umbrella is actually a little behind in making game content by itself. I think it can cooperate with World Company in this regard. Master Yi has a good relationship with Umbrella. It's really possible. I have been playing Star World all the time. If I can really intervene with brain-computer, I don't want to stay in reality. They have already started to play various extreme sports for excitement. And the focus of their attention is, of course, this second world of the future. Of course, there are also many YYs who have successfully invested and slapped their parents in the face. Yang Feng was speechless. Please, wake up. As long as you don't invest, you will have no problem with food and clothing for several lifetimes. You can play whatever you want. After Yang Feng spoke, he also attracted a group of good-natured ridicule. Hey, the cripple spoke. What? Are you back from shooting a video? This time you are going to upgrade your guns. A buddy of mine was able to talk to Mr. Chin and learned that the volunteers this time can pay to jump the queue. You kid can still try it first. A group of people would say this. So they naturally have a good relationship on weekdays. Seeing this really made Yang Feng a little excited. It should be possible here in Kangaroo. Right? It has become a colony. Uh-huh. It must be possible. If it doesn't work, it's okay to go back to China. You have to show us when the time comes. My buddy said that in addition to the ordinary version, there is also an enhanced customized version in the test. It is said that the function is so powerful that people can't wait to cut off their hands and replace them. You have to seize the opportunity. Yang Feng was also excited at this time. There is such a good thing? He would never doubt Umbrella's ability. When the live broadcast of the attack on the castle was broadcast, Umbrella had an exoskeleton, which was very good at jumping. And that was when the internal human structure was taken into consideration. Theoretically, this kind of purely mechanical prosthesis can be made stronger in some parts. Then I'll take your good words. Uh-huh. It would be best if the electromagnetic gun could also be modified. Then a guy in the group, who was tagged as Chindazui, also spoke up. Do it aggressively. When the time comes, come to my newly opened store to show off and attract more people. This guy is the one who claimed to invest in the virtual world. In fact, he has invested in several small projects since he came to Kangaroo study abroad, and opened 2 supermarkets. He has not lost money. You opened a new store again? I didn't hear you say it before. You didn't just come up with it during my time abroad. Did you? After Yang Feng received encouragement from his friends and the news that he could jump the queue with money, his mood suddenly improved and he responded a lot more. Although this friend was noisy and shouted about investment every day, he would really put in some thought when he actually did it. For example, he visited the 2 supermarkets many times and worked part-time as a cashier in some supermarkets for several months before finally making the final decision. It turned out to be a good result. He didn't lose money on the first investment. What a new idea. Didn't Umbrella make robots? I planned to open a punk-style cafe and use robots as waiters. Originally, Yang Feng thought it was a bad idea. But suddenly he found something strange. This demo seems to be really good. He was the first to do this. So he was definitely the first batch. He also tested the cooking function of the robots. They can cook almost perfectly with recipes. The temperature is accurate to the second. Do you have enough robots? I bought 3. But I don't need so many. Arrange one to help. Yang Feng thought of the staff of a cafe's waiters and chefs. The other party's quota is definitely not enough. Keep it for yourself until your leg is healed. I borrowed it from them. You can invest as an employee if you want. No problem. Count me in. I've been thinking about asking the old man at home to ask his employees to buy robots. The company will pay for it. And then 1-to-1. The efficiency will be sky high. Although Chindazue was a bit boastful, he still had vision because of his background and learning environment. The first thing he thought of was how to develop efficiency. The most troublesome thing about Umbrella's robots now is that they are temporarily limited in purchase. In terms of function, they can really replace most of the repetitive assembly line operations, and can even do better and stronger than skilled workers. In fact, many people wonder why there are so many workers in electronics factories with advanced technology now. But in fact, the rigidity of the machine itself. If you want a complete set of complex things without employees, the current cost is far more than manual labor. So at present, machinery plus manual labor is the most cost-effective model. However, now, Umbrella robots have precise control, high reliability and accuracy, and are tireless and not prone to mistakes. Using robots alone can improve efficiency in many high-value workstations and surpass manual labor. The price of $99,000 is indeed not cheap. But if you look at long-term investment, it is actually more cost-effective than manual labor for many high-tech factories with good profits. You don't have to worry about work-related injuries, social security, eating, drinking, defecating, and many other issues can be saved. This is not just a matter of salary. Let's not talk about those workshops that don't pay overtime. Let's just talk about some large factories with high salaries. They can really hire one more person by paying employees overtime. But they are willing to pay more overtime and are unwilling to hire people. In fact, this also involves the cost of human resource management and integration. The larger the company, the more people there are, the more troublesome it will be to manage. People are the ones who do things, not machines. The handover, cooperation, and team running in between each other will actually bring more problems and costs, and reduce efficiency. So in theory, the fewer people there are, the less communication and running and costs there are, and the higher the efficiency will be. Good guy. Is this a bug for him? There are definitely not a few people who have ideas like Chindazue. Many factories have also started preliminary attempts. However, now Umbrella's robots must be bound to individuals, and they need to register Umbrella accounts for authentication. So companies with ideas can only start slowly from employees. It has always happened that some foreign trade companies ask employees to register credit cards that can exchange for foreign exchange and give them to the company for use. It is completely normal to ask employees to use the company's money to buy robots. Some relevant agreements will definitely be signed before buying. Umbrella will not stop this, but let the situation develop slowly. This kind of cyclical and gradual replacement creates pressure and has a relatively smaller impact. Otherwise, it will be a mess if it comes all at once. Umbrella's registration account was actually launched when the tracker was limited. Face and fingerprint recognition will be performed. Although when Umbrella launched this, there was a trend of public opinion against protecting privacy and so on. But Umbrella just responded quite simply. What is there for us to worry about? If you don't want to buy it, you don't have to buy it. This truth really hurts many people. But in fact, many Western internet companies are also collecting personal user data. Not to mention internet companies. Some car companies and aircraft companies will also have corresponding data collection. Even whether it is an airplane or a car, it can be shut down remotely. In comparison, what is Umbrella? If it is a weak party, you can also force a hat, hold a hearing, or even legislate. But with Umbrella's iron temper, it still needs to be considered in the long run. Plus, after the successive incidents in Neon and New York, the matter was left unresolved. Wang Yi looked at some of the relevant information extracted by Lin Shurqin, and just smiled at this kind of thing. Originally, he was going to liberate the productivity of most people, and it would be best if everyone could enter his own abyss and other world development. The first reason for not fully launching it now is that it is limited by production capacity. And the second is that it is worried that the steps will be too big and there will be chaos. A stable social order is a must. The first batch of volunteers for prosthetics have signed up, and most of them have paid. But some ordinary people have left quotas. Lin Shirqin explained the progress of prosthetics to Wang Yi. This is a data collection level that needs to be passed in the development of brain machine. In fact, in addition to this prosthetic, Umbrella is also preparing to launch a fake concept at the beginning. That is, a drop of blood to detect the health of the human body. Normal technology is difficult to achieve this. But with the help of magic and artificial intelligence big data, this is actually completely achievable and achievable. Once big data and artificial intelligence are fully mature, combined with some test index data in the medical field, they can really surpass most ordinary doctors, and the accuracy of diagnosis will be significantly improved. Moreover, the purpose of Wang Yi's preparation to launch this instrument is to collect the overall data of human DNA to further fill in the data required for subsequent data modification. However, the collection of information such as faces and fingerprints has already touched some nerves. If a drop of blood test is directly proposed without preheating, it may be resisted by many officials. If some biological and chemical weapons are made based on different DNA sequences of different races, who can withstand it? Umbrella is the top existence in this regard. I am afraid that except for Mexico, Neon and Kangaroo have no choice. Other places including Pakistan and Gaul may have some resistance in the short term. However, this resistance can still be slowly melted. Just cut the sausage step by step. Following the trend of this prosthetic test and brain-computer interface, we will first test it in Mexico, Kangaroos and Japan. After the benefits are gradually reflected, and with money, we can finally make a breakthrough. Understood? What is the extent of those special prosthetic requirements? Lin Shirqin also made a new request. You can do it. Try to save silver. There are many places to use it. Wang Yi also had a headache when he said this. Enzo has actually carried out preliminary predatory mining on the 4 material planets he occupied. But in fact, the silver reserves are really not high. Don't look at what diamond stars and gold stars are discovered at every turn. But in fact, the proportion of heavy elements in the universe is still extremely low, and only supernova explosions can produce them. And a lot of the developed silver has been used up by Enzo's men. For the time being, the silver on Earth really needs to be used sparingly. After completing the instructions, Wang Yi also closed his eyes and turned on the overclocking state, entering the self-regulation. It is too early to quantize all the cells in the body. Even if the data has deduced the perfect sequence of the first version, Wang Yi dare not take risks rashly. But it is still no problem to initially connect some nerve cells to capture silver atoms for quantum-assisted calculations. Central nervous cells are highly differentiated cells, which means they have almost no ability to regenerate and divide. But under Wang Yi's self-controlled overclocking, they can still achieve a certain proliferation. He is now starting from a single cell, taking the calculated and tested first version sequence for some debugging and observation. Because it will not divide, and there is a self-tracking, there is no need to worry about problems that will cause pollution to itself, which is enough to slowly try and change with the outside world. Although the whole process will definitely take a long time, and it is not known how long it will take to achieve the ultimate goal. It is now officially started. Beneficial interim results should appear soon. In any case, the exposure of the Earth's coordinates is somewhat stressful for Wang Yi, because he himself is not very clear about the specific strength over there. If it was Enzo, who was given for free, it would be good, and he could recruit new followers. But after all, the magic-free environment of the Earth itself still has too many variables, and Wang Yi doesn't like this kind of variable. Otherwise, he would definitely wait until all the blood of all humans was drawn and everything was more perfect before starting to try. Like Mexico, after Umbrella forced its way into the kangaroo market, in addition to minerals, it also had a special liking for hospitals. No one could withstand Umbrella's financial offensive. Moreover, Umbrella did not want to acquire all medical structures, and it would be okay to ensure that every town had one. So the acquisition work was quite smooth. The volunteer test of the prosthesis was also in several designated hospitals. On the day of the appointment, Yang Feng had already arrived at a private hospital acquired by Umbrella in Kangaroo Country. At the same time, he did not forget to start the live broadcast. Thank you for your concern, fans. I only said back videos at sea before, and did not see your messages. This time I came for the prosthesis. You also know that my family is well off, so I can still get a quota. After entering the hospital, he also asked the nurse, who came over, if he could shoot. Of course. In fact, many people have done some video shooting and live broadcasting. This is a technology that will be fully promoted in the future. Of course, it must stand the test. The nurse obviously has a special response template and replied okay very appropriately. This made Yang Feng seem more confident. But before completing the operation, we still need an authorization agreement, because we will test your physical data, and the data may be used in some of our research at that time. But please rest assured that our research will not involve dangerous research such as viruses, and your personal information will be kept confidential. Seeing another agreement handed over by the nurse, Yang Feng just glanced at it and signed it readily. Although he has a good family background, he is not really a big shot, and it is not worth Umbrella to study his DNA specifically to target him. Then he started the physical examination. In addition to imaging such as CT and MRI, many other tests were replaced by a single blood draw, and the amount of blood drawn was very small. Just a prick of the fingertip. At first, he thought it was just a simple blood sugar test, and he foolishly asked the nurse, "Don't you want to draw blood? It has been drawn just now. This is our latest technology. Enough to check the information we need. Just that one time?" "Yes, and the results should be out soon." Then the nurse printed a report from a machine next to it and handed it to Yang Feng. "Uric acid is high, and there is Helicobacter pylori. Pay attention to your diet. There is a probability of intestinal polyps. It is recommended to do a colonoscopy to confirm. In addition, there is suspected intestinal parasite infection. Other aspects are pretty good. After all, I like sports. My family conditions are good, and I am still young." And seeing these indicators and parameters in the live video, even the possibility of intestinal polyps is marked. I was also quite surprised. No way. Is it really made from a drop of blood? I remember that Umbrella also cracked down on a fake one back then, and it turned out to be realized by picking it up. You are responsible for the hypothesis, and I am responsible for the realization? Can intestinal polyps be marked? This thing cannot be confirmed without colonoscopy. Right? Although it is written as a possibility, it is very exaggerated. Yang Feng was also a little dazed at this time. As a typical rich second generation, he still knows how to play more freely. He was infected with Helicobacter pylori a long time ago and took medicine. But the quadruple antibiotics could not be eradicated. The doctor was worried about the side effects and did not prescribe it again. He also said that it was not a big problem. For young people, this flora has a certain function of preventing asthma. After the age of 40, regular gastroscopy will be okay. But in the end, a drop of blood really came out here? Although my uric acid was not excessive before, it was indeed higher than the normal value. This time I went out to sea and was served seafood every day, which seemed normal. Some seafood is eaten raw without freezing, so it seems not surprising to have parasites. So is it really possible to have polyps? It meets the standards for prosthetic modification. You fill in some of your options. Just tick them, and it will be okay. Additional functions will be charged extra. The nurse then took out another tablet with some options on it. The price is clearly marked, specifically for users like them who pay extra. The nurse's reminder made Yang Feng realize that he was here to change his prosthesis, not for a physical examination. When the tablet was handed over, Yang Feng also put it in front of the live camera. Then he followed his fans to see the services that Umbrella was willing to provide. First of all, there are 3 levels of basic material strength. First, there is the basic version that does not require additional cost, which can meet basic functions and is made of aluminum alloy. The enhanced version is ordinary titanium alloy metal, which not only maintains lightness, but also has enhanced hardness and flexibility. Finally, there is the deluxe version of Umbrella's special alloy, which is mixed with silver components and has the characteristics of corrosion resistance, high strength and lightweight. At the same time, there are many options that require the enhanced version or even the deluxe version to meet the installation requirements. Yang Feng looked at the price. The titanium alloy version requires an additional payment of $2,000, and the deluxe version requires an additional payment of $9,000. There is also a note at the end, which is the price of the volunteer's labor cost. In the future, commercial use will definitely exceed this price. He was not short of money, so he checked the deluxe version without hesitation, which caused a barrage of watching the rich. This is consistent with Yang Feng's style. Then, the waterproof and dustproof level. It can ensure normal operation in seawater over 20 meters. It was undoubtedly pulled to the highest level again. Anti-interference. Because this needs to be connected to the brain chip, there are naturally some signal requirements. It was pulled to the highest level again. The subsequent basic capabilities such as battery life, output power, and wireless charging are all full. Then, there is the module selection. Hack. Can it be disassembled and installed with some other replacement modules? Is this really going to become a transformer? Because Yang Feng himself wants to replace the leg prosthesis. The prosthesis has climbing module, jumping module, track module, and other options. In addition, the prosthesis can also come with some tool slot facilities, which made Yang Feng speechless. I thought it was just an ordinary prosthesis, and I would be satisfied if I could walk normally like the monkey in the video. But now it seems that it is far more than that. If the feet can be like this, can the hands be directly replaced with gun modules or something like that? Yang Feng asked the nurse next to him. We need to abide by local laws and regulations, but it is certainly technically achievable. The nurse's polite answer directly made many netizens in front of the screen type various barrages of greetings. I want to chop off my hand when I see it. +1. But Umbrella has exoskeletons. And I guess there are also those that are directly put on the outside. But they are not for sale. Just as they exclaimed, Yang Feng was also sent to the transformation room. This is obviously a temporary installation place, which looks similar to the place where CT scans are taken. Yang Feng set up his mobile phone to take pictures, and then lay on the bed as required. First, a red beam scan from head to toe directly determined the most suitable proportion of his legs, and soon took out a mechanical leg that was closest, and removed several buckle-like components on the mechanical leg for fine-tuning. In addition, a headband-like instrument appeared in front of Yang Feng and was put on his head. Don't be nervous. This is used to calibrate your brain waves. You need to use the instrument here when you need to calibrate for the first time and adjust it later. But it doesn't need to be so complicated to use it normally. A doctor who was operating next to him said in a gentle tone. Come on. Start debugging and calibrating now. And follow your fingers. Then the other party stretched out his hand and pressed it on Yang Feng's shoulder. And then slowly moved his fingers down until he reached the position of his broken leg. Do it again. After many movements and feedback, the fingers slowly continued to slide down, which suddenly made Yang Feng's eyes widen. His eyes were filled with tears, because he felt that his feet, which used to have phantom pain, seemed to have regained consciousness, as if that finger had slid on his leg. Don't be excited. Keep concentrating. This is the signal reflected by the chip. And slowly you can also try to control the control of the installed module, and choose the most suitable feeling for yourself. And that's it. The doctor didn't seem to be surprised by Yang Feng's expression, and continued to calibrate later. On the live screen, you can see that the mechanical leg that has not yet been fully connected to Yang Feng began to vibrate slightly and tremble. The changes in the soles of the feet, simple deformations, and gradually more and more tricks. Although Yang Feng did not interact with netizens, there was more and more information in the barrage. Because you are a special luxury model, the output limit power is not small. So in order to reduce the burden on the body, there will be more support belts during installation. Of course, you can also choose direct invasive connection, but we do not recommend it, because it is guaranteed that it will be upgraded in the future. After completing the basic signal correction, the doctor took out a sling similar to Babegia, together with a mechanical leg. This is to distribute the power of the leg to the whole body as much as possible, so that his mechanical leg can output higher power. I can't wait any longer. Yang Feng sat up and said excitedly. Then the doctor smiled and took off the headband connected to the instrument on his head, and replaced it with a chip hat that had copied relevant information. This hat will be used in the future. It has good waterproof and dustproof capabilities. You have also strengthened the anti-interference option. The battery life is also very long. If there is a need, we can also implant the control chip into the scalp. As he finished speaking, he asked Yang Feng to put on the hat, and taught him how to install the mechanical prosthesis. Come on. Try it putting on the mechanical prosthesis and buckling various card slots. Yang Feng took a deep breath and slowly got down from the bed. Prostheses are not just one-way signal transmission. There will also be some reverse touch through the chip to give itself feeling. When his legs stood firmly on the ground, Yang Feng's expression also seemed a little excited. The first step was still a little unstable, and not very used to it. But from the second and third steps, the speed became faster and faster. Then suddenly Yang Feng raised his legs, letting only the mechanical prosthesis touch the ground, which also allowed him to keep it steady. The normal version doesn't have such good balance. But if you add a gyroscope module, the chip of the prosthesis will also help you fine-tune it in the opposite direction. The doctor seemed to be recording something as well, and smiled and explained, "Okay." The next moment, the sole of Yang Feng's prosthesis deformed, turned into a track, and began to circle around the bed like skating. Then he used one foot to jump across the entire bed and landed steadily. Yang Feng danced a little, but the prosthesis took the initiative to help him adjust his center of gravity and balance so that he didn't fall. In an instant, the entire live broadcast room exploded. "Hack! I feel like I'm the cripple. How can you jump so far on one foot so steadily? No wonder you need so many slots and slings to distribute the power. It's not too long before the Paralympic results surpass the Olympic results. I want to cut off my own limbs after seeing this. I want to cut off +1. Wake up. Do you have enough money?" No wonder the nurse said before that these functions can be added within the scope of laws and regulations. Plus, the shooting ability is directly a mechanical warrior. They say this thing is called a mechanical prosthesis. Is De Pyongyang going to hold a hearing? Chapter 459. Stay tuned. Too many. A mechanical arm smashed hard into a brick wall, and then directly punched through the brick wall. Bricks and dust flew. The attacking mechanical arm bounced half a meter away with a cylindrical metal behind it and began to slowly retract, using this displacement and hydraulic device to release the excess energy during the impact, trying not to act on the connected body, forming a destructive force far beyond the human body's tolerance. Li Qing, wearing goggles, looked at the destruction caused by his punch in front of him, and couldn't help but widen his eyes, and then excitedly said to Jin Junyang next to him, "Hey brother, did you see that? I turned into a Superman." Although Jin Junyang accompanied Li Qing to complete the matching, and watched him check a large area of things, he couldn't help but feel quite surprised when he saw the effect in front of him. Although there is no firearm installed, this thing is more exaggerated than many weapons. At this time, the buzzing sound of Li Qing's arm retracting also stopped, indicating that the buffering of the previous blow had ended and he could do it again. Because Li Qing's prosthesis is an arm, it looks obviously different from Yang Feng's leg. He obviously also made the biggest modification to the prosthesis, and even added the stamping function, which caused his prosthesis to extend backward from the shoulder. This allows the mechanical prosthesis to reduce the support force of the human body by the ejection of its own rear structure like a recoilless gun, so as not to hurt itself. So it looks a bit weird, not as coordinated as the legs. After all, the mechanical leg still has to bear the weight and balance of the body, and adding these functions would be a bit useless. "I want to cut off this hand too." Li Qing kept stroking the mechanical arm with his intact hand, his face full of excitement. The gloomy mood of the broken arm was swept away. After finishing, he looked at Jin Junyang with a smile and said, "But you should have made a choice. Tell me, no matter what you do, I will support you." As Umbrella's prosthetic volunteers began to slowly replace them one by one, many people also posted videos of themselves regaining their lives on social media. The excitement of regaining what was lost and the various sincere cries of pain really made many people feel a little emotional. Only when you lose something will you know how to cherish it. There are 2 to 3 million people who have amputations every year in China alone, which is definitely not a small number. Infection, car accidents, mechanical accidents, diabetes, and other reasons may lead to this situation. A normal person cannot understand the feelings of a disabled person, and they are usually a vulnerable group that is easily ignored. This time, Umbrella's prosthesis really gave this group of selected volunteers a new life. In fact, for most people, choosing ordinary functions is more than enough. This is not just a matter of money. For example, Li Qing's arm has to add an extra piece on the shoulder, which is not so convenient on weekdays. Most people still choose normal specifications, at most soft bonuses in terms of material, power and battery life. However, young people like Li Qing and Yang Feng who like excitement still choose various modifications. Many of these modifications were also shared in videos. Electric drills, screwdrivers, wrenches, multifunctional military shovels. Various strange combinations have appeared. Many people were dumbfounded. The kind of remarks about self-mutilation of arms began to emerge again. Although most of them were jokes, it was enough to show the impact of Umbrella's new technology this time. And not only in the field of civilian videos. Various scientific research institutions have repeatedly taken the papers published by Umbrella to start research. There are also many institutions that invite Umbrella volunteers who have completed the installation to conduct some tests. Various praises have appeared on various platforms. It's unbelievable. Our team has actually been conducting relevant tests. But we are still in the initial stage of using invasive interfaces with monkeys. Umbrella has directly produced the finished product, sweeping our achievements into the garbage dump. Although I feel a little sorry for the investors, I still sincerely thank Umbrella for this innovation, which represents infinite possibilities. A Nobel Prize winner also spoke up and expressed his admiration. When I first saw Umbrella's papers, I was reserved, even though they had so many miracles before. But after seeing the final product, I also knew that I was sitting in a well and looking at the sky. Although the Nobel Prize usually has a delay, it shouldn't be that Umbrella hasn't won a Nobel Prize in the past few years. Then a neuroclinical expert also expressed corresponding praise. I have seen too many patients with full body paralysis. Umbrella's prosthesis this time is not just for ordinary disabled people, because their initial brain-machine linkage, combined with the exoskeleton, can make patients with high paraplegia start to move again. The words of this expert caused a lot of exclamations. If broken hands and feet can usually take care of themselves, then patients with high paraplegia or hemiplegia really need someone to take care of them. It usually drags down a family. However, once Umbrella's brain-computer interface can be improved to this extent, it is really possible. There are also cardiovascular experts who have put forward a hypothesis. Now cerebral infarction and cerebral hemorrhage are prone to many serious conditions such as hemiplegia, although the problem also occurs in the brain. It is more like a blockage of nerve signals, and many people are still conscious. In other words, if the brain-computer chip can complete the acquisition and transmission of signals, can alternative surgery be used to help these patients regain mobility? The extended discussions on related aspects are also becoming more and more intense. And this time, no matter whether it is de Mali or the European Union, there is no way to block it. And they all pass the review quickly. This time the influence is too great. And because Umbrella relies on the gaps of Australia and Neon to restart TT's public opinion influence, if it is really blocked, the disabled people in the country and their families will definitely rebel. This is completely different from the medical devices and drugs in the past. Amidst the calls and expectations, Umbrella also began to issue its own statement. The test of the first batch of volunteers was successful. Since there was no external trauma, it should have been able to pass some audits and certifications. Please rest assured, at least for the basic version of the ordinary aluminum alloy version, our production capacity is still sufficient. But the price of the enhanced version that needs to be strengthened later may be a bit expensive, and it will be adjusted according to local laws and regulations. Umbrella's voice made many expected patients very excited. At the same time, many people asked, can the Big Beauty be equipped with a muzzle? It's okay if it doesn't have to be automatic, right? Looking forward to it, Umbrella really gave a certain reply to this. As long as local laws allow, there is no technical problem. In addition, we are also considering exoskeleton prostheses for paraplegic patients. However, the problems involved in paraplegic patients are not only about movement, but also about incontinence, organ failure, etc. If we want to improve it, we have to strengthen some matching artificial organs. Please look forward to it. Umbrella's speech undoubtedly gave many paraplegic patients and their families a glimmer of hope. If other companies say this, it may be a smokescreen. But Umbrella is different. This is a company that creates miracles. Especially the power of the prosthesis has been reflected by volunteers. In the past, Umbrella's artificial heart and artificial kidney have been widely used. After all these years of precipitation, it can be said that they are now a bit abused. Some healthy patients will also complete the implant for various reasons. The same is true for the emergence of prosthetics now. Although most people say that cutting off one's own hands is a joke, it may not be a joke for some people. Especially for some people in the West. Curiosity and death are their nature. Now there is such a good thing, and they will naturally be eager to move. If this technology is not completely in the hands of Umbrella now, when some private modifications that disregard the safety of patients appear in the future, more exaggerated effects may appear. After all, brain-computer connection is very difficult. But the threshold for simple mechanical modification is much lower, as long as the connection body of Umbrella is ensured. And then many changes are completed privately. Many people will probably try it. Even ordinary civilian drones can be modified slightly to complete bombing. And there are various modified cars. It is inevitable that Umbrella's prosthetics, which is already a good platform, will have some underground black market specific modifications and extension industry chains in the future. Take the prohibition of modifying vehicles in Rabbit as an example. Many people wonder why it is so strict. Why can't I modify my own car? But in fact, if you have seen the cars modified by Rabbit in the past, you will understand that there are specific reasons behind each rule. It can only be said that the modified cars in India and Africa are left over from Rabbit. Now it is not just prosthetics. Some external modifications of robots have begun to appear. What about custom SH/L slots? And even the concept of silicone SH/LS have appeared. You should know that the sweeper robot can only be regarded as a new product that has just appeared not long ago. And now this kind of modification business has begun to appear. It can be seen that the outside world is enthusiastic about this aspect. Intelligent robot technology is difficult. Control technology is difficult. Brain-computer technology is difficult. And prosthetics are also difficult. However, the threshold for simple mechanical modification is much lower. And many mechanical experts can even do it manually. In the eyes of many people who have smelled the opportunity, this may even be a very hot field in the future. Because Umbrella does not seem to care about the magic modification of the products sold. They just provide this platform. Brain-computer connection. It's amazing. Umbrella has always been making the impossible possible. An engineer of a certain song said with some emotion while debugging the quantum computer in front. According to some algorithms of Master E, they have now preliminarily completed the linkage between quantum computers and supercomputers. In addition, a certain song also purchased a batch of 2 nanometers chips from NVIDIA. Well, NVIDIA asked Umbrella to do the foundry. And other wafer factories cannot reach this process at present. And this batch of 2 nanometers chip architecture is specially used to build this new type of conjoined computer. Combined with the algorithm of Master Yi's artificial intelligence at the time, they have barely created an artificial intelligence with good practicality. There is still a gap compared to Red Queen. But they are confident that they will catch up slowly after feeding enough data. Almost. We can also connect our Don Quixote to the internet. Yes, Umbrella's artificial intelligence is strong. But sooner or later we will face this challenge. Artificial intelligence that cannot access the internet will never grow. Looking at the huge special computer in front of them that was constantly emitting cold air, the group of engineers also showed a look of emotion. They have tried their best. This Don Quixote is the child they have worked hard to create. No matter how strong the Red Queen is, they will launch their own attack. But whether to connect to the internet and when to connect to it also depends on the opinions of the top management. They can only do their own work well. In an electronics foundry, the assembly line that should have been full of factory brothers and sisters was now replaced by a row of sweeper A-type robots. Each robot completed the work at hand with extremely skilled and precise techniques. At this time, many of the original employees were standing silently by the side watching these robots. Some people showed unwillingness in their eyes, and some wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. The team leaders stood in front of the employees with a haughty look, saying, "You all should open your eyes and see clearly. This is the future. A robot is twice as efficient as yours. And as long as it is charged, it can work 24 hours a day. Even if you work 2 shifts of 12 hours a day, one robot can replace 4 people. The price of the robot is 700,000. And the warranty period is 3 years. Think about how much you are worth now." When these employees heard the almost sarcastic words of the team leaders, they dared to be angry, but did not dare to speak. The robot production line is still a pilot project, but the efficiency is already extremely surprising. The wave of layoffs in the future is completely foreseeable. It depends on Umbrella's production capacity. The main purpose of starting this demonstration now, before the full replacement, is nothing more than to make them bow their heads in order to keep their jobs and compromise, to reduce their salary and welfare requirements. This made many workers feel a little sad. Where will the future go? The intensity of the Lish labor in the electronics factory. If there were other possibilities, they would not come here. But now it is obvious that their jobs will be replaced by robots sooner or later. In Kangaroo Country, a newly opened coffee shop is almost full of guests at this time. It is rare for the originally quiet coffee shop to form such an atmosphere. And unlike other coffee shops, this coffee shop is all robots from chefs to cashiers to waiters. The ultra-high efficiency of the linkage gives the scene a different atmosphere. Yang Feng, who had changed into a mechanical prosthesis, came to the store. Seeing the booming business here, he said to Chin Dazue with some emotion, "Dazue, it seems that your investment this time will have a high return rate. Maybe you can try chain stores." "Haha, that's what I meant. I also found some guys with strong manual skills to add some unique appearances to the robots to distinguish them from others." Chin Dazue laughed. He was the first to try it. But this thing is easy to imitate. He still has to find his own characteristics. Maybe in the future, He can cooperate with some IPs to create some theme cafes. How is your dad's factory? The effect is quite good. And it's a bit unexpected. My old man also praised me specially. Hee hee. I finally feel proud. Chindazue smiled proudly at first. But then he said hesitantly. However, I feel that overcapacity will be unstoppable in the future. And it's quite troublesome. They all have good family conditions, and have been influenced by their surroundings since childhood. Their horizons are different. If robots completely replace human labor in the future, production capacity will undoubtedly surge. The resulting wave of unemployment will cause economic downturn, and the number of people who can consume will decrease. It feels like a cycle that is difficult to break. There must be a channel for wealth to flow back. This is not something we need to worry about. But at this time, one of them suddenly said something strange. Umbrella is recruiting a large number of human function testers. Although the cost is not high, the work is easy. And, initially recruiting 100 million people from around the world? 100 million people? Hearing this, the few people who were originally talking about this quickly looked over. Umbrella recruits part-time volunteers worldwide for more brain-computer data tests. It is a bit similar to drug testers, but different because they do not need to take any drugs at all. The registration requirements are just to have a holographic bracelet, then download a specific app to monitor human movement, and then go to the designated area of Umbrella every month to draw a drop of blood. Although the pay is not high, it is simple, and almost anyone can do part-time work. The fact that Umbrella recruited human function testers quickly attracted the attention of many places. In fact, drug testing and the like are available all over the world. For example, the more famous Hingsan is very relaxed in this regard. In addition, there are some African regions. But in fact, there are also related tests in places like Pyongyang and Tuzi. But the management is stricter. The drugs that can be tested have passed the previous tests and are likely to be controllable in terms of harm to the human body. Theoretically, even drug testing can be applied for. Umbrella's test, which has almost no trauma and side effects except drawing a drop of blood, should be easily approved. But the number of people involved is too large, and there will be some concerns in various places. Although the reasons are very good, and Umbrella has indeed launched related products, it must be cautious where it needs to be cautious. After all, this company has extremely powerful biological capabilities and even military capabilities. However, later, Umbrella still took out the blood drop detection technology used in the previous prosthetic test to make additional explanations. The instrument structure of the test was submitted, indicating that it wanted to improve some technical reserves through big data. The relevant data of each country can be shared with its own country. In fact, many people have always said that traditional Chinese medicine is an empirical science. But in fact, even in modern medicine, many conclusions and research are summarized through experience, and a whole is judged by a large number of individual cases. Many people don't know why it is like this, but it should be like this. Knowing the fact but not the reason. Understanding the principles of analysis is also an opportunity for many important discoveries and results. For biology and medicine, Umbrella's move is indeed quite tenable. Number of people can be said to be Umbrella's biggest shortcoming. Even though they have acquired a large number of medical structures in Mexico and Kangaroo to collect data, they still seem to feel that it is not enough. It is expected that there will be no problem in Neon in the future, but there will be various obstacles in other places. Pyongyang, who has been busy with disaster relief in New York and the selection of people in charge, also spoke out again about Umbrella's announcement at this time. We praise Umbrella's prosthetic limbs designed for the disabled, but we need to carefully consider the number of subsequent testers, which involves personal health privacy and the safety of human genes. The words are actually very high-sounding. It even directly revealed the truth. But from the perspective of ordinary people, it still feels that this is a bit of an exaggeration. There were even some small protests in many places in Pyongyang. Although Umbrella only gives testers a subsidy of about $150 per month. But this subsidy is almost free. As long as you have a holographic bracelet, record your daily situation, and then draw a drop of blood from the Umbrella sampling machine every month. It will be okay. It is available every month. And it is free, which is also a good benefit. Take Pyongyang as an example. The per capita income is much higher than that of Rabbit, about $3,000 to $4,000. But even with this income, you will not ignore the benefit of picking up $150 every month. Many people even directly regard this as a benefit attached to the holographic bracelet. And drawing a drop of blood is equivalent to a free physical examination. Although Umbrella said that this is still in the testing process and is only a reference value. The specific situation still needs to be followed by the doctor's advice. But many people with prosthetics confirmed during the live broadcast that the accuracy of this physical examination is very high. Having money and being able to have a free physical examination is naturally a very good benefit. This is also one of the means that Umbrella is preparing to break through the barriers. If the blood test is rolled out immediately, it will be difficult. But using money to pave the way first will naturally remove some resistance. By then, 100 million people have tried it. And all the information that should be collected has been collected. When the comprehensive physical examination equipment is rolled out later, the resistance will be reduced. Just like cutting sausages. Do it piece by piece slowly. However, the cost is indeed real money. 100 million people. $150 per month. That is $15 billion per month. That is $180 billion per year. The military budget of Damiai is less than $700 billion. $40 billion can be used to acquire a certain special. You can imagine how much this is. Except for Umbrella. It can be said that even a top power can hardly squeeze out this money. Because a big country has a lot of income. But there are also many things to consider. The annual income of the Damiai government is only $3 trillion. Similarly, even the per capita income of a place like Damiai will find this price very attractive. So the temptation to other places is naturally greater. On the top floor of the New World building, with Jean Guangyu standing respectfully beside him, Wang Yi looked down at the bustling Seoul through the single-sided glass wall, raised his glass, and raised it to the front. Speaking of which, I learned from the South Korean chaebols. As long as they roll up, the problems are still easy to solve. Lin Shurqin's voice also appeared in Wang Yi's ears at this time. Smiling, money can solve most problems. If you feel it's difficult, it's just that you don't have enough money. With $15 billion a month and nearly $200 billion a year, there are not many things that can't be solved. Chapter 460 Breaking the Shackles, Clearing the Obstacles. Why don't you give us money? It's all your fault. All the quotas have been taken. This is the holographic bracelet lottery benefit given by Umbrella. Since Umbrella didn't get it, you have to compensate. After the 100 million quotas were finally divided, there was only 1 million left when it came to Pyongyang. No matter how Pyongyang is, it is a country with a population of hundreds of millions. Especially Lin Shurqin can really leave a backdoor to collect big data. Most of the randomly selected quotas are those who like to shoot short videos for fun, have low incomes, and will squander the money when they get it. This kind of VV video host has dozens or hundreds of fans, and usually has a single-digit number of likes. Although the videos they shoot are not watched by many people, most of the people who know and follow them are in this level circle. As a result, others pick up $150 a month for nothing. But they lose the opportunity because of those good-for-nothings? This must be made up from other places? For such a request, the Pyongyang authorities will certainly not meet it. In this case, we can only satisfy it through some stores. Various $0 purchase incidents are surging again. Even chain supermarkets, like Walmart, can't bear it, and have closed stores in several districts with the worst security. After these stores related to daily life began to close, it would naturally lead to many subsequent chaos, forcing the local government to order Walmart to open. But they will not provide protection even if they are ordered to open. Instead, they do not allow people who buy 0 yuan to be shot at will, which is equivalent to reverse funding. The most exaggerated thing is that the IRS has also issued new guidelines because of the sudden surge in $0 purchase incidents in recent years. Even if it is illegal income such as robbery and theft, taxes must be paid. Various operations are frequent, and the information revealed is really jaw-dropping. Because the cause of the riots in Pyongyang is related to the recently popular Umbrella special recruitment tester. So the information has also begun to spread in the East, and the corresponding TT area with TT. Originally, the popularity in recent days was hashtag have you been selected? Hashtag getting $1,000 for free every month. So good. Hashtag why didn't you choose me? Hashtag if I'm chosen, can I go home and lie down? And other topics. Even with the per capita income of the United States, it is impossible to ignore the $150. This exchange rate translates into 1,000 yuan for free every month in China, which most people cannot resist. In particular, Umbrella did agree to the small conditions proposed by Dongfang at the beginning, giving priority to various personnel who may be replaced by robots. This shot of heart directly made many people feel that they have saved their worries. After all, it has been said that this is a long-term research of at least 3 years. Although the cost is that the body data of the holographic bracelet will be monitored, which is equivalent to leaking a lot of personal privacy. The data collected are mainly personal exercise and physical conditions, as well as blood pressure, heart rate, etc., and mainly the regular blood draw. These data do not involve the hidden secrets in everyone's heart. Besides, to put it bluntly, what qualifications do ordinary people have to let Umbrella think about their secrets? Even taking a step back, there are so many apps and software that collect personal information, and I haven't seen them pay for it. So when you have money, the only thing left is really good. But in this kind of heat, suddenly the two entries of hashtag $0 purchases must pay taxes and hashtag De Pyongyang's jealous eyes are read on De Pyongyang's side also climbed rapidly. Haha. It's so funny. I agreed reluctantly. But the number of places is only 1/30th of ours. Don't they buy villas after washing dishes for 3 years? It's not bad. There are still villas for $1. Do you dare to buy? $0 purchases collect taxes? Are you crazy? Is this encouragement? How to collect it? Because of these, there will also be some corresponding popular science anchors to take advantage of the heat. For example, Boston Fatty opened a separate episode to explain. I saw some people questioning whether $0 are enough to collect taxes, and the ability of the IRS in the United States. This is actually a bit too much. The IRS is an extremely transcendent institution in the United States. It can ask the FBI and CIA to assist in handling cases. But the reverse is not true. The imperial power has granted permission to execute first and then report. This is the IRS. So, in theory, as long as you pay taxes, it means that the IRS will no longer investigate you. In terms of investigation capabilities, the IRS is extremely strong, not only because they have their own independent force, prisons, and trial systems, but also because they can complete abnormal monitoring of accounts. This is also the reason why some black transactions in the United States are keen on cash. And it is also the reason why using large denomination cash is easily suspected of washing. As more and more voices appeared, everyone began to react. In fact, just like in the Pyongyang's movies, the FBI and CIA are often funny villains. But no movie has ever dared to criticize the IRS. Just like you can criticize the person who makes the decision, the authorities, politicians and various congressmen. But you can't criticize whitey people. This is a taboo. After eating so many melons, I saw that De Pyongyang had such a big reaction to the recruitment of testers this time, sharing the largest proportion and the largest number of tester quotas. Many lucky people in China are naturally happier. I have what others don't have. But many people who were not selected also put on masks of pain and left sour messages everywhere. But these messages can bring more happiness to the lucky ones who were selected. Some lucky ones will also specially conduct short videos or live broadcasts. After Umbrella's various measures came out, a video host named Bucket Run stood out and received special traffic push. Brothers, I'm lucky. Our factory has already started to introduce robots. I don't want to wait until it's so passive. I left in advance. First of all, I want to make it clear that our factory is a good factory. Don't scold him. So I won't say his name. Bucket Run said, while taking a picture of the mechanical leg he had just replaced. Unlike other videos with special bonuses, Bucket Run is the most standard ordinary aluminum alloy version. As you can see, I was a cripple before. But our factory also recruited me and arranged an assembly line job. At least let me be self-reliant. This time I also resigned by myself and didn't want to cause trouble for them. Then, he opened the hologram again, revealing the information that he was selected as a tester. Maybe it was because I changed my prosthetic limbs. I was lucky enough to be selected as a tester. The monthly salary of 1,000 yuan also made me grit my teeth and make a decision. I sold the house left by my parents. After saying that, he moved the camera again, and an Umbrella Sweeper A-type robot appeared. This directly attracted a lot of wow and shock. It can be seen that this disabled person's life is not rich. Maybe he can save some money in the electronics factory by spending less on weekdays. But the Sweeper robot, which costs 700,000 yuan, theoretically has little to do with him. But he just sold his house and bought such a robot, which is really hard to understand. No way. Brother. Are you serious? Although the Sweeper is good, it's not enough to sell the house directly. Where do you live? Do you rent a house? Even if you are selected, you can't be so arrogant. Wow. The buffs are stacked up. Really? The buffs are stacked up. The robot. Prosthetics. Tester quota. And running away with a bucket didn't show any expression because of these comments, but took another selfie of his clothes. TT takeaway. As a result, after seeing the takeaway clothes of TT, the comment area sent out a lot of lemon expressions and comments. Oh my god, it's TT takeaway? Although the clothes seem to be crowdsourced, there are also quotas for TT takeaway crowdsourcing now. Yeah. World companies said that if a piece of meat can only feed one person, the result of letting two people eat it is that both of them will be malnourished in the long run. Damn. I'm so jealous. I used to be blinded by lard and only saw short-term benefits and joined Kangaroo. Now I've been trying to grab a spot at TT, but can't. Haha. I left my hometown and came to Shancheng for this spot, and gritted my teeth to get familiar with it by relying on the map. It should be the blessing of the disabled identity. I have to say that the corporate responsibility of the world company is here. I won the tester again and became a TT deliverman. If it were me, I would have been carrying a bucket a long time ago. Electronics factories are not for people. But as long as you don't run into black intermediaries, the salary in the factory is okay. We want to relax here. The job that does not require much physical and technical strength is only 3,000, which is much lower than working in the factory. 3,000? Even dogs won't do it. If dogs don't do it, I will. Now the battle between the various platforms of the world system and the Ali system has been divided. No matter how much blood transfusion Ari gives, it is powerless to turn the tide in the face of the comprehensive crushing of technical advantages. Even Ari's own e-commerce territory has lost a lot of market share. When Ari's subsidies began to shrink, the gap between Kangaroo Takeaway and TT Takeaway was clearly distinguished. Because of the market size and the number of orders, TT Takeaway will control the number of its own delivery men, which is already completely saturated at this time. But Kangaroo is different. Kangaroo likes to roll. Especially now that robots have emerged and a large number of factories have tightened expectations. Delivery men are being exploited to death. In some places, the situation of 1 yuan per order has begun to appear. Although Kangaroo's delivery men had protested collectively and united to fight. However, in the face of mobilizing delivery men from other places and raising the crowdsourcing unit price, the full-time Kangaroo Deliverymen's alliance was quickly disintegrated and they were defeated. Individuals are always the weaker party in front of the platform, and they will be rubbed ill after being caught. Now, looking back at TT's delivery men, they are still so Buddhist. TT Delivery has never done any excessive incentives and subsidies. But the problem is that TT Delivery's benefits have not changed much, will not be reduced, and will not be crazy after the subsidy period. Once Kangaroo deceives enough people into the pit, it will start to lower the unit price and force it to roll up. Anyway, if you don't do it, someone will do it. For the platform, the delivermen's ecology and their life and death are actually not concerned. As long as they can keep them alive, they will continue to recruit new people and continue to attract more people. Especially after the factory has the expectation of robot operation. It is even more unscrupulous. Now Ali no longer invests money and must start to make a profit on its own. How to make a profit? Because TT is so strong, the benefits of the store cannot be suppressed. And the same is true for consumers. So the only way is to suppress the deliverman. This is why running with buckets has collected so many buffs at the same time. And the popularity has increased. Then something even more speechless happened. After running with buckets, took a selfie of himself wearing a helmet. He sat directly on the back of the electric car and let the sweeper come to the driver's seat. Don't worry. Our electric car doesn't need a license. Just wear a helmet. So it's okay to let the robot drive. I have already consulted. Before the doubts came, running with buckets explained the situation in advance. Ningya's electric car uses an enhanced ultra-long-range battery, which is enough for me to run. As the live broadcast of running with buckets began to go on the road, a group of people also started to curse in the barrage. So you want to be a boss. No wonder you ran away with the bucket. Hack. I'm jealous. I want to learn. The delivery guy doesn't even need to ride a bike. I'm convinced. The sweeper drives so steadily. And it's completely at the standard speed. Can Type-A be used outside? Didn't they say you can use a data card? It's hard to say about foreign countries. There are a few places in our country that don't have a signal. And you can't order takeout without a signal. Your driving skills are very high. And your balance is also very good. Need to talk about the details? How many people can cook to the level of the sweeper? I've eaten the sweeper's cuisine. Although it's not special. At least it feels like humans can't compare to the standardized things. I worship the rich. That is, amid the discussion of the barrage, the battery car arrived at the first destination, and then made a phone call to confirm the location. After that, something happened that made them even more speechless. Running away with the bucket didn't even get out of the car, and directly instructed the sweeper to go upstairs to deliver the food. No way. What's going on? Shock. I thought I was just looking for a driver, but it turned out to be a slave. Foul. Foul. I'm so annoyed. What is this? A loser guarding takeout and his multifunctional mechanical butler? He's just guarding takeout and playing live broadcast. At first, I thought this guy was a spendthrift when he impulsively sold his house to buy a robot. But now it seems that he is really open-minded. The warranty period of the sweeper is 3 years. I think he is redundant. Don't. I would also watch it. Not just the battery car and takeout, but mainly because I'm afraid that there will be problems with the signal and the robot will be lost. Then I will cry to death. Even if the signal is cut off, it will find the nearest connection point based on the built-in chip. Umbrella's chip is already very powerful. Sometimes there are some communication problems. It is indeed better to follow. Amidst all the discussions, this guy also completed his first order with extremely high efficiency. Even the guests who were delivered were shocked and took a group photo to post on WeChat Moments. After that, everyone saw how efficient it was. Although the robot sweeper never violates traffic rules, rarely overtakes, and rides in a very civilized manner. Through some on-the-spot reactions, everyone discovered the robot's built-in super high driving skills. This makes the robot's riding efficiency probably higher than that of the real person, because the original basic requirement of TT is to abide by traffic rules. And there are also intelligent voice prompts. Now it is almost like the intelligent prompts are embedded in the robot, with zero delay. After all, it takes time for people to respond after hearing the prompts. But robots are different, and the efficiency of food delivery is also extremely high. Looking at the robot sweeper, it seems that the speed is not fast, but the accuracy is high. There were also some startled customers on the way, and occasionally there were some discrepancies in communication, or some people wanted to touch the robot more because of curiosity, and they were connected by carrying buckets and running away. But overall, except for his butt hurting from sitting and moving around, he was almost not asked to move throughout the whole process. Just shoot the live broadcast quietly. This made his live broadcast more and more popular. After dark, he was considered to be going home after get off work. I'll just eat a piece of bread at noon and treat myself at night. While saying this, he went to the supermarket to buy some discounted ingredients, a small piece of meat, and a handful of green vegetables. You don't even have to carry the vegetables yourself. The robot will carry them and follow you upstairs. The old house of running with a bucket has been sold, and the place he rents is an old small building that costs only 500 yuan a month. And the location is also relatively remote. But the advantage is that there is a separate kitchen and bathroom. After returning home, the sweeper began to show his cooking skills. Although the kitchen is small and looks a bit old, the sweeper has no problem adapting to it. The oil, salt, sauce and vinegar are all found very accurately, and the fingers that can juggle can easily control the amount, according to the existing ingredients and condiments. The combination of home-cooked dishes is quickly completed. Soon, a plate of stir-fried meat with green peppers and a plate of oil-drizzled green vegetables were placed on the table. Running with a bucket also found a can of beer. Cheers! This one is for all the audience friends. Thank you for your support. Taunton. The second one is for Umbrella. Thank you for their technology. Tun Tun. These 3 cups are for World Company. Thank them for their TT. The 4th cup. Tomorrow. After drinking, the face of Bucket Runner was also a little red. It seems that the alcohol tolerance is not very good. Then Sweeper began its best housekeeping mode, completed the subsequent washing and cleaning work, hung up the garbage bags and placed them at the door. And the head indicator light flashed for a while before asking Bucket Runner, "Master, do you need me to throw away the garbage now?" "No. Throw it away when you go out tomorrow." "Come. It's my turn to help you." With a little tipsy, Bucket Run got up and came to the sweeper, then took out a small box, took out a towel for car washing, and began to help the sweeper wipe according to the maintenance tutorial. The sweeper robot comes with corresponding maintenance tools and tutorials, reminding that monthly maintenance can enhance the service life. And the more frequent the maintenance, the longer the service life. After all, there are some places that are not convenient for the sweeper to clean by himself, and there may be some dirt and residue over the years. But it was only the first day that Bucket Run began to perform the corresponding maintenance. It was wiped very carefully, and some detergent and maintenance oil were carefully dripped into some standard places with special tools. And then all the excess was wiped clean. After finishing, he showed a big smile to the sweeper. From now on, we will depend on each other. Go back and recharge. Running with a bucket is obviously a TT takeaway rider again. And he has won the qualification of tester and prosthetic volunteer. This time the live video also received extra traffic. However, after this live broadcast, although many people posted lemon expressions in the barrage, they were actually touched and gave blessings. A disabled person can love life so much. Although his buffs are full, there are also many debuffs before, such as disability, orphan, and factory. But now it seems that he has made it. Don't say it. I'm going to sell the house. It's really a robot that supports me. It feels like the life I have always dreamed of. I go out every day and don't have to deliver food myself. I just sit in the back and play with my phone. There are actually quite a few live broadcasts of robots, prosthetics, and food delivery. But even those videos of enhanced prosthetics, some videos of foreign countries with large caliber guns installed, or the sweeper C-type robot, are not as popular as the Bucket Run, the most common version of the prosthetic, the A-type bought by selling the house, plus an electric car with a long battery life and a small rental house. This is all the Bucket Run. But many people, but with a kind of envious eyes. And there are also many people who suddenly make similar decisions. They don't say they want to become internet celebrities. They just want to give themselves more time to do what they like more, and don't want to live so hard. In fact, if you think about it carefully, just to survive, it's really super simple. Didn't we agree on 180,000? Why did it change again? A Chong looked at his fiancée Xiaomei in front of him, and a look of disappointment appeared on his face. My mother decided, and I can't do anything about it. She has worked hard all her life, and she wants to save up the cheapest robot to serve herself. This is reasonable. Xiaomei's tone was a little mechanical. Okay, forget it. This marriage is not going to happen. A Chong didn't say anything more, just turned around and left, leaving Xiaomei behind him stunned, and then hurriedly stepped forward to grab his clothes and yelled, "What do you mean? Don't want to take responsibility? It's not that I don't want to. It's that I can't do anything. I'm going to buy a robot to live. And wandering around the world is also good." After saying that, he broke free from Xiaomei's hand and left the restaurant. Hey, wait. Seeing that her boyfriend really ran away in one breath, Xiaomei couldn't help but feel a little confused. What's going on? Why did it become like this? What did he just say? Buy a robot to live? Goddamn sweeper robot. Then Xiaomei immediately took out her phone and started posting. Girls, I encountered a very bad thing today. So depressed, she started to post a long essay, and also attached a photo of her boyfriend. In addition, she explained confidently, I don't really care about money. I just want an attitude. But I never thought I would encounter such a thing. Also, that umbrella sweeper robot is so speechless. And now some perverts are still making silicone sh.ls for interaction. Are you kidding me? Originally, this kind of thing would happen and be exposed occasionally. But in the past, people would just laugh at it. After all, there are all kinds of people in the world. And some people are easily brainwashed by people with ulterior motives. But in fact, there are still more normal people in the world, both men and women. But this time, because it involves the sweeper robot, the heat has also been hyped up. In fact, the sweeper robot has just been released not long ago, and some subsequent magic modifications and various ancillary industries are still in the process of formation. And it is not well known. But because this lady exposed the information herself, some people started to look for it specifically. The result is that you don't know until you look for it. And you will be shocked when you look for it. Some factories that originally made special life-size dolls have already started to study this SH.L. Umbu. Layla does not prohibit magic modification. As long as it does not involve the core area, it is still under warranty. The external baffles and card slots have basic specifications and can be disassembled and installed. There are quite a few people studying this aspect. Originally, most of them were still in the field of small-scale manual manufacturing, and there was no heat. As a result, someone hyped this matter up. So why not take advantage of the heat? At that moment, several videos of beautiful robots in various styles began to appear. Brothers, according to the laws and regulations, They are all dressed very neatly. There is no violation. But they have everything they should have. And Umbrella's robots have voice and interactive module upload and download. We can make some voices and interactive modes separately and upload them for free. You can listen to the voice of our version. Then a very sticky clip sound came out of the robot's mouth. With the high-grade silicone SHL and beautiful clothes. People are stunned. Damn. Really? Exquisite facial features. You can customize the image of celebrities or cartoon characters. Because it is a high-end store. So it can be made quite realistic. Directly triggered a new trend. Hack. Buy. Originally, I actually thought this kind of silicone doll was very expensive. But I bought a robot worth more than 700,000 yuan. And then spent 1/10 of the money to become beautiful. Who can refuse this? Also, the fully sealed silicone I can effectively protect the body from accumulating stains. Just want to ask. Is it authentic? Don't drive. Originally, it was just a trend caused by Xiaomi's venting. And there were many Gmae who cheered and supported the trend. But unknowingly, it suddenly became a transformation of the topic in front of us. Which really caught people off guard. Today's plastic surgery technology is quite strong. And various customized faces can be made. It can be completed under the condition of considering safety. And it is naturally easier to carve purely on silicone. It's true that fake people are more beautiful than real people. But in the past, there was an upper limit on investment in this area. And there was little demand. So there were some restrictions. But now that the sweeper has come out, there is no doubt that the potential of this industry has been greatly increased. As long as there is potential and a profitable market, more and more high-end talents will pour in. And this industry will become more and more perfect. This is almost predictable. There are already people who sell their houses to buy robots. So you can imagine how attractive this is. In fact, for ordinary women, it can be said that this robot is not a threat at all. And even gritting your teeth to buy a robot can make your life more comfortable. Some people even posted videos of taking care of their children. But for a small number of women who materialize themselves, this robot is really an innate enemy. In addition to giving birth to children, what is not better than them? At that moment, some people began to take the lead in reporting, making trouble on various websites, and reporting to various departments. There were even people who went to the door of the Umbrella 4S store to pull banners. Resist the materialization of women. Resist the humiliation of women. The slogans and banners were shouted loudly. But it was easy to see through what the actual purpose was. Just like some policies that were originally good for women. These few extreme people took advantage of them, and made many hard-working women suffer difficulties and discrimination in the workplace. They don't care what this will bring, nor how others will be affected. They just want to find a side that is beneficial to themselves, thereby dragging down the entire group. It's the same as the big beautiful printing money and letting the whole world pay for it. Resist robots and give us back our jobs. Resist the materialization of women and fight for our women's rights. This is a humiliation to us women. Although the number of these people is really small, the proportion is actually not large. But their fighting power is extremely strong. They don't have to work, and they don't have other burdens. They can brush the popularity of more than a dozen people alone. Ordinary people don't have the energy to fight against this group of people. It really made the momentum more and more powerful. But in the face of Domaili, Umbrella would not back down. In this case, it didn't care at all. It just casually published a statement on the official website. Considering the needs of some people, the company is ready to study an artificial mother for in vitro fetal cultivation. A very simple statement directly silenced all the protests. In fact, from the proportion of friends, colleagues, and classmates around us, it can be seen that the vast majority of people have normal thoughts. But a small number of people like to materialize themselves, and regard youth, body, gender, beauty, and even fertility as chips and indicators. Now the sweeper has replaced many functions with some special SHLs. If the artificial mother is also completed, it will indeed be regarded as shattering all the trump cards in the hands of this small group of people. As long as the momentum of the trend is broken, the rest will be simple.